Do you want me to anchor?
Maybe you should. Meron pa po ba kayong game here?
No.
Okay,
Yeah, all good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get the games on.
Did you want to anchor, bro?
No, not
No? You want to do it?
I
can anchor.
I think I will anchor later for
That's what I was wondering. Is he like right next to it, or? Is he a guest caster?
like guest analyst.
Now live 10-minute countdown na lang tapos we're gonna be ready.
Okay.
Right?
And then when it just comes straight to us and we open, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Pretty bro.
I think regardless when it is too.
The Play It Forward program has marked its 8th successful year,
Do you think, by the way,
transforming the lives
will
of
this
Filipino
as
youth
long as it's
through
not
football.
taller than the
With focused
water
mentorship
bottle, it
and
won't be seen,
sportsmanship, leadership, and
Yeah,
perseverance,
like
the program teaches essential skills to resonate beyond the field.
Anyway, so
During the 6 sessions from March 8 to April 12, 145 team members from TELUS Digital Philippines volunteered, 182 donated, and 9 teams sponsored the sessions, raising over 110,000 pesos. The culmination featured a mini climax, during which the children received medals and trophies. Cheers to partner NGOs, Gawad Kalinga and CPAD, program beneficiaries, and the generous team member volunteers. TELUS Digital Philippines donated 135 desktops and laptops to the Department of Education through the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines Gap project. These computers will soon power up the classrooms in public schools nationwide. Deputy Secretary Sana Angara, TELUS Digital Philippines Country Vice President Ann Munoz, and IVPAP's Acting Head for Membership Jenny Marshall were present at the turnover ceremony last April 25.
So it's
The Brigada Papasa program, supported by the company's commitment to boosting literacy, saw 60 team-member volunteers as reading champions last April. Partnering with World Vision Philippines, they conducted engaging sessions at Baseco Port area in Manila, inspiring a love for learning and setting young minds on a path to a brighter future. Moreover, 156 generous donors from 3 sponsored teams raised funds for essential school supplies, ensuring that these children have the tools they need to continue their learning journey.
Mikey Mike will never say no to a rap battle challenge.
Are you have you thought of like any content?
Though this loving cat dad always says yes to his fur baby.
Like we're gonna do
Michelle spends most mornings running outside, and then spends her nights running codes and programs. Anna is a basketball captain who keeps her eyes on the prize.
Not literally.
But she's also the biggest makeup enthusiast in town. They're all wonderfully unique, but they have one thing in common. We'll see them at work tomorrow, and we'll be glad to welcome you to TELUS Digital too. Because it's you.
Was it multiple days?
We have one next week.
That's all. So is that different? Is it just Filipino? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and to all the team members that are here today. This is the quarterfinals of Asia Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament. All the team members are here today with us. This is the quarterfinals of Digital Philippines Intersite 125. We're coming to you live via the Response Digital Like I'll do the typical. What's up, guys? My stream. The rock part.
It's right after
Yeah, right after that.
everything else, like, not to be like, after weeks of
And then nice stuff.
yeah, I would. Maybe our experience maybe you can just take this time to really Tagalog. Basically, it's a long one, and you feel like you're going too long, just drop it and not catch it. This is part of their Healthy Living Cup. Yep. It's like a big thing. Oh hell yeah, Maybe we should. $128 teams. So they have 128 sites.
They had 128
Wow.
teams.
That's a lot.
Imagine each team had 6 members. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Good morning to all our team members out there, and welcome to the quarterfinals here for the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament 2025. We're here coming at you guys live from the TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube page, as well as the Dark League Studios Facebook page. So check us out while you can. Don't forget to subscribe as well, leave us a like and everything else. Once again, welcome. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and I'm joined here with Rockhart.
That's
and we're
right.
here to bring you the day's action of the quarterfinals.
That's right. From 128 teams,
128.
Joseph, I cannot believe that is how many teams that competed here. And from all of that, they are now down to just 8. And it's going to be so interesting because apparently this is a very yearly thing. And it's amazing what TELUS Digital Philippines is doing to really give their team members like a chance to shine, especially in MLBB where it's almost every weekend we're seeing so many eSports tournament happening, and we're seeing the team members as well join us in that action.
Yeah, I think if you're an MLBB fan right now, man, there's so many tournaments going on that you can pay attention to, see what's going on. But I personally think this is great that they have this, that, you know, TELUS Digital Philippines has this for their team members and everybody that's a part of it. I mean, think about that, 128 teams, Rockhart, and each team had to have, like, what, 6 members?
That's right.
So that is, I can't do quick math right now.
That's a lot.
That's
like let's just say
600
that's
plus.
a lot.
That is a lot, but think about it, because they get to go ahead and have something like this where they get to participate in, not just participate, but, you know, we can talk about it in a little bit too. There's prizes, there's a prize pool here, there's a whole event, and even taking a look at what we got to see, what they did last year in 2024's event was quite interesting, because they even have cosplay.
That's right.
Which I think is going to be later on. Like, that's going to be, of course, for the final days here, because right now we're focusing on the quarterfinals. We're going to be looking at the match schedule as well here in just a second to see exactly how the matches are going to be played out for the 8 teams here. And I'll tell you what, man, I'm going to have a little bit of a bias because one of the teams are from my area, right?
Yes,
I'm
that's
going
right.
to put that there, but here's the match schedule for the day. We're kicking it off with this morning. Game 1's going to be Gen Z from LeGrand, and then we have PWYS from Iloilo Strata. Game 2 will have No Parking from McKinley Exchange at GOVO, and that's my team right there.
There.
Team Old Gods from Vertis North. Let's go. I'm cheering for you guys.
That's right.
What's our match 3 and 4, Rock?
We also have Amusement Park from Market and Discovery CCO. We got Tandang Agimat from the same area, which I believe are
champions last year.
Exactly, so that's pretty cool. Worst Generation from LeGrand, and Kings of the South from Iloilo Pavia too. So they've got a lot of teams joining from Iloilo.
Yeah.
I think 3 teams. Right, 3
Yeah,
teams we
quite a
got
few.
from Strata, Pavia 1, and Pavia 2. That's pretty cool.
That is.
And again, by the way, we're live on TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube channel.
Yep.
And we're also live on Dark League Studios. So wherever you're joining, we're going to check the comment section later. And yes, we can also speak Tagalog here, guys. I'm sure you guys are also
But Tagalog kayo, but
very excited to hear Naisu
I'll let
speak
you
in
handle
Tagalog
it.
today. Oh, come on, man. But yeah,
No,
sure.
Hey, they're excited for the prize pool, man. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool for this too. Like I was saying, you know, these the team members here are going to be fighting for a whopping total prize pool of 60,000 pesos. That is an amazing prize pool for this event. Like I said, for everybody, because the champions are going to take home 30,000 pesos with 6,000 MLBB diamonds and 100 happy here points.
Yeah, and of course the first runner-up has 15K with 3,000 LBB diamonds and 75 happy here points. Second runner-up is 10,000 with 1,250 happy here points. And, of course, 5,000 for the third runner-up with 1,200 MLBB diamonds. And, of course, we're going to want to see who is the MVP here.
Yeah.
2,000 diamonds for you for this one. And, of course, we have a lot of new collabs happening in-game. So you'll really want all that diamonds as much as you can.
There is. Wow, what would you get with 2,000 diamonds? What would you, if you got 2,000, if you were the MVP, Rockhart, what would you spend your 2,000 diamonds on?
Approximately, there's actually so many good epic skins right now. I wish I had enough. I think I do have enough.
I think the epics aren't bad. They're like, what,
Epics are pretty
700,
good.
800?
Yeah,
No,
899. So you
like
can
that.
get free, at least, with your MVP. Just hit MVP and you get free of those.
Get MVP. I wonder how, I'm actually curious. That's the MVP of the entire tournament here. So I'm
think
wondering
yes.
exactly, you know, who that's going to be, because even when we look at MVPs in other tournaments going on, you know, even on the biggest stage, it's like the criteria for that, I feel like, is dependent on the tournament itself, but then
That's
like
right.
what happens, you know, traditionally a lot of people always thought, man, MVP was going to be the junglers,
The one with the
leaders.
highest gold.
Yeah.
And that's usually the case, but I think we'll have a different criteria here. And I think that's happening in the playoffs or the grand finals.
Yeah.
So right now we are in the semis, I believe. Yeah, semis.
yeah.
Quarterfinals, right there.
Quarterfinals, yep.
So we're going to see a lot more of that action. And that's just something for them to look forward to, because right now we are down to 8. So I guess we will see that very, very soon. I think that's happening next week. 26? What's 26?
That's about 2 weeks.
Oh,
about
2 weeks. There you go.
weeks-ish.
So you have a little bit of a
Yeah.
break time.
But they started all this they started this whole process a couple of months ago, back with the registrations from the sites, and then they of course had, I think it was kind of like an online qualifier. Because imagine 128 teams, like I said, you go through that online qualifier. They cut it down in half, like 64, and then eventually to 32, and then to where they are now, 8.
That's
so
right.
already being here in the quarterfinals is quite impressive, because think how many games that they had to go through and play. Mind you, their working schedules as well, right?
For sure.
So-
I mean, that's also why I think we're up this early, because I think
Yeah.
the opening shifts are like just about to get home, right?
About to get home, yeah.
Yeah. So a big shout out to all the team members who are watching right now, and maybe after their shifts. I think the mid shifts coming out soon
Yeah.
as well. So. Been there, so you know.
You been there?
Been there, yeah,
Hey.
yeah. I actually love it.
Maybe that's why your English is so good, huh?
And that's why that's why you know what time I sleep, right?
I was gonna say, you had the body clock of one of the team members
Yes, I
there.
do.
I'm sure for all the TELUS Digital Philippines members, they're all excited about this though too, because again, they get to go ahead and do something that for a lot of people is a pastime or a hobby or just a free time activity like playing
Yeah.
MLBB. But then you get to go ahead and join a tournament like this, your Intersite tournament for MLBB, and then compete in it. I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is.
To be able to do that.
It's actually so exciting, this whole thing that they have, this Healthy Living Cup for TELUS Digital Philippines.
Yeah.
It's a great initiative, to be honest, because it's something that, you know, your team members can look forward to at the end of the day,
Yeah.
right? And basically just show off what they've got. And they've got so much passion for MLBB that now they're here. They're top 8, and they're not, again, we always talk about the prize pool, but it's when you're actually playing, it's a little less than that, right?
Yeah.
So it's more about the fun of it and the passion of it.
And like I said, the fun, passion, this gives you an opportunity. Because imagine some of these players here, as we get to the draft, by the way, for Game 1, it's a best of 3 for Gen Z from, once again, one LeGrand and then PWYS from Strata. This is an opportunity for them, too. I mean, I'm sure at some point, right, these team members were probably like, man, it would have been great to be a pro player. You know, but of course, like, life doesn't work. Life always doesn't work like that. So, I mean, I know for us, we even, like, I'm sure you, just like me, was like, man, it'd be great to be a pro player. But then life happens. So this allows you to be competitive in a game that you love and, you know, kind of live that out a little bit here.
Like, remember, like, when there's, like, when we were studying, we see collegiate esports now.
Yeah.
I wish we had that when we were a bit younger,
youngins.
you know?
Hey, we're not that old.
We're not that old. We seem like we should be fine.
Yeah, we're
So
fine. Let's go to the draft.
In the draft here, and I love what I'm seeing, because they're really.
These are good bands.
Yeah, these are great bands. We're watching a lot of ongoing tournaments right now that's happening globally.
Yeah.
And this is exactly where I want to see. But one thing I don't see here is that Uranus. It's all getting banned out, man. What is up with this?
Hey, if it goes through, we have now seen that it works perfectly fine, even in the jungle. I'm not
everywhere.
Sure. It works. Probably literally even in the gold lane. You could probably put Uranus there and make it work.
Has anyone ever tried that?
I don't think so. But you know, this is one of the great things though, Rockhart, is like these teams, technically great band by the way, YSS.
There it is, yeah.
They could have their own kind of strategies and pocket strats that maybe we're not so used to seeing, or some of our viewers out there aren't so used to seeing, and something that just works for them. First pick glue. If this was this locked in? I think this is locked in.
This feels like it's locked in.
It's at least hovered over.
Yeah,
and
it's
if
hovered
it's a
over.
first pick glue on the blue side, that's actually pretty good because okay, it's
oh,
locked
there's
in.
the lock-in. So there's a lock-in sound.
Lock it in.
I just forgot we're like in a regular lobby. I can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That completely slipped my mind.
Oh,
All right, so
okay.
here's the thing that I have been noticing everywhere.
Yes.
You're hovering off that farsa, right?
What have you been noticing?
这点
you had to second guess it because we just had this discussion.
Yeah, I don't really. No, it's you know what
How do
I
we-
just realized how to pronounce that?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I just realized my Chinese name has that word.
It does?
Yeah,
What's your Chinese name?
it's Tu She Tian. Yeah, it's
So your full name has it.
yeah.
Or is
basically.
it a Chinese name?
It's a Chinese name.
So Zetian is the correct pronunciation.
No,
Zetian.
Ce
Zetian.
Tian.
But what about the hero?
Yeah,
Zetian.
that's it. That's a Chinese
Zetian.
name. No, it's.
Everybody's pronouncing it Zetian.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to correct it now, man. Because it's my
Right.
name, apparently.
It was just like when the Jushin was picked up,
Like,
right?
oh my God, Zushin was like a completely globally. We had a debate
there was a
with
debate.
every single region.
Well, this
Well,
is
look at
interesting,
this.
by
This
the
is
way.
cool.
This is what I was talking about, Rockhart.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing Carmilla.
Carmilla in the first phase, by the way.
This is like the huge priority for a hero that doesn't really get a lot of spotlight.
I'm telling you what, if one of these teams, one of these top 8 teams, picks Gord,
Yeah.
they're automatically my favorite team. Now.
Oh yeah,
Like, I'm gonna bias towards Vertis North,
100%.
okay? But if someone picks up Gord, like I'll rejoice.
Yeah, you guys know the drill.
I'll rejoice.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Gord is severely underrated right now.
Severely underrated. I don't know
Yeah.
if he's gonna fit too well in the meta, but you know, maybe the glory days of #1 global will come back at some point. I don't
Someday,
know.
someday we'll get there.
But Carmilla being in the first pick, this is actually interesting because if we
That's
look
huge.
at this,
Yeah.
Carmilla here is paired with the Harith the Glue. You already have quite a bit of durability with this. You get a Kufra. This is what I'm saying, man.
Oh,
This is
wait.
like- wait. This should be a ban. This is probably a ban. Maybe it's a Kufra ban.
I
not a
hope that's
pick.
Kufra ban, because that will mean it's Carmilla Jungle.
Yeah, because
if that was a pick.
but we're still in the second phase of bans.
Yeah, we're still on the ban, so I think that's
Okay,
yeah.
there
There
it
you go.
is, there it is.
Thank you so much.
They know, by the way, if that is a Kufra ban coming
Kufra
out.
ban.
Like these guys know each
You
other
can
well,
hear it. Yeah, yeah.
right? They obviously through the qualifiers, through that information that they have. I
From
wonder how that
experience.
works.
Yeah, yeah.
Because imagine for them, like we're used to like looking at like online, right? To
Yeah,
see
yeah.
stats and stuff. I wonder if collectively TELUS Digital Philippines has like a database for this, and it's like, here's the picks.
I think so. I think
Because
they
then
would.
how do you do strat, right? Like, how do you strategize, like, if you don't have those picks? So they have to have the information, I feel like.
Yeah, it feels like.
Or maybe they just know.
I guess we are in like a phase where literally hundreds of teams have fought, so maybe they've met each other along the way.
Hey, if there's a stat man out there
Yeah, if
for
there's a
this
stat man.
TELUS Digital Philippines tournament,
Let us know.
Good
let us
work.
know, Yeah.
let us
I would
know.
love to see that.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, it must be like scheduling the fights must have been like a really
I think there's a lot of tools that help with that now. But
Yeah.
yeah, like their schedules, like
yeah
working
yeah
around the
working
team
around,
member
around the
schedules.
work schedules. Yeah,
Yeah,
because not
that's
everyone has the same schedule. You know, that's pretty cool if you could do that.
Yeah.
And-
This lineup, by the way, from PWYS is looking like old school, man. Like this is a Grok, Yuzhong, Farsa. I mean, Farsa and LeGrand are meta. You know, they've been pretty meta. Grok has appeared just yesterday over in the other international tournaments going on right now.
Yeah.
So that has come back, I feel like, in a way. But this could also just be purely comfort for PWYS from Strata.
I mean, if you want comfort, like heroes like this, the Savior and the Amon.
Dude, where are we?
What timeline is this? This is a very, very interesting timeline.
I am a fan, though. I am a fan. Bring out the Amon and the Xavier. Xavier, oh man, it's been a minute since we've
It's
seen
been a
him.
hot minute, man.
been a
It's been
hot
a hot minute.
But yeah,
Pure
this
damage,
is-
pure magic damage here for Gen Z, man.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was
What
looking
is
at.
up?
Like, if I don't know, if PWYS gets caught in any of these crowd control moments or the setup potential that Gen Z from one LeGrand has, they're going to be kind of in a tough spot. But I think that's why, again, they have a lot of this mobility. Like, you look across from them, who are you going to most likely catch from here?
That's true. That's true.
maybe the Granger, but the Granger has the range. You know, he doesn't really need to be in range of fighting anyone here. But biggest thing is how do you protect him from, for example, Amon?
It's usually very difficult, especially a combo with the light, right?
Yeah.
Savior ultimate is just so crazy that you can get bursted down even if you're in the back line. Very safe, right behind it. You don't see the Amon because it's barely visible.
He's barely visible at that point.
So this Granger could actually be in trouble, as well as the Farsa, because kind of just go through the walls, I guess, right?
He's gonna have to be what I like to say, rock hard, athletic as hell.
Athletic.
He's gotta have to be
very athletic. Absolutely.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to, once again, the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament of 2025. We're kicking off with the quarterfinals here. Once again, join us over on the YouTube page, the official TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube page. Don't forget to subscribe, and also to Dark League Studios Facebook page. And we are here to kick off the matches today, starting with this one. Once again, Gen Z versus PWYS. Wow, a lot of early
That's
action.
right. Very, very early on. That's Jobert going down. And it is a powerful invade here coming in from PWYS. Natoy following suit as well. And Goryo, he's trying his very best, but he doesn't really have the full combo. He just got it right now. He has barely enough damage. And they're still trying to contain this invade, which I think will be a bit difficult because, look at this, Jopert decides to go straight for the buff right away, not wasting any time.
I mean, he's going to have to because he's already delayed. Oh, look at this. Flicker
Oh.
going to be used.
Oh, that's a lot of flickers committed.
Yeah, that is. But, like, the fact that BM got 2 kills early on, dude, that's trouble for the XP lane.
Yeah,
you're
it
gonna
is.
You're going to have not the best time in that lane. You can already see, too. BM, he knows what's up. He's cutting that wave. He's dealing with it. He's got an advantage. A 2-kill advantage, giving you that extra gold, is going to be tough to deal with for Sky, so he might have to rely on some help later on. A whole lot of bodies up here on the top side. Hey, man, this is the thing, though. Like, you have a Grok, it's a walking ward.
It is.
He can just go ahead, give you vision, and most likely be safe. Now, the only problem for Ilumoria is the fact that there is no more flicker, right? So you've got to be a little more careful here. But I'm just surprised at how aggressive PWYS is.
Yeah, they can afford it. They have a Grok right in front, and of course the wall is there. But here comes VM. He's maximizing that item advantage with huge knockup. Coming in one by one. PWYS are going bananas. Here comes a little bit of follow-up here from Sky. He's doing his very best, but he's all alone. Has to go ahead and disengage for now, but that is going to be Turtle advantage coming in for PWYS.
Yeah, this is going to be an objective as well. Turtle, first one of the game, going to the hands of PWYS. Once again, from Elo Strata, they are dominating again. A wild charge.
Beautiful wild charge here, and everyone's just knocking up. The crowd control chain is insane, Isu. They just can't move.
BM 5-0-2. He's just still going. This is, I mean, the Shaw essences alone, the stacks.
I know.
I don't know if we're going to get a look at the items, but I'd love to see what BM is doing, like building with this, because the fact that you are 5-0 at 3 minutes,
Bro.
You're locked in. Like, you are there. You are the guy right now.
Yeah. You know, as they say in a very, very old cartoon
What is that?
called The Mask, somebody stop me. Because no one can stop BM right now.
Was it a cartoon before it was a movie, or was it?
It was a cartoon before it was a movie.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am pretty sure. And there you go. Oh my
stop
goodness,
him.
somebody stop it. I mean, this is insane as well. Ilumoria, he is just going non-stop because, again, you kind of have to think about the crowd control here.
Yeah.
This guy trying to do something. Whoa, did he just go full HP right away?
He did. He got it back. I mean, he had to use a Petrify. Funnily enough, I just realized, too, no wonder BM's doing all this big damn.
What?
He's got Warcry Emblem. Okay, Flicker's going to be burned by Lemoria. He's going to be fine, but they still...
Kenzie!
Goodbye, Chopert!
Man, and look at that. He's actually still pretty healthy. He's still able to dance right out of harm's way. And it's just so hard for Gen Z to actually get anything done on the map. That early game advantage PWYS is doing is just massive, man. Also at the same time, Ilumoria can just dance around the CC because he is a Grok,
Yeah.
and most of the win condition here, Gen Z are CC based.
Can we just give it up for Lemuria too?
Look at
12
this guy.
assists, by the way. 12 assists out of, I think it's, yeah, total of 13 kills. I mean,
He's always there.
when was the last time you saw a Grok this effective? Here up top, too, in the gold lane. Technically,
Yeah.
between the gold laners. It's a 1v1.
I mean, I guess that's going to be it. Supremo wins is going to be like the guy that, you know, Gen Z needs to step up later, because right now everyone else on the map are having a hard time just keeping PWYS in control.
Oh, they're in trouble here. They're going to get knocked up. Natoy out. Next is another kill. It's going to be a mega kill already. This time around, 15-0. A dominant game so far. Still working for another kill, too. Under the turret. Goodbye, Goryo.
That's right. So again, Supremo wins. You got a lot to do later on, because you will be the majority of the damage if and when we do get to those team fights. The thing is, how fast this game is going. Are we even gonna get to like a big 5v5 anytime soon? It's just,
I don't think so, man. You know what? Under the 6-minute mark, and you've got this kind of snowball. We're talking about a 10,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. So we have to put it in perspective. What do you do here when you're this down in comparison to the opposing team? What can Gen Z do? Honestly, it's like you have to literally buckle up and just get ready for the ride. If they can pick someone off, now that's a big amount of gold that can go in the right pockets of someone here, especially if you get a shutdown, for example, on BM. But realistically, you just got to wait. Oh, again, a wild charge.
There gives a wild charge. At least it is used up. Gen Z can kind of just breathe a little easier. I mean, they're very much down, but you know what? As long as you can keep doing that, just as long as you can still defend under the tower, you should be fine. But right now, Ilumoria is making sure that the jungle is just a no-go zone.
That's the problem of working against this. Because of this, we talked about it in the draft. Like, you have so much magic damage. You know, one of our dear friends would call this the, is it a Harry Potter lineup or something?
The Harry Potter lineup. It's been a while since I've heard that.
Yeah. It's all the magic and then some.
That's
and
right.
so when you're down this much, and you know, the magic damage, heroes usually have a pretty good early game, pretty good mid game, but if you fall behind, it's really hard to actually pop off here, and especially for an Xavier. Xavier, we know, needs to be like late game, because that's when a lot of these Dawning Lights, a lot of these Mystic Field. Oh, hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Chopert.
Chopert. He had a hard time just casting the ultimate here. And now it's going to be Nato getting hit from downtown by Kirksu. So a little bit of damage getting done under the tower. They go. Supremo Wen's not able to really just throw out that Zaman Force at the end of it. And Sky is all alone now. We are about to witness a huge tower dive here being implemented. PWYS, they're getting caught under the window, and Monster Kill. There goes the shutdown we're talking about. BM finally goes down. Yuketsuki as well. Double kill for Joper. He's getting the work done, but that's just about it. That's going to be a free going down, and very much needed kills here for Gen Z.
Hey, that is a whole lot of goal for Chopert. He was 0-7, frustrated, and he's like, you know what? They're diving under our turret. We got to do something about this. Gen Z, get ready, because he gets a double. So for Chopert, there we go. Here we go. I want to see the items, because that gives him quite a bit of gold. He got the shutdown on BM too. So obviously he's still kind of far away. Like, this is the baby steps into the right direction of turning game one. But you saw how confident PWYS was, because they're like, hey, just throw it all under this base turret. Like, we don't care. And that's what a 10,000+ gold lead will do for you.
They're actually flickering forward earlier on. Even like Kirksu on the far side is like, oh, let's just go, man. Let's just go. And they're doing it non-stop here. Ilumoria face checking 4 people like it's nobody's business.
Ilumoria is just literally living in their jungle this whole time.
Insane.
1-0-20, just massive on the assist. This is, I don't know if this is an engage you want here for Gen Z. You're going to have to be careful about this. They might get cut off with a wild charge if it's going to happen.
They're caught up right now here. There goes Kirksu. Great damage from downtown once more. Getting 2 people, make that 3 people. And that's going to be a triple kill. Coming in for the Farsa. BM coming in from the back. It's going to be a great back attack. And they actually were able to juggle the tower damage quite well. And that's going to be inhibitor turret on the bottom going down.
Are they going to end this here? They got the wave pushing in bot, and it's only Supremo wins, or do they go for the Lord? It looks like they're just going to take that choice. PWYS showing the discipline. Guys, let's just go get the Lord. Let's be safe here. Even with our lead, imagine a Dawning Light took
Yeah.
this, though. You know, like
I mean, it was already casted, so
Yeah, it
a
was
little
already
bit
casted.
too late now. But yeah, I can really tell that very disciplined movements here coming in from PWYS. Gen
Right.
Z are now really going to have a bit of an uphill climb. The good thing about Gen Z is their front line is actually still holding. So Sky and Natoy are actually just able to combo this. If they're able to combo CC well, they might just be able to make a pickoff happen. But then again, we are seeing possible, like, that's a bit of a big ask.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. The Lord's making its way down pot. Again, there's a huge disparity here between the items and the firepower.
Absolutely.
Yeah, your front line can be okay, but you know, you're talking about surviving a onslaught of damage that's going to come from PWYS. So they'll march in with this. Keep an eye on Lemuria. It's going to be up to that engage with a wild charge here too as they walk in. It is only the first Lord, but this is going to be tough to defend. We'll see if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, Lord 1 right now already using up the wild charge kicks.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. That is some insane damage. Two-shotting people with the ulti. Lots of flickers being used though. Low HP members here coming in for PWYS, but they are still pushing. They are keeping the tempo up. Natoy and Gory are all alone on the defense. And a little bit of a fancy footwork here. Illumoria doing as much as he can to take that damage for PWYS to close out game number 1.
Game number 1 locked in. You can see them. Oh yeah, so they got to be pretty happy about that. That was a very strong game. They got the powder and everything, man. Did you
I
see?
know, I
Like,
saw that.
I was gonna say, like, we got a glimpse on them, and I was like, man, they got the. No wonder they got the secret weapon.
That's a secret weapon right there. Like,
It's the powder.
just rub that out everywhere. Yeah.
Next thing I know is they have hand warmers too.
I mean, that's like, and then maybe when you're playing, you just, you know,
The feet up.
put your feet up.
I
yeah.
could never do that.
That's
but
a full
apparently-
combo.
I was gonna say, apparently that's a buff.
That is a huge
Like,
buff.
If you can,
If you do
my
that.
legs are too long to be able to do that. I've never been able to do that.
I know.
But I'm a little jealous. I get a little envious.
It's your proportions might not allow it. And maybe your pants. I don't know.
No,
but
I just need. You know how there's like the big gaming chairs?
yeah, the big, like the space.
No,
yeah,
but I need
big
like the
space.
bigger ones. So we need to get bigger ones.
There you go.
If there's the Omegas and the Alphas, we need like something
Omega XL.
something like
There you
that.
go.
But what a game number 1
Wow.
was. That was a very dominant game for PWYS, really showcasing just how much they know, I feel like, about the game. Because rotations, the choices that they made, especially from Illumoria.
Yeah.
The Grok was insane because it was a Lemuria that really set things up throughout the game, but still, it was BM. Like, BM getting the double kill early on in the Yuzhong was what set the pace. So
Yeah.
we'll take a look at the stats here for game 1 in just a second, because this tells a story here for the first match. I mean, 29 to 5, and this was what, like a little bit over 10 minutes, I think it was,
Yeah.
around the 11-minute mark. But look at the stats across the board. Everybody had a great day here. Like, this is you waking up in the morning and you're just feeling good. You got 8 hours of sleep. I hope the
sounds
team
like you,
members
yeah.
I hope the team members got 8 hours of sleep, and then they're just locked in, man. Like, this, you have the best
Super locked in.
morning that you can have. Game 1. This is so dominant, and I feel like, again, if we really broke it down here, Rockhart, the biggest factor is just Gen Z's lineup, man. Like, you come in with all the magic damage, it's not going to work very well. Like, you know, you've got to kind of even out the scale a little bit. But not only that, this was a lineup that is late game centric. Harith, Xavier. Maybe the Amon is great in the early game if you don't die, you know, to too much pressure. And that's exactly why PWYS was like, go for the jungle.
We should. I feel like
Invade right away.
Yeah, they put so much emphasis on like doing that very early invade.
Yeah.
They used 3 people to do that, which is usually resources you want to absorb the gold from
Yeah.
all the lanes. They threw it right away very early on, and they actually took their time to make sure that you know, Jopert couldn't even touch that orange buff.
He didn't get a chance to. Who's your MVP here? We got to see who our MVP is. I want to say Lemuria, but I don't. Okay, it's going to be Kirk Sue.
Yeah, it's hard to really
Dam.
beat out the big dam. You saw that earlier,
12
right?
0 and 12, yeah.
2 hits.
I think also there was a triple at the end.
That was a
there.
huge triple, yeah. He
But
was
also-
hitting people with one feathered airstrike
and
hitting
like half health.
less than half health
Less than
actually.
half health.
So it's scary. It's really scary.
That's
Kirsu.
tough. When you're fighting against that, man, like you've been there.
Oh yeah.
Trying to dance around a feathered airstrike, but you get hit once, and you're like, I gotta go back to base. Like,
It's just over.
I'll come back later, you know? But, yeah, Kirksu there with a performance on that Farsa. We knew that when that was locked in, though, too, with the Farsa coming through, that, again, this is a very... Would you say Farsa is, like, pretty meta right now? Like,
Huge meta.
Like,
Huge meta.
probably
Yeah.
the top... I would say for mid lane, probably top 5
Top-
for sure. Top 5 for sure.
Top 3?
Top 3?
Yeah.
You go top 3?
I would go top 3. Like,
Who's your top 3? Farsa,
Farsa, Zetian,
Zetian.
and Gord.
Okay, well, I know that's not true, Rockhart. Zetian,
Is
Farsa.
Yeah.
Who else would we throw there in the top? Jushin, probably.
Zushin, yeah, Zushin, 100%, yeah.
Zushin. Like, I would put it there. I think those would be.
Nana, you're forgetting Nana. Everyone plays Nana, you know. A lot of people are gonna get offended if you don't include Nana in that list. She's like 3.5.
I'm sorry, not
Top 3.5.
top 3.5.
Yeah,
Not
big
as
shout
there.
out to the Nana players right there. What's up, Nana team members?
You know, yeah, there should be a team name for Nana, huh? There should be one of those. I think like a part of
Yeah.
this though too is, hey, we're getting a good look at the lobby here, by the way.
Love it. Yeah.
But no, going back to it, what I was gonna say though is for a lot of the mid laners right now, I wish there was like some more room there. That's why I was excited to see the Xavier pop up because
Yeah.
he's actually one of my top 3 picked mages.
For you personally.
Yeah, and maybe that happened once I got the Gojo skin.
Oh yeah, you
I
kind of
think-
have to, right?
I think that-
There's no way around it. You play the Gojo.
Hey, that's why we were saying, you know, for everybody participating here in the TELUS Digital Philippines Intersite MLBB tournament, you guys are going to get some diamonds too if you win. And you want more than to spend it on the skins that you want because there's a lot of great ones, you know. I don't know if they'll ever, hopefully I think they always do. They run it back from like previous.
Yeah, we'll eventually see
yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that happens so much for KOF, like you know, as
Hey,
well
I
as
was happy
Yeah,
because I finally got the last KOF skin I needed was for my most played hero. Whatcha?
Oh,
Who's that? Whatcha?
The Yori, the Yori skin. You got that last?
That was my very last one.
No way. That's
It
the
is my
one we-
most played. Like, wait, sorry, not most played. It's like overall my 3rd or 4th most played hero.
Interesting.
But my number 1 roamer is Cho.
Because people usually get that first. That's
Yeah,
like the
probably
craziest.
probably the people that don't play Cho.
Yeah.
Does
okay.
it work like that? Is there like
I'm
is there a
surprised.
conspiracy here where like let's say there's skins being rolled for and
Yeah.
it gives you the one that you play the most?
Oh, because you roll it. Right, I forgot about that. In KOF, you have to roll for it.
Did
you
we
don't
just
choose
discover
it.
a conspiracy theory?
Probably. Maybe. We'll find that out soon.
I don't know, man. KOF was through the bingo and everything. I would love to see eventually like there's
Just the shop.
just
Yeah,
the shop,
just
like
the
you know,
shop.
just eventually like make this whatever currency you need to get the shop. I think.
We'll spend for it 100%.
What was the last thing you spent diamonds for?
Definitely the Naruto collab.
Who'd you get? I only got one.
Sakura and the Kakashi.
Did you choose?
Oh no, the Naruto one.
Did you choose?
You have to choose there. Yeah, you choose there.
Because you play Kalea.
So I play Kalea a lot. Kalea and the Hylos, so you know, gotta get that Kalea skin.
Hylos, man.
Yeah.
Mine, I got the Sasuke.
Oh, good option. Good option. Very
I was-
meta. Ew. Very meta pick. But
I
not
don't-
anymore though.
Is he not?
Not anymore.
I feel like he kind of
Even in
is.
the big leagues, you don't even see him
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, to be
So
fair,
I wonder if our team members actually have that in their pockets.
in their pockets.
Maybe today.
I'll tell you what, Gen Z had a whole lot in their pockets.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like, as a fan of off-meta picks, like I like Carmilla as
I
well.
liked it. Yeah, I like the composition.
Could that
except
have
for the
worked?
fact that it was fully magic. Because Illumoria Usually you choose, am I gonna Athena today or am I gonna Radiant? He got both, man.
He
He
just
got
hit
both of them.
all the magic resist.
All the magic resist.
Give it all.
That's why he could do the things he did in that game.
So you think that lineup would have worked, for example, if they had changed? What would they have changed? Maybe the Harith?
Maybe the Harith, maybe the jungle could have been like Suyo.
YSS was banned, right?
Yeah, YSS was banned out. Roger was banned out as well.
Roger's banned out.
Lancelot, maybe? Could have been.
We've been seeing a lot of good Lancelots.
Lancelot has been crazy. Did you guys see the new build for Lancelot?
What is the new build?
It's like a full super dash combination. Midnight showed that to us just yesterday.
Is it it's still like a hybrid, right? Like
Pretty much hybrid, yes.
Yeah, because I know
With
like,
a war axe and
yeah,
everything.
because you can't go like full damage.
Yeah,
Lancelot.
not really anymore. Especially with the way things are going right now. Baksha's going left, right, and center. Oh yeah, Baksha. Could have seen that.
Baksha.
I think, was it banned?
No, it wasn't.
I don't think it was.
It was not banned.
Could have been big. Anyway, we're on the draft right now, and again, it's all about like the comfort pick of our team members here.
Yep.
So I guess I understand why they go for those, but looking like pretty similar bans from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, very similar so far. I think for, like I said, for Gen Z, I want to be able to see them bring a, like if their flavor of those picks, like bring it, but like I feel like that's a great ban, by the way.
That's a
just
great
like
ban,
even it out a little bit in terms of your damage profile.
Yeah,
like
the damage profile
That's
is
the
huge.
main thing. Like you don't want to. I mean, we even see this in the professional leagues. Like you don't want to lean towards too much magic or towards just like a bunch of
Super physical, yeah.
And that might be one of the best things here. So this is a whole lot of bans.
Wow, that's a lot of jungle bans.
Lot of
What is
jungle
up with
bans.
these junglers today?
They know, man. They know.
They
Gen
know
Z
something.
knows.
They know something.
Gen Z knows.
Even
And
PWYS is like a lot of their
like a
jungler is
mix.
probably like just super crazy. I
Yeah.
kind of understand though.
Just funny because we were just talking about how Hayabusa is not really like. It's not so much that it's not a meta pick. It's just like very specific circumstances.
Yeah,
does
yeah, yeah.
Hayabusa work? But again, after the showcase of Game 1, it might be one of those cases where you don't want to see a Hayabusa get scaled up because that was a very one-sided Game 1.
Yeah, that's true.
So Hayabusa is one of those junglers where if he gets an early lead, your jungle is pretty much cooked. So you don't want to get to that point. This is crazy though that this slipped through because first pick blue side will go in the hands once again of Kirksu. The Farsa is
See?
locked in, man.
That's just how crazy Farsa is right
Oh, but
now.
it's a good trade.
First pick worthy, but at the same time, I love that Gen Z is able to pick this up. Definitely a better jungler in terms of like just how fast it can go.
Yeah.
And has also that catch-up mechanic.
Your team is
All right.
picking.
The Kufra was banned last game too, Rock.
So they do know something we don't. Absolutely.
They're going for it. So I think maybe this is going to be a lot better for Gen Z already off the first two picks. You have a ton of vision too, just because of the fact that you have the YSS. Kufra can check things out pretty well. This would be great too. The Kufra is great against the Farsa.
100%.
I'm just wondering if this Carmilla is real. Like, is this going to be locked in this time?
All right, the Carmilla does kind of just work well better if you have like great crowd control. In terms of damage, I love how you can spread around damage.
Yeah.
But the Farce is just like he's gonna reach out in the far, like he's gonna try to reach people anyway. So I love the Carmilla is also great. Like if you have a lot of people who want to dive in, like the Isan Shin wants to come in close. You don't want to do that against Carmilla lineup.
Team is picking.
But with the knock-up, there's what I'm talking about. You can chain it with the ultimate, and a lot of the whole team's gonna get knocked up if one of them gets locked in.
I'm already a little worried for Gen Z off this first phase, man.
BM's
got-
gonna have his
BM's got
Yuzhong
his
again.
Yuzhong.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Kirk's who's got the Farsa, and the Carmilla here works like what we were talking about from the last lineup when Gen Z brought it. The Carmilla here works really well.
Your
Yeah.
team
Because
is
you are
banned.
almost guaranteed to utilize the ultimate, that Curse of Blood, a lot better in this lineup. Because if you think about the Yuzhong and the Farsa alone, those are already really good damage profiles, physical and magic,
Yeah.
and easy to set things up, like we saw with the Black Dragon form and then the Petrify combo. So if you are caught by that initiation, but then you're also trapped in like the Curse of Blood from the Carmilla, I don't know how well you're going to survive that from Gen Z. So this is actually kind of, like I'm saying, it's kind of worrisome. It's a little troublesome to deal with. So let's think. Gen Z, especially for the mid lane, what do they bring to go against the far side? I don't think the Xavier this time around is
No,
really
no,
gonna,
no.
to help that.
100% no.
You don't
Please,
wanna deal
no,
with
not
that.
the Savior anymore.
What could they go with?
You have
Zushin?
great options actually. Is Zushin and Zetian. I'll
Zetian.
confirm that with. We should really talk to Moonton at this point, right?
That's the first thing I'm going to ask them.
When we arrive.
Yeah, Moonton, how?
What's the official one?
How do you pronounce this? Because
Everyone's
I've heard
pronouncing
5
it
different
differently.
ways.
Even internationally, like they're not in agreement right
I
now.
wonder how do they refer to it in Filipino broadcasts? What do they
Zetian.
say? Zetian.
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 I don't know.
Zetian.
Zetian. They're just varying it. We need something from the higher ups.
Yeah, we gotta know.
All right, so Kimmy is a great mid lane.
That would
Could have
be
been a
good
great
choice,
mid
yeah.
lane, honestly.
Your team
They can still ban out Zetian or Zushin.
Zushin, but they don't.
But they
leave-
don't! What's the Paquito ban here,
They
bro?
leave the mid open, so this is like this is opportunity.
That's crazy.
For Gen Z to just pick something really strong that can go against the Farsa.
Huge options here.
It cannot be the It cannot be the Saber.
Just not the Savior.
Oh!
Leaving it for last as
By
well.
the way, I see we just had a flipperoo.
What? They're now going full physical.
So we had the names. So it's Gen Z.
Oh, I thought they were this PWYS.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
alright,
they.
alright.
I'm assuming this is correct. So we were saying.
This is correct. This is
yeah.
correct.
So
Yeah.
Gen Z is actually the ones who took the Yuzhong,
All right, that's good though.
who took the Farsa,
Yeah.
who still went with the Carmilla. This is a better lineup for
This
Gen
is a
Z.
huge. That's a great lineup, honestly.
Okay, so we did have a little flip flop. That's okay. And PWYS, this is completely different now because who is their magic? Who is their magic damage going to be like
It's
for the
gonna
mid
be.
lane?
It's Zushin
It's
or
gotta be
Zetian.
Zushin.
It's
It has
one
to
or
be.
the other. If you go Nana here, we're gonna go crazy. It's a Lunox, man. It's a Lunox.
They went with hey,
Hey, can't knock it until you try it.
right
Can't
now.
knock it till you try it. We don't know. We don't know if this is like global Lunox. or
No,
something,
right now Kirksu,
What?
he's got the powder.
He's got the powder.
He's got the powder out. He's like,
Yeah,
let me
he's
show
got-
you guys.
yeah.
We were thinking Jushin or Zetian or something, but dude, this is interesting because this lineup is it still does a lot of damage. Like I mean,
Crazy damage.
Lunox has been a long time
Yeah.
since you've really seen her, especially played competitively. But again, this is what I was saying when we came into before even the match one. I was
Yeah.
like, something about the team members here is they all have their comfort. They all have the opportunity to bring some of these interesting heroes to play, and that's exactly what they're doing. Once again, we're going to jump in here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 in this best of 3 for Gen Z. Once again, from one LeGrand versus PWYS from Iloilo Strata. Will this be a sweep? Very dominant game in Game 1 for PWYS. And once again, we want to remind everyone, thank you for watching with us on TELUS Digital Philippines official YouTube page. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and also for those checking it out on Facebook at Dark League Studios. Oh, Flicker
Where?
already.
Look at that. Again, Dark League Studios, where heroes come to life.
Where heroes come to life.
We should they should have like
Definitely a voice note.
You're gonna have to
Like,
VO that someday
Yeah, I
and
wonder
record
if
it. Dark League Studios, he's right here. You can just,
right. We're heroes.
you can book it now before
to
he
life.
flies.
I want to be on the plane tomorrow.
You're gonna- so yeah, very early on, great take on Lifo. No big invades happening. Definitely
Whoa.
a big fight.
Flicker?
Bit of a change here. Did they force the flicker? They
Kirksu!
did. Gorya's coming back though. It forces the flicker off of Kirksu as well. Kirksu.
Almost. He was so close. Like, I'm sure Kirk was also like, man. One hit, but the wings by wings from Goryo, Goryo to save the day because the flicker was burned earlier on. So this is, we gotta say, this is already a better start for Gen Z, right, Rockhart? I mean, because remember, in the first minute last game, they were already down 0-2.
Oh,
Jump here.
trying
Sky.
to get something done here. PWYS definitely catching Sky by surprise. Didn't really expect that huge gank happening on bottom, but a little bit of an answer on top lane. Zai is going to be a little bit more safer just because the carry just not built for the early, but here comes another one. It's low back. Kirksu going down.
Kirksey going down now in the mid lane, going to be jumping in a little bit further. BM this time around, by the way, but that's another kill for 17-17. Mind you, take note, they did a little roll swaparoo. BM is in the jungle on the YSS and not in the XP lane.
Whoa, I didn't notice that.
Yes, sir. So that's going to be a turtle worked on. Lemoria is going to be fine. Lemoria is still in that roam. So BM in the jungle after that XP performance.
What is up with this? You guys trying to flex against
Hey,
us?
man,
Whoa,
that's just-
you're showing off, man.
That's just, you know, like they can do that on a whim, I guess. Kirk,
Amazing. Forcing a flicker, sorry, the brilliance out, not the flicker. Kirk's already used the flicker earlier on. So, again, we're talking about how Gen Z, it's still a better start for them.
Oh,
But
17.
look at that.
17, if he had it, top gonna be in trouble. Oh, there we go. Supremo Wentz put him on the board. And this time, like I was saying, it's a little bit different because they got some kills here. Oh, Goro.
Oh, look at that. Gorio. Didn't really expect 3 people on the bushes later on here.
That's
they're
tough because the
walking
flicker
up.
was burned too.
Yeah, it was. Supremo Wentz, flicker already burned as well. Man, resources getting used for Gen Z just to stay alive. But they are punching back a lot better compared to game number 1 for sure.
Definitely a lot better here. Chopert too, on a little bit more of a durable jungler, like we were talking about from the previous game, where, you know, Amon's great if you can get a good early start, but you know, if you get delayed in your jungle or you just get invaded, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, Jumper definitely having a better time right now. Sky trying to emulate some BM things that we saw earlier, but then again, the brilliance, just great survivability tool here for Kirksu.
Yeah. Oh, again, in trouble.
Zai, finally Curse of Blood will connect. Wentz is absorbing a lot of those Rhapsody shots though. Again, so many resources being committed by Gen Z just to take down Zai as well, and I think it is worth it.
He's gonna be in trouble. Zai, he might get caught.
Oh, whoa! Look at that fancy footwork.
Oh no!
But not going to be enough to dodge out 3 feathered airstrike hits with Natoy on your tail.
Yeah, and I was thinking they would trade at least an objective there. I know there was a lot of attention on the bottom lane, but Sky holds the turret alone. It's going to be fine. Turtle, though, on the other hand, is going to be focused by PWYS. We'll see if they can get here in time. I think they're going to be a little bit too late, though. Not
Trying to get it.
Line. Oh!
Yeah,
BM.
just a sliver of a second too late. Here comes the Chain CC with 17 trying to stay alive here. And there goes 17 going down. Jumper with a kill. Gorio with the airstrike getting some good hits in. BM trading it up with Kirksu with a double kill. Make that maybe a triple. They're chasing it out. But Gorio still has that flicker. Makes it out in time.
Oh no, Gorio, you got to get out of there. He's going to jump in.
He's
with the
jumping in! Oh, the catch is huge! Hello, Moria hitting him out even without vision.
Lemoria knew. Lemoria my MVP.
That's
back
crazy.
from the Grok and now the Kufra. Oh, he knew the exact bush to go. A solo kill up in the gold lane. Zaya finally getting the revenge. He's been dealing with the pressure the whole game, by the way.
Huge, yeah. It is actually huge. He has been dealing with it on his own most of the time as well.
Yeah.
While the rest of the team of PWYS were going for the objectives. But here comes some backup coming from Ilamoria. Gets that kill on the Gorio, as well as Natoy. BM with a follow-up stun. Chain CC galore. Coming in for PWYS, taking out Natoy even under the turret.
In the last minute or so, PWYS has got so much in their favor. And you can see this once again. Ilamoria has transitioned into that phase where he's basically like, we got this. I'm tanky enough. Follow me. We'll get a kill. Just like this. He's taking so much damage. Oh, he's actually going to get taken down. So good thing Supremo was there. So maybe Ilamoria's got to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, great kill from Gorio. Again, just biting off a bit more Nikachu. Lemoria didn't really back off that time,
I
but
just cast her curse to Lemoria.
I know you really
I
did.
apologize.
That was a huge caster curse. But speaking of Curse of Blood getting used here, and Zai gonna have to use a flicker to just dodge out of that one. Is a big deal.
This is why casters should not glaze people.
Exactly. That's why we never glaze people. It just happens almost immediately, by the way. Usually almost immediately.
Because then the caster curse kicks in, doesn't it? But last turtle. This is the last turtle of the game. They're going to be finding it out for it. BM will grab that one, and now the fight still going to break out. And the toy trying to get away. 17 gets the turret on the bottom and out, and the toy taken out. This is a whole clash all after the turtles claim. So a 2-for-2 trade. Charging up, Lemoria gonna find Sky.
Oh, they're not done. They're not done.
Oh!
Sky going down as well. Zai with the mega kill. I was going to say it was a bet. It's finally a very even trade for Gen Z and PWYS, but now PWYS showing that they are still pretty much in control here. Goryo doesn't really have the feathered airstrike. They're going to be forced to back off here, Daisu.
Yeah, this is tough. The turrets starting to fall. PWYS getting the map advantage. You know, that's 3 turrets down. The tier 1s are all down at this point. Perfect timing before this Lord comes up. Now they want to fight in the jungle again.
Yeah, they're forcing BM to just run out of the way, but 17 is up on front, takes out Goryo, while Zai works on the back line alongside Kirksu. And now 17, he's a great front line here, absorbing Sky's damage. Supremo Wens is also very much under the tower here, and Ilumoria misses on Wens, but hits Natoy. 5-man still alive here, very much so for PWYS. And now it's going to be Gen Z trying to stave off the attack, try to clear the waves. Nato is doing his very best, but Goryo he's going to get some, he needs to get some clear done. But that's going to be way too late. Turret goes down on the bottom.
This is where the pendulum has fully swung in the favor of PWYS now. And you can see it. The confidence they have, they're going to take what they want. All before that Lord comes up in less than 30 seconds.
Oh boy.
Okay, Chopard actually got that, so he did use the retreat. Natoy, though, might not escape unless...
Oh!
Does get away. Are they actually going to initiate this fight?
It feels like this is now or never at this point, right? Because you're going to get invaded non-stop with 17 just dodging in these with power of wilderness into these bushes and making it harder for you to get some gold. So and the Lord is coming up, so they're very much in a good position to just contest.
And not having the dragon form, you know you can't contest. Like, you really... There's no one there to help you set this up. So if they do throw themselves in this is going to be really tough here.
Has Petrified, though. They could use that. But they're not really catching anyone quite yet. Zai's low, though. So Sky with the 2-man knock-up. Trying to dance around the Lord. What's the Lord going to look like here? And it goes to Supremo Wens.
Supremo!
And now it's going to be the team fight, or will it be the disengage? It looks like Gen Z's trying to walk away, but BM showing that you can't do that. I think that's going to be 2 kills going down. Teleport's trying to get into play here, but not going to be for long. Free goes down for Gen Z. Only the carry and the Carmilla surviving.
They bought some time with the Lord. I'm surprised that they were able to get it, but nonetheless, PWS still just showing, PWYS showing how, you know, strong they are. They're going to clear the Lord out. It's going to be fine. They're going to manage some of the waves, these beefed up waves, but still you saw the team fight. When it comes down to the team fight, they are just not on the right targets here from Gen Z. Gen Z is really having a difficult time. And like I was saying, without the dragon form, like, how do you actually initiate that? You have to kind of just rely on everybody else.
Yeah, the timing, man.
To make it happen.
Yeah, it was a very difficult engage.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they actually got the Lord. You're right, even without that.
I don't know if he just threw the pinwheels out there. Like, what? Like, how did he get that? You know, it's a good thing, though.
It's a good thing for Gen Z, for sure. One, LeGrand is, you know, they had the...
they need the time,
They needed it. They needed a cause for celebration, for sure.
Oh, you can see this, too. I mean, look at the difference between the gold laners here. You're about 1,000, almost 2,000 gold behind. The DHS is just picked up by Supremo Wen, so he's got Corrosive Scythe. DHS, I don't know if he's going to finish the Rose Gold, if he's going to go that way, or he just wanted that little extra shield for that little bit of defense, especially from Kirksu there. But you can see, itemization-wise, they need plenty of time here. Lomoria jumping in again.
Yeah, Natoy throws out the Curse of Blood. He is actually quite low. Yusuf revitalized as well. Sky in front, and that's going to be a monster kill for Zai. They're having a hard time reaching this Granger, man. He is just in no man's land. There goes the triple Sky Piercer we're talking about here. It is hurting. The Rhapsody hits and the Death Sonata hits are really, really itchy in Tagalog. Makate.
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 Man, how many stacks does he have on the Sky Piercer right now? It just seems like everybody's just blowing up. Because look at Zai, he's, you know, and remember, he did not have a very fun early game.
Yeah, it wasn't.
There was a lot of attention from Gen Z up on that lane of Zai, and Zai has now come back with a vengeance. He is 8-2-5. He's pretty much stacked up too. Like, his Sky Piercer is pretty beefy. Like,
he was ganked a lot.
Yeah, he was. And so the fact that he was able to go ahead and maintain, you know, without going down too much and get to this point, Gen Z now has to kind of consider, like, how do we even get to Zai? you know. And
Yeah, I think Zai's going to be the biggest challenge here,
the
honestly.
only person that can do that rock hard is Sky. Like, and that's, I always feel like the Yuzhong always has this like heavy weight on its shoulders. Whether you're playing it in your ranked games or not, you're like this.
Oh, that's
He's gonna
true.
initiate. He's going
They're
for
trying
Zai.
to do exactly what you're saying. Go straight for Zai here, and will hit it with a knockup. Kirk's going down as well. This could be the comeback here, but Zai is able to take care of that dragon quite easily. But now it is a lot of members going down for PWYS. It's a 2v4 right now currently. 17 is trying to chase him up from the bottom, but Zai could go down, and he does! That's a shutdown from Jobert. 17 is up, coming in from behind, and Goryo gonna get taken care of here. Jobert! It's a 1v1 with a Hilda. How did we get to this point, Isu?
Who's gonna win this?
Who is gonna win? The Hambalos battle, they're just throwing at each other with those axes with a big sword, and they decide to call it off.
But 17!
Oh, he's chasing! He's chasing! You're not going anywhere! There goes 17 with a mega kill.
You can see them giving the high fives here to 17.
And they're laughing as well. They know what's up.
Oh man, what a battle! I'm actually impressed that Gen Z was able to go and get that close of a team fight.
That's amazing, yeah.
Considering what all happened. And it was all started on what I was saying with the Yuzhong. Like, Sky has to be the one to put pressure on Zai in terms of the team fight. Goryo gets blasted, though, by Kirksu. So this is essentially going to be a Lord here. I don't think Sky can really do anything. He might get caught, too. Already burning the dragon form. He's going to have to disengage.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice since Goryo isn't really on the field. He's 15 seconds out, and that's going to be the kill on Sky as well. While they were taking Lord, PWYS is multitasking for days here, and they are so close, man. They are now walking up on the mid. They don't have the Lord quite yet, which is very, very fortunate for Gen Z. The Lord wasn't really timed to go straight to rush out.
Yeah.
So now they will have a little bit of breathing room and wait for Sky to get in. So good thing is they're going to be a 5-man to defend this. The question is, do they have the firepower to win the skirmish?
Yeah, that's the question. They're in a much better position, like we mentioned in this game compared to game 1. At some point, too, Supremo wins, even in the base, like, with a carry, if he can get a couple more items, he's going to be able to shred through some of the health bars here of PWYS. But a big part of this, once again, is how do they juggle this Lord? He's going to go ahead and charge on in the mid lane. Mid lane turret nearly down. A little feathered airstrike to drop down some cover fire. But ultimately, base turret will go down, and now PWYS look to possibly end it here. They force him back!
Look at that. It's Lemuria pushing him back a little bit. Curse of Blood finally goes in, but Kirksu just shrugs it off. That's going to be another kill here coming in from Gen Z, but it's only going to be one while everyone else is just getting demolished. There goes Zai! Zai is finally taken care of here by Gen Z as well as BM. Oh my goodness, what a disastrous attack here from PWYS. Beautifully navigated here by Gen Z.
What a base defense from Gen Z. As I was saying, as long as Supremo is going to be okay and he can farm up, he is going to be a threat to that initiation.
Big threat.
PWS. Yeah. Goryo, too, the feathered airstrike enough to kind of clear things out. So this might be the first moment that Gen Z actually gets to go ahead and push down some of these turrets to get some space. Tier 1 in the mid finally going down, but again, look at this. He picked up, so he did finish the Rose Gold Meteor. He does have a Malefic Gun, so he gets a little bit more of that range now for Supremo Wens, which is definitely helping him out. You can see over here, too, you've got some more defense on the key members. Even for Chopert, a big part of that is how much damage can he take, so he's pretty much going full damage, or full damage reduction and full defense. So you have 3 pretty beefy heroes that are the big cornerstone of Gen Z's lineup. And you need to be able to like have the space for Goryo and for Supremo Wens to get that damage off. That's been the obstacle really for them.
Yeah.
That Wind of Nature might help a little bit for Supremo Wens, but they want to fight again.
Yeah, they're trying to fight again. This time Curse of Blood only hits BM.
Chopert.
So that's going to be a big problem. Chopert, their front line is now bursted out. Zai's in trouble though. He's getting chased off by Sky as well as BM. Oh my goodness, the front line here of PWYS just not
17.
doing as much. 17! He's chasing out Supremo Wens. And they're finally, I think they exhausted the damage output of Gen Z here. Here it goes. That's going to be Goryo going down. And who is left on the field? It's Natoy and Supremo wins. I thought it was a great engagement. Gen Z, I think they ran out of fuel right before they needed it.
Lemoria wanting to jump in, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. They could still defend this for Gen Z.
Yeah, it's a scary carry. Wow, and it looks like they're going to be able to get good damage. And Supremo wins is doing some pretty good stuff.
The curse!
But the curse is going to be dodged here by Kirksu.
They got to get out.
Now it's going to be PWYS lacking the firepower here. I think they will have to just sacrifice 17 here. But no. Yeah, they will. They're going to sacrifice him. Jumper is back on the field. Look at that. Look at the positioning. It looks like Gen Z finally has a bit of an opening to maybe take this Lord.
Gen Z is actually in an opening to take the Lord because, yeah, PWYS, they wanted to end the game, but with Supremo Wen still up and not a full lineup from PWYS, I don't think you're going to be able to end that game anytime.
Yeah.
And so now you find yourself in the position, and 17 is a big part of why they have been able to be successful so far. This is going to be a tough fight. Sky initiates.
Yeah, better confidence here. Sky choosing the 2 cores here.
Zai.
But look at that. Their own core. Supremo Wins getting chosen down. It's like a 2v2 chase. Zai finally goes down to Goryo. And now Kirksu is still on the field.
Oh, I don't know. If
4 people here. Dodges with the brilliance. And looks like Ilumoria might not be able to tank as much as he thought he could. Kirksu getting bursted down as well. It is insane, but here comes BM with a follow-up. Man, this non-stop team fighting here is really something.
They're so tanky.
They're all so tanky.
Oh, Sky takes a couple shots. BM doesn't want to commit to that, too, because if he does go
Look at the base!
Bob and weave. The base is going to be worked on.
Oh, boy! There goes BM. Oh, my goodness. They're just trading it non-stop. It is a bloody battle, man. What is this fight?
Oh, 17 wins. Had to go and defend the base. Base is fully exposed now. All base turrets down, but again, PWYS is struggling to end it here because Gen Z has bought themselves enough time. I mean, we're nearing the 20-minute mark. They've bought themselves enough time to allow the key members to get the items they need.
Yeah.
And Supremo Wins has done so good at surviving. Earlier on, he was focused on, we saw him burn the Wind of Nature too.
Quite early,
and
yeah.
the Flicker. But the positioning from Supremo Wins has been on point, and that's a big reason why they're still into this game. PWYS does control the map still, though, and that's the biggest advantage they have, and that's why they're around this Lord. So they can still play to that advantage, but if they get caught out for some reason, they're going to be troubling here. Half felt on the Lord. They're going to go for it. Sky.
A lot more confidence here coming in from Gen Z. Looking at the back line here.
Sky for Zai.
Petrify combo for Zai. But now Sky is going to go down. What a combo. Coming in from BM, keeping alive their goal laner. And that's going to be Gorya going down as well. Only Supremo Wins is remaining to deal the damage here. Will it be enough? All eyes on the prize here for the goal laner of Gen Z. But looks like that's going to be the wipeout. And that is going to be the game.
PWYS, they found the right fight. They got together. They high-fived because they knew that was it. As they charge into the base, they're going to go ahead and give us a show while the minions work on it. And that is a hard-fought win and a sweep for PWYS once again from Ilo Strata. As they 2-0, they sweep the series. You can see the sigh of relief here as well because it was looking a little dicey, man. Gen Z, they had a hell of a defense.
Yeah, you can tell. Like they barely. I think that was the only time they breathed. Like right after that, it was like, okay, we're done fighting. Oh my goodness, that was a great fight from Gen Z. Honestly, I love what they were doing, especially what Sky was doing there alongside the perfectly timed Curse of Bloods. They were diving on the proper targets, but PWYS, man, they were just very, very on point as well with their target priority.
The adjustment that we saw from Game 1 to Game 2 from Gen Z was great. I mean, it threw us off a little bit in the draft when we had the names mixed up, but once they got those in, I was like, oh, this is great because they're using some of the strategy that we saw PWYS use. Gen Z brought it to the table, and like I said, you see that from Sky a lot where he's on the Yuzhong, he's got to go for Zai. Like,
gotta go.
As hard as it is to see him, have to initiate, like that's literally his #1 job, and then sometimes the team can't get there to support him. Part of that is due to just be the distraction. Like, let me just keep Zai from
Buy some time, buy
Yeah.
a few seconds.
buy
you know?
some time. And unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize off that again and again, right? We're going to look at the stats here for game number 2 to see exactly what happened here. Once again, Gen Z, it was a much better game. Even the lineup was much better here altogether. And they were starting to scrap things up. Like, big props to Supremo Wens because he bought the time that he needed on the carry and to get the items that he needed to actually be a big threat. Even for Goryo. Goryo had a hell of a time because he was focused down so much that his effectiveness of the feathered airstrikes were kind of stopped a little bit. And a lot of that had to do with PWYS's over here from Lemuria again. Like we saw in the Grok, what a fantastic performance on the Kufra, 1, 2, and 25. Was just wherever he needed to be. And 17, man. Talk about an annoyance for Gen Z. 17 was everywhere.
He was everywhere. He couldn't get the kills done because he was full tank mode. But he was doing a great job in making sure that Goryo would not have a comfortable feathered airstrike moment.
Yeah.
That Natoi would be forced to cast Curse of Blood in certain situations. It was actually insane. And the front line and the back line of both teams were actually swapping out a lot.
Yeah.
So you could see like 2 different team fights. Even my eyes are having a hard time, selecting, okay, which one's the more important team fight to watch? Because they were split up so far around the map.
They were. Who's your MVP here?
Especially, I feel like Ilomoria did a good job here, but I feel like
think it's
BM
gonna be
did a lot better here.
BM.
Yeah.
We're going to see who our MVP is.
At least dip in and dive in. It was harder for the
Yeah.
Yisan Shin, right?
It was definitely. And mind you, like, once again, I want to remind people that they did do a role swap. BM was in the XP lane previously, then he goes in the jungle. Here we go. Lemuria on the crew for getting the MVP. He had a hell of a performance, like I said, on the Grok in Game 1, and he pretty much replicated that here in Game 2 with the Kufra. Just an amazing setting potential that comes with this hero.
Yep.
Not only that, but able to catch out the strays. Sometimes when people think, oh, I'm safe, I'm just going to get away.
Not
There's
really.
a Kufra. There's a Lemuria. This guy's...
And a highlight reel as well. This
Yeah.
guy's getting a highlight reel for sure.
His game sense on to be able to find the right bushes on those rage and on those revenge combinations are what allowed a lot of the times PWYS to go ahead and have those winning or those favorable positionings and those favorable team fights. And so you got to give it up to the roamers, man. Whenever the roamers, they get those MVPs, yeah, you got,
Always deserve.
You gotta, because
'Cause that's like 100%, almost. Was that 100% kill participation? That was a very bloody battle. Yeah,
It was.
4 kills and 29 assists.
yeah.
25 assists. So, that's
BM had 30 assists in the jungle.
so they're very high. Like
Technically, it's a YSS though. So
YSS has a higher one.
You've
but
got the mountain chunker that kind of helps with that too, right?
it hits everything.
Yeah,
so,
so-
yeah. So that was actually pretty insane. But yeah, the game sense for Ilomoria to actually get the setups done, even though it was not like the perfect
Yeah.
Kufra game. Like there was a few times where they were trying to end it, and Ilomoria would get like would not really get the perfect Tyrant's Rage,
Yeah.
but just enough so that at least they can get 1 kill. So it was a great performance either way. So we had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too.
That was a fun first match here for, once again, the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament 2025. Once again, before we go and take a break, I want to go ahead and invite everybody watching on the official TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube page. Don't forget to subscribe. Give us a like, a thumbs up. We hope you guys are enjoying it. Also, as well, we got to thank everybody that makes this possible. Of course, it's Dark League Studios. They are live on Facebook as well, so don't forget to give them a follow and a like, where heroes come to light. So, once again, I'm Nicer. This is Rockhart. We'll be taking a very short break while we prepare for our second matchup. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
Smooth. I need to increase. There you go. Increase the volume a little bit.
The Play It Forward program has marked its 8th successful year, transforming the lives of Filipino youth through football. With focused mentorship in sportsmanship, leadership, and perseverance, the program teaches essential skills that resonate beyond the field. During the 6 sessions from March 8 to April 12, 145 team members from TELUS Digital Philippines volunteered, 182 donated, and 9 teams sponsored the sessions, raising over 110,000 pesos. The culmination featured a mini tournament, during which the children received medals and trophies. Cheers to partner NGOs, Gawad Kalinga and CPAG, the program beneficiaries, and the generous team member volunteers. TELUS Digital Philippines donated 135 desktops and laptops to the Department of Education through the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines Bite the Gap project. These computers will soon power up the classrooms in public schools nationwide. Deputy Secretary Sana Angara, TELUS Digital Philippines Country Vice President Ann Munoz, and IBPAP's Acting Head for Membership Jenny Marshall were present at the turnover ceremony last April 25. The Brigada Papasa program, supported by the company's commitment to boosting literacy, saw 60 team member volunteers as reading champions last April. Partnering with World Vision Philippines, they conducted engaging sessions at Baseco Port area in Manila, inspiring a love for learning and setting young minds on a path to a brighter future. Moreover, 156 generous donors from 3 sponsored teams raised funds for essential school supplies, ensuring that these children have the tools they need to continue their learning journey.
Mikey Mike will never say no to a rap battle challenge. Though this loving cat dad always says yes to his fur baby. Michelle spends most mornings running outside. And then spends her nights running codes and programs. Anna is a basketball captain who keeps her eyes on the prize. But she's also the biggest makeup enthusiast in town. They're all wonderfully unique, but they have one thing in common. We'll see them at work tomorrow, and we'll be glad to welcome you to TELUS Digital 2. Because it's you.
All right, let's do it. Thank you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament 2025. Once again, it's me, Naisu. Joined here, we did a switcheroo. It's Chin Valdez. How we doing, man?
Hello, hello, hello. This is actually my first time here again.
Yeah?
Well, it's been quite a while, so
You were here
it's great
last
to
year,
be
right?
here. No, I was here, like, I think 2 years ago. Also for TELUS Digital Philippines. So, hello, it's great to be back. I saw the games earlier. It was great. You know, like, it's very competitive. No, it's great. It's nice to see, you know, how it can be pretty competitive also, even if it's not exactly the pro scene. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, even these are just, you know, your regular people, right? But they're already showing really top-tier matches here.
The first match, me and Rockhard agreed, it was quite impressive, especially to see, you know, their own strategies. I think that's one of the biggest things that we see here because we're so used to seeing like the word meta, you know, the word meta. Like, and I feel like here, at least for the teams, I'm not sure if we're going to continue to see that. Hopefully we do for the next matches ahead of us. The own flavor of the meta that they have, because we've seen interesting picks like the Carmilla now.
Exactly.
We got to see the Xavier. If I remember right, man, you're a Fanny main, or
exactly,
like, right?
yeah. So if ever, like, if we do see a Fanny here, you know which team I'm gonna be rooting for, right?
Yes. I remember. So for those that are watching us, once again, we invite everybody on the TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube page to make sure you guys subscribe, to check it out, leave a like as well, and also over to Dark League Studios Facebook page. Now, throwing it a little bit back while we were for the match here, Chin, for those that don't know, Fanny main. I used to watch his streams back when I feel like it was back in the day.
way back.
That was back in the day. He's a Fanny. Would you say a one trick?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was like my main thing.
Okay.
If it wasn't Fanny, like, I was like,
yeah, you're like, what do I play? So he was a Fanny main.
yeah.
I was a Gord main. I was a Gord one trick. He was a Fanny one trick.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I know you played at a high level though too. Like you're pretty high ranked.
Although
right?
I never really like joined the pro scene. Although I was training boys to join the pro scene. You get what I mean? I was kind of like trying to emulate ako si Doggy back then.
Okay.
So, you know, I was training boys, and then but the thing is, I never really reached that kind of level. So I would just train the boys, and then I throw them to Doggy.
Throw them there. But I know you were a big part of, you know, the early scenes of
early scenes of
MLBB
Mobile
here.
Legends.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying to Rockhart earlier on, that's what's so amazing about this tournament specifically for what TELUS Digital Philippines has done, because it's given an opportunity to all their team members. I mean, imagine there was, we talked about this earlier, 128 teams registered
exactly.
for this.
And then now we're down to 8.
We're down to 8,
Yeah.
but 128 teams. Each team had like 6 members, all from different sites, you know, around for the Philippines.
Exactly.
And the fact that they have this as an opportunity to go ahead and compete, because like me and Rockhart were saying, you know, some of these team members, like they probably, let's be honest, some of us that are really into MLBB, we always had the thought or the idea of, oh, what if we could go pro?
Exactly.
But then life happens.
You know, but the thing is, like, these kinds of tournaments, sometimes these are the kinds of tournaments that give you that stepping stone to actually reach that kind of level of professional scene.
You never know.
You know, we have people like Greed, like H2O. You know, I've seen them join these like non-pro, you know, like amateur tournaments just in the malls and all. And then now, like Greed right now is in Indonesia.
Yeah, look where they are, right?
Exactly.
I think, again, you never know. And even if you are, like, for example, when I got thrown into the MLBB scene, I was actually a teacher. So I was actually teaching. And that's why I always say, like, you never know. Like, you could be working, you know, a different job or a career. You compete and stuff like this, and then eventually you get on the radar, and you never know who's going to be able to watch and contact you and everything like that. And like I said, some of these players, it was funny because the previous team, PWYS from Strata, obviously they're not here on site with us.
Right.
They're competing there. So when we got a glimpse of their area and like their I'm so used to saying boot camp. It's not a boot camp, but like where they're playing together as a team.
Exactly.
They had everything, man. They had like the powder. They had like I was like, maybe they have the hand warmers too, but the way that they moved in the game, already off of seeing PWYS, this looks like a team that is probably going to end up in the semis at least.
Exactly.
Like semis.
Yeah.
This is quarterfinals right now, and I was quite impressed because that's something when I'm so used to watching MLBB, like that's all I do. Like every single day, there's so many tournaments going on. So when we get a chance to see this, it's like, man, the way they move reminds me of some of the way that some of these esport players play themselves.
Exactly.
And, you know, we'll see if that happens because right now this is the draft for our second match of the game. This is no parking. By the way, no parking is from McKinley Exchange, GOVO, and then we have Team Old Gods. This is my bias. I said this with Rock Hard earlier. Team Old Gods is my bias because they're from Vertis North. And that's where I'm from.
Me too,
Are you?
Yeah.
Let's go. This is our bias then. This is our bias. So, Team Old Gods, going with the bands. We got the YSS, great band that they're going to take out.
We have a Thamus. I'm not really like too familiar with the bands right now or like the meta, but
this is not super meta.
Thamus is not super meta.
Yeah. That's why I was
Although
saying.
I think he was like reworked though. Like he was buffed recently.
Okay, so that I guess that wasn't.
It's Uranus.
Yeah, this makes more sense.
All right, yeah.
The Uranus band, hardcore meta right now.
Exactly,
YSS
super.
The Estes though, that's interesting that No Parking actually decided to ban the Estes out.
Oh, and the Hayabusa.
Yeah. Okay, so these are pretty meta bands coming out from Team Old Gods. I'm wondering what they want to prioritize here too. No Parking on the last band, taking out the Kimmy, Estes, Baksha's gone.
Baksha.
So there's a lot of good options here. Okay.
Oh!
I don't want to say too much yet. Never mind, it's locked in.
Yeah.
The Lapu is locked in. This is interesting. What do you think about this? Like, how do you know how much? I gotta ask you, Trin. How much do you know currently of like the play styles right now in the competitive scene? Like, are you
from what I've been seeing, of course, like it's still like the whole assassin meta, right?
Yeah.
So you know, like how the meta usually. It doesn't stay that way for too long. Because like players will always come up with ways to like break that meta, and then it starts to shift. So like earlier we did see like a Fredrin, you know, like even the pro scene. I think people were starting to use like heroes like Baksha and
they bring them back,
because of the whole assassin meta thing. Yeah. So from what I remember, like of course, like I was always like into Fanny. The last time I did this, I was with
which is funny because Fanny is technically still. Meta-ish, but it's like niche.
Yeah. Exactly.
Very niche.
Because back then, it wasn't for a long time. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But then I have ears like in the
the
backside.
And
then I hear like people were practicing Fanny, like the pro in the backside, right?
Yeah.
So I was telling the other cast, you know what? I think it's gonna be meta soon, because me at that time when I was still like content creating and all that. No one could stop me.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm just a regular dude. So I was like, what if like these
pro players?
What if the pro players started using? Because people were like, oh, but Kufra, no, Kufra couldn't stop me back then.
I would love to see one of the players here for the tournament for TELUS Digital Philippines to go ahead and bring out the Fanny. Maybe one of them is a Fanny player too, because so far. With the rest of the bands here, it looks like they're going to focus on the gold lane over from No Parking because we're still waiting for that gold laner to pop up here from Team Old Gods. But the interesting thing is, they went with the Florin. So
exactly, and the Fredrin, and also Lapu.
So they are durable. They are able to fight, and that's why I think No Parking had no choice but to also pick up a Minotaur, for example, to help them with that sustainability. So last band is the Phovius. Very different bands from what we saw in the previous match. Now, an Esmeralda's held over the heads of this could be locked in. If it's locked in, this is a great choice. It is, so No Parking goes with Esmeralda. She is phenomenal to deal with shields.
Right, exactly.
And that's what we're going to expect from Team Old Gods.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you know, like if you already look at the current draft that they have, normally, like, you'd also have that with the Lapu and all that. So I'm thinking like that's why they had the Esme there, like to just go toe to toe with that Lapu in the lane.
Yeah, good fighting in the lane. You got a Granger and a Luyi for the last couple of picks. Whoa, if this is actually locked into the Alice, no parking has a lineup that I've not seen in a while.
Exactly.
It goes back to, like, my only problem with it, if this is an Alice in the jungle, is it's so much magic damage. And this is exactly what we said in the previous matchup.
Yeah, in the first game.
Yeah.
I saw that earlier.
Yeah,
like,
saw
everyone's
that, yeah?
using magic, so it could be easily
Locked in.
defendable.
Okay,
Right, right.
we'll just go with it. But this time around, they have a Minotaur, so, like, this lineup, I feel like could work better because Alice is also a little more durable. Like, the main problem I had with the all-magic lineup earlier was it was an
Really
aim on
soft.
jungle.
Yeah.
It was soft.
Exactly,
They were squishy. So, hey, let's go ahead and jump into, once again, our second matchup here for the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament. This time around, once again, kicking it off with Team Old Gods from Vertis North and no parking from McKinley Exchange GOVO. Game one of the best of three. Both teams, interesting lineups as well to go ahead and play this one out.
You know, sometimes this could be like because of the mastery. You know, like sometimes some of these players probably already uses a lot. So sometimes mastery also can beat meta, especially like, you know, this isn't like really top, like top professional level yet. Just so you know, like sometimes that kind of niche, like, or this kind of lineup could work. I have seen it work a couple of times. I've been in some lineups, and you know, like when I go solo.
Yeah. Hey, solo rank's a different beast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But both lineups, when you look at this, it's really viable, especially from Team Old Gods. I think if we had to really compare, like, okay, which one might be the most effective here, breaking it down, especially on a very highly competitive level, it's Team Old Gods.
Exactly.
Why? Because the sustainability, but also Louis Yi, man. Louis Yi is a menace in terms of how much macro play we have.
Exactly.
And the choices of using a diversion with the Louis Yi is what could change some of these fights already to break out. But already initiating,
here we go.
Minotaur is going to have to jump out here, but they're still going to move forward. He's in trouble as Marky goes down the first blood. It's a double already for Riri and Sung Jim. Oh, these are interesting names here, man.
Exactly. No, but the thing is, look, we were just talking about how it's all like magic, but now they already took out, they already won the first clash.
And it went to a Harith, a double.
Exactly.
That is scary. Because that's a huge early power spike against a Granger. Already with Harith and Granger being a common lane matchup in the gold lane, a Harith getting a double kill early on is pretty difficult.
Right.
So the fight for the first turtle, going to prep up. Minotaur is going to jump on in. They're going to go ahead and get the knockouts, but Lil Nautile will get the turtle. The fight's still going to break out, though. Josh on the backside, going to force Skip back, but Marky once again going to fall in out. Rally could be in trouble. Ralphie will be fine, but now Josh, as Sung Jinwoo went down at a 1v1 up top in the gold lane, and now Josh still healthy enough on the Lapu Lapu, but a whole lot happened here for no parking.
Yeah, so now they have the advantage. And we were just talking about how it's really unconventional being,
Ralphie's gone. I was surprised. I was surprised.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, even more of an advantage.
That,
That's tough, man. As you were saying, you know, advantage-wise, but no parking is... They're going full throttle right now, and this is why I was saying early on, if Riri got that advantage, I mean, this is not going to be fun for a Granger.
You know, with no parking's lineup, they're full magic, but they're also scaling.
Yeah.
You know how Alice and Harith, they're both really, really strong in both mid and late game. You get what I mean? So this is very scary for Team Old Gods with no parking already taking the early game.
Come on, Vertis North. I know there's no parking there, but hey, we got to get back into this game, and what they can do is really just buy enough time for Sung Jinwoo to go ahead and farm up. The Granger, like I said, late game, if he can get there, but you can see how much bowling is happening to the point where the recalls are already coming out from Riri doing things, and he's definitely been doing things all game long up to this point. This kind of lead has to be stopped before it gets out of hand.
Exactly. This is going to be really, really tough. And considering,
here comes a diversion too. Right down to the bottom lane. It's only going to be snapped though, but now look at the numbers advantage they have. The rest of the team's going to be rotating down. Finding enough time, a feathered airstrike going to be dropped down too, forcing them under the turret. Rest of no parking's going to show up. Ralphie coming down as well, but this is all for the turtle. as they now get in position for it. No parking, has the control. Meanwhile, up top, Sung Jinwoo will stay up there. This might be a free objective for the hands of No Parking.
The big ultimates were also used. Oh, but they still secured the turtle nonetheless.
Yeah. Easy turtle take for them.
Yeah.
A lot of that, once again, is to see how they play around. If they couldn't get a pick off in the bottom lane, then go for the objective. So for Team Old Gods, I mean, what do you think, Shin? Knowing your background here, how do they, like, how do you think they need to, what do they need to focus on to get back into this game?
I'm actually not sure. You know, like even earlier on, like with the draft, we were both rooting for Team Old Gods. No, not just because of where they're from, but you know, like even regarding the draft. But I don't know. Like I guess No Parking is just really performing like much better right now, especially here in the early game.
One thing that I said about that Magic lineup that we saw in Match 1 was, you know, Magic damage lineups and Magic damage heroes in general are very strong in the early game. Like
early
right now,
game,
like early game, mid game, you know, pretty good too.
Exactly.
And then late game is once that
usually,
usually it depends on what heroes those are, but that's why No Parking is controlling this, because they had that
early game.
Yeah, the early game advantage. Riri being getting the kills early on is why they control this. So for Team Gold Gods, that's what I'm saying. Like a big part of it is get durable enough so
they survive the early game.
Yeah, and that might be with the heals too that comes from Ralphie, but this is already pushed off the tier 1 turret. It's way too much damage. A flicker in under the turret, the jump in with Minoan Fury as Ralphie's going to be gone, and now Marky, they have to force it out 1-for-1 already. All this in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret though.
And then here we go. Like we already have a Radiant armor now with Marky. He also got that first kill for the Team Old Gods. So let's see.
Okay, here, bottom lane. Radiant armor might be enough, like to withstand some of the magic damage, but
exactly.
You're gonna need an Athena shield too. Snap, burn the flicker, all this. This is what I'm saying. This is how confident No Parking is. A lot of these fights here, Shin, are happening past the tier 1 turrets. The tier 1 turrets were still up for these fights until they eventually went down on the top. So now this is another objective for No Parking to go ahead and secure themselves. And they just zone out, Team Old Gods. Oh, Ralphie's going to be gone in an instant. Another kill, too, for Riri. Riri's just staying in the jungle, catching out the members of Team Old Gods.
You know what? Maybe later on, like during the late game, I don't think they'll have enough for Marky.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Like, if ever. Like, because they're already struggling here in the early game.
Oh, hold on. I don't know what you're going to be able to do here, Josh, but maybe you go for a kill. Wings by Wings. Going to keep Skip already alive. Doing a great job. Marky here now, helping out. Feathered Airstrike will come down. They want this turret. Meanwhile, Riri's making his way down. Minoan Fury already popped up, but there's a heal. Nice catch, though, as Mar will get punished. A great response from Team Old Gods, but now that Riri's here, I don't know if they want to stay around too long as Riri waits in the bush. I'm sure they saw this. There's no way Riri's going to get out of this. Josh going to be the focus. Salmon Force drop down. They have the same. And already with the weak guy. Oh, this is the turnaround that we're looking for as Team Old Gods able to find another. Riri's still up, though. Has the shielding. Rest of the team's going to come through as Skimp is gone. Double for Marky. And now forcing Riri back. Trying to disengage but re-engage the fight as they go in once again. Lil Noctile. I don't think you follow that one up. So Blood Ode already burned. Riri still up, but a good response from Team Old Gods.
See, they're putting up a fight. They're not gonna give this up just like that.
Yeah, they can't.
And Marky stepping up. Right now, he has 3 out of the 4 kills from Team Old Gods. Now, as I said, later on, I'm thinking maybe the full Magic lineup, they wouldn't have enough to burst down Marky.
Eventually, that Fredrin is going to be pretty difficult to kill.
Exactly.
You just needed that time to go ahead and build up, but that whole exchange, that whole interaction in the bottom lane was enough to go ahead and keep Team Old Gods from slipping too far behind. Now, Riri's still a problem.
Right,
they still need to deal with Riri doing things here. If they get one of the kills off of Riri, that's going to be great. Lil Noctile could be in trouble. Feather Airstrike drop down. Riri joining the fight. We'll be able to pick up Raffia now, fighting in the choke point of the jungle. Josh going to go in, slam down the back line, but Snap will go, and Sung Jinwoo is gone. Riri still unleashing with a double. Make it a triple. Looking for one more under the tier 2 turret. 2 members, Team Old Gods, all left alone, and finally No Parking will back off and go for the Lord after losing Mar.
They need to get rid of Riri.
They do.
And they can.
He's 7-0-2.
Yeah, exactly. But with their lineup, they should be able to. Maybe they have to set up a trap.
Yeah.
You know, like just a trap. For
And how do
Riri.
you set up a trap? It's a diversion, man.
Exactly.
You got to use the diversion.
Right.
They didn't go for the Lord, though. So
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least Team Old Gods don't have to worry about that Lord being taken just yet. You can see this from the items, too. They need quite a bit of time. Like you mentioned earlier, the Fredrin has the Radiant Armor, but that's about it. You know, he doesn't have much more defense there. And even for the Lapu Lapu for Josh, he's got that, but he's just not tanky enough. You can see this as Riri's poking him down already. Dropping the Zaman Force. Riri doesn't care, but there's the response. Oh, Riri.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
There we go.
Josh will be able to find Riri, but Snap, the trade, the 1-for-1. Fight's still going to break out. They jump in. Josh now has to escape as the bravest fighter is expended. Amarki in trouble as well as they just keep Healv already there. And they're going to push them off. So Snap is gone. The 1-for-1 trade, but without Riri, no parking. Do they want to go ahead and commit to this Lord here?
But here we go. Like we were just talking about it. They needed to stop Riri. Riri was snowballing really hard
That's
already.
a lot of gold they got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Again.
Oh, and they actually cut down the gold lead. You know,
Yeah.
no parking was ahead by like 5,000-6,000. Now
Yep.
it's down to 3K.
Team Old Gods holding on.
In that one clash, in just that one clash, and they took down Riri. They caught up in the gold.
This is most likely going to be a Lord just going to the hands unless they can use something with a diversion, but they're going to go ahead and catch out once again. They could be in trouble here. Lil Noctile trying to hold them up with a blow node. They're going to force them back. Lord's going to reset. Minoan Fury jump in. It's a fight in the bottom lane. Josh looking for an angle. They're quite low. He's going to jump in with the bravest fighter. A great setup too, right under the bottom lane as Marky will get the kill. He'll be gone. Mar gone now. But Snap comes back with a vengeance. Team Old Gods will win a massive fight and objective for themselves.
Here we go. This is what we're talking about here. Now, now the Lord might go to Team Old Gods now.
Oh, it's going to go to them unless something amazing from Lil Noctile. But I don't think he can do anything. They're going to jump in anyway. Snap will secure the Lord as Lil Noctile tried to go for that play with the Retribution, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it. So this is the first time, Chin, that Team Old Gods are actually in control.
Exactly. And you know what? It's because we're already in the mid game.
Yeah.
Right? So we were just talking about it, how that full Magic lineup really, really strong in the early game. But now since we're going to the mid game, Team Old Gods was able to survive that.
Yeah.
And now they're picking up the pace and now controlling the game.
It's a great way to respond to that Magic lineup that they had. And now with the Lord marching in the mid lane, they'll go ahead and charge into the tier 2 turret and no parking. Are going to have to do their best to hold on to what they can. The shields going to be next up here. Lord charges on in as it takes that charge. Oh, Mark jumping in. Can't even get the knockup for the Minoan's Fury up. They're going to force the fight anyway. Forcing him back. The heal's going to come through. Josh will flicker, then charge back in with the bravest fighter. A double for Sung Jinwoo already. Popping off the backside. Has all the space in the world. Goes for a triple. It's his turn to get the triple. As now Skip trying to run. Make it a maniac. And Sung Jinwoo will get another. As they focus on the turret. Can he actually he can't end the game. A few minions left. But man, what a massive win for Team Old Gods in the fight. Can they end the game here? Bottom turret's going to be worked on too. They got the wave pushing in. A couple bodies from no parking alive, but that might be all that Team Old Gods gets. Again, a massive fight for them.
Exactly. But it's not over yet. You know, like this time, I was just saying how Alice and Harriet, they do scale pretty well into the late game.
Yeah.
So it's not over yet. And I think they might have enough still to take down Marky. But as I was saying, since they are using a full Magic lineup, he can guard both. He can guard against both the core and the hard carry of no parking. So we'll have to see how no parking will work around that.
Yeah, the big part of this is take a look at the items too, and really it's the positioning of Riri.
Exactly.
Riri's got to be able to go ahead and have that free capability to hit with the Zaman Force.
Exactly.
And, the biggest problem that we've seen so far in a lot of these team fights is for Mar, the Minotaur here. Every time you're trying to jump in with a Minoan Fury, if you don't get that knockup, like that, you lose a big part of the value of the ultimate from Minotaur, you know, and he's running a focusing mark, so you got the focusing mark emblem. It helps with a little bit of that extra damage that can be applied, but realistically, the team fights are just not going in their favor because, like you mentioned, Chin, we're seeing that scaling happen in favor of Team Old Gods.
Exactly, yeah.
Because of the lineup. So they're going to break out a fight again. Feathered Airstrike are going to be used. There's the Minoan Fury that we were talking about. They're just going to find Marky, though. Ralphie's in trouble as Riri picks up a kill. Now Josh fighting in. Sun Jinwoo just pushing up top, though. They're going to have to go deal with him as the last base turret's going to be worked on. Sung Jinwoo all by himself will get the last turret of the base. They're still going to clash on in as Sung Jinwoo is being chased down by Helvy. And now Marky could be in trouble. Has to run away as they just throw everything here. Marky's still going to lie, but Josh lasted as long as he could.
Super against the whole no parking team.
No parking. Lord is up, though. So the question is, what can no parking do? They're fully locked in. They know they have a numbers advantage. Do they try to get space for this Lord take?
You know what? We've seen this situation like time and again. It's not over till it's over. So no parking still has a really, really strong fighting chance. Like you said, we really just need to see that whole that setup with that Minotaur, and I think that would be enough to give Riri the free hits that he needs.
Yeah, the only problem here is this time. Whenever they decide to engage, you don't have a flicker from Mar. You don't have that Minotaur combo that we are used to seeing with the flicker. So some of the game plan might be just wait. Let's just wait until this battle spell is available, and it looks like, you know, it'll be up in about 10 seconds. So that's what they want to do. They want to stall this out, wait for that moment. This is where we can see Team Old Gods too utilize the Louis Yi. Like, we have a diversion, we might as well use it. Whether we follow through with that, depending on who they send. But a lot of this has just been, let's just fight, man. It's been face-to-face fighting. The downside to all of this is no parking has to manage the base waves pushing in, and that's why those base turrets are so important, because you deal with the waves, and that's why they sent Helvy to go deal with it.
Exactly.
So Lord is going to be working on half health there. A lot of hits already. Pop the winner's crown. It's Jinwoo. Could be in trouble. Gets the heal out, but now Riri's gone. The perfect target. But little Noctile, the jungler, for no parking, gets taken out. Mar to follow as Sung Jinwoo just popping off on the backside, looking for another kill. The flicker forward as they find Skip. As Skip falls, and it's only Helvy. Helvy running the base, and this is going to be it. Team Old Gods doesn't need the Lord. They'll win the fight as they work on the base, and they will end
Old
it
Gods
taking game one.
You know, we were just talking about how, you know, like from way back, and then now we have Team Old Gods taking the win.
Vertis North.
No, but it was still really good performance.
Game.
Exactly. And then we also, like, we did see like a really dominating early game from no parking.
Yeah.
So it could have really went either way, you know, for both Team Old Gods and no parking.
This was such a close matchup between these two teams because you got to remember, Team Old Gods, they were down 2/3 of that game.
Exactly.
I mean, they
started picking up like around the 12-minute mark.
12 to 13 minute mark is when they started to like turn things around, and I pointed it out. I was like, that exchange in the bottom lane, where you started to see, like, man, even when Riri was like marching down there and he's like, I'm here, guys, let's do this. And they're like, oh wait, we can't actually kill anybody because now they've got some radiant armors. They've got some They've got some magic defense now built up. So it was like, how do we actually win these fights? And that's why Team Old Gods, for example, was like, at that point, that 12 to 13 minute mark, they were really able to actually get back into the game. They were able to go ahead and find these moments where, yeah, we can actually handle this damage, especially Marky. Like, once Marky, I mean, you called it out, man. Right? You're like, the Fredrin eventually
was able to like withstand all of it.
Yeah, he can withstand it. And because of the way Fredrin works and his passive, even if he takes some damage and he just backs off, he's going to heal back up. You know, he's going to heal back up with his passive, and then they could re-engage in the fight. And I think also they just did a really good job at dealing with Mar on that Minotaur, because on the Minotaur, there was a lot of times, you know, and we'll see this in the game stats in here in just a bit, but the Minotaur, when he was jumping in, you just had to stop that. So we actually have some highlights here, I think. We have some highlights for this game. We're going to take a look at the highlights here for game number one in this matchup. There were so many highlights here, by the way. I mean, both teams just very impressive. This was the start where you get a double for
In the
Riri,
early game.
and he is on line on the Harith. And mind you, Chin,
Yeah.
Sung Jinwoo had to deal with a Harith that was just power spiking this early on because of
Exactly.
this. And he came back to get not only a triple, but also a Maniac later on.
You know, like Harith is also like one of the main counters for a Granger.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Harith is like very, very, very like
Aggressive.
and like, you know, like he's really like just dashing around. It's gonna be hard for Granger to hit him with his Rhapsody, right?
Yeah. That's what I like. I mean, even look at the highlights here. You can see how the game started to change. I mean, we're not there just yet, the 12, 13-minute mark. This is still very dominant of no parking.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is where we start to see a little bit of hope here for Team Old Gods on how they're able to go ahead and...
Because they took down Riri.
Yeah, they took down Riri. This is that, you know, again, the showcase of how they utilized the lineup that they had, what we talked about in the draft. And even this fight, look at the spacing of Sung Jinwoo. He had so much space to work with. His positioning is so good. He's protected really well from his team. And he's allowed to just go ahead and find these moments, find these kills.
Right.
You know, and this was the Maniac that he got here. So, again, it was a really good effort from Team Old Gods because when you're playing behind, you mentioned it earlier, you were down like, what, 6,000 gold?
Exactly.
I think-
5,000, 6,000
Yeah.
gold. But after that clash, like at the bottom lane, that's when I think they got like maybe 3,000. They closed the gap
And
right
you
away.
Just come back, you know?
Yeah.
And like this, I mean, even towards the end of the game, they knew, like, hey, I was saying maybe they had to do something fancy for the Lord. Maybe they had to, you know, go with a different angle. But one, they played around the advantage of all the base turrets were down.
Right.
They knew that no parking would have to send someone to deal with those waves. They, as soon as they saw Hilvi go deal with it on the Esmeralda, they were like, all right, we got this. We can actually go ahead and initiate a fight, win the fight. And that's what Team Old Gods did. Again, this was a very close game, guys. Like, this was the closest one we've had, obviously, so far. MVP, Jin, who would your MVP be before we see our MVP? Who would he be?
Me personally, I think it like I was talking about it like both in the early game and like in the mid game when it started picking up. For me, it would have been Marky.
Marky?
For me, like in my opinion,
Yeah.
because that
He did the
like,
work.
You know, like the Fred is also the one that's going to be stopping the Harith, and the Harith was the one who was like dominating from early game to mid game.
Yeah.
So for me, it had to be Marky.
Marky. I like that you went with Marky here because a lot of times, a lot of people just think about, you know, highest KDA,
Highest
or something like
kills,
that.
yeah.
Maybe it's Sung Jinwoo because I do have to say Sung Jinwoo could be a great MVP.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to look at the MVP here in just a second. Is it Sung Jinwoo? Because his positioning was on point, man.
Oh,
No, it's Snap! Hey, you know what? They all deserve MVP. No,
Exactly.
MVP for Snap.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get it as well. I was going to say Sung Jinwoo because of his positioning and the fact that he had to work from a deficit in
Right.
the gold lane, which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
which
yeah.
is really difficult, especially in that matchup. But because it was Snap here on the Lui Yi, if you remember when we were talking about it in the draft,
Yeah,
we were
how do you catch Riri? How do you
catch him?
the macro and all?
the passive and the way that the yin yang reactions from a Lui Yi work
Also, yeah, in the team
also
fight, yeah.
caught them. Yeah, and that's actually again very valuable. So
That could actually, like, you know,
congratulations.
like we didn't really see it too much because it was all chaotic when it's
Yeah.
clashing, right? But it can also disrupt the Zaman force.
Yep.
So that could be
Like
one.
the positioning, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and with a Lui Yi on their side, I mean, like you're almost a danger to your own team because
Exactly.
like you're like I'm marked up, you're marked up, we're gonna react.
Looking
and
at, you know what? Looking at the itemization, and we can also see like how they were building.
Yeah.
You'd know like what would be that team's weakness. You know, it's full magic, so you'd know how the other team's gonna be reacting. They're gonna be building early magic defense and all.
Yeah.
For me, in my opinion, I would have started building early magic penetration, which I didn't really see from no parking.
Yeah.
So I think it could have been a little bit different if no parking did build early magic penetration.
I think the biggest thing for them is they were just relying on that early game pressure.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we do see some teams, you know, currently while we get through this Game 2 draft is sometimes we see teams that they play for that early finish.
Yeah.
Like right now, so that is the current, one of the current strategies in the meta is these games that end under the 15-minute mark. Sometimes under the 12-minute mark.
And
So-
we all see that in the professional scene.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if that is your plan, like, you go with this lineup that is specifically built to finish games early, and it doesn't happen,
Yeah.
you have to kind of like adjust to that, and that's that's kind of what you mentioned with the itemization. So
Your
this
team
time around,
is
we're almost
banned.
through the first phase of the bans here. No parking. We'll go with the Estes, the Florin this time. Great ban choices.
Your
They don't want to
team
deal with that
is
sustainability again. The Baksha also goes out. And for Team Old God, still going to be pretty much the same. The YSS, the Alice this time. Oh, they will get rid of the Alice. Uranus.
Your
First
team
pick,
is
Kimmy.
banned.
Did you ever think that we would be in a meta where
With Kimmy?
Kimmy is picked up? Mostly, she's picked up in the mid lane.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, how do you feel about Kimmy being?
Like she was really, she was recently
Your team
reworked,
is
right?
picking.
Yeah.
Like, from what I remember.
She's
And
very different now.
Very,
than-
very
Oh,
different.
Okay, I won't say very different, but she's different now than she was.
I think it's because of the, like, in my opinion, like, it's because of the crowd control.
Yeah, her
like she
traction
was given
pulse
crowd
ultimate is
exactly.
great.
Like she didn't have that back then.
Yeah,
it was
it's-
just like full damage, right?
Yeah,
From
I
what
think
remember.
before it was just a missile that.
Yeah, it's just
did
damage. But now there's like the team fight potential is really there. That's something that people often overlook. Like even when I live stream now, like people are just talking about, oh, you counter
Your
this hero with
team
that
is
hero.
picking.
No, there are certain heroes that counter several lineups.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? You don't counter her hero per hero. You counter the enemy
The
lineup.
And that's why I think the Kimmy is interesting because you have this now.
Yeah.
As we get through this, like you have this with the Minotaur there. You have two crowd controls options that already work great, and they can actually work really well synergistically with each other because the Minotaur, like we saw earlier from No Party from Mario, was like he was trying, man. Like he was trying to get that Minoan's Fury off, but sometimes it's like now if you have that and it doesn't go well now you have a traction pulse that you
Exactly.
can rely
Your
on,
team is
or
banned.
vice versa. You can do that too. So over here on the other side, that last pick for the first phase from Team Old Gods, they're going to go with the Matilda, man. And this is the bird lineup because this is partially what we call the bird lineup because they got a
Matilda
Farsa
and
and a
Farsa.
Matilda.
Your
They are
team
going to be
is banned.
flying around. And maybe that's the advantage. Like you were just saying, you play against the
Your
lineup
team is
of the
banning.
opposing
Exactly.
team.
Like
Maybe that speed, maybe that mobility, maybe that
Would be enough.
airtime is enough.
because that's also one of Kimmy's weaknesses.
Yeah.
Like it's the fast and the quick enemies, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a manual targeting.
Yep. I think the Kimmy itself, you really need to. I'm trying to think how they can round this lineup too. Minotaur, the Esmeralda, the Kimmy, jungle. Like, what are you gonna put in the jungle here? You can see that Team Old Gods is banning out the X-Borg. The Fredrin does get out of the picture from no parking.
You know what I'm really looking forward to?
An assassin.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, I already know. I already
the
know.
high mechanical assassins, like the Lancelots, the Lings.
Hayabusa's open.
Oh yeah, Hayabusa.
There has been some Lancelots popping up lately.
Your
Okay.
team is banning.
These last bans that come out are important.
Your
Now
team
for the
is
next
picking.
picks. Again, you want to be able to go ahead and build this out. Okay, that's a Kaja. This is the bird lineup. What are we what are we doing? These are all winged heroes, except Lapu Lapu, he gets his own airtime.
Yeah, right,
bring his
right.
fighters in, but this is crazy.
No,
because-
that's what the Matilda's for. The Matilda will help.
Dude, that's true.
Lapu
The
fly.
guiding wind. Hey, we'll give you wings, Lapu. just fly with us, basically. That can work. But yeah, this is very different from Team Old Gods. This kind of lineup. It's not that often that you kind of see these heroes picked up together, and that's why I was saying when we even opened our
I
first
think this
match
was
today.
used recently. The Kaja jungle.
Yeah, there's a professional player out there, Kyrie. A lot of people know him. He's one of the players that brought it
Yeah.
to competitively.
Your
So
team
Roger
is picking.
is great. I think this has been the Roger has been banned out multiple times.
Yeah.
And is usually banned out competitively. So the Roger comes through, and they will go ahead. Let's see what this last pick is going to be. Okay. Direct, we got to see the last pick. We've got a little box over it, but I would love to see what the last pick is. I was going to see if I could see it from the portrait, but
Yeah.
I unfortunately can't. So,
I think the last pick for no parking. I think that's a glue, right? Is it?
do you think so? This is we played a game like this once where it was like you had to see the frame, like just a portion of the frame,
Right. Yeah.
and then you had to like guess what hero it was. Could you get it right from voice lines? Like, do you know
I'm
the
not
voice
sure.
lines?
Not all of them.
That's the truth.
Because I played in Japanese.
Hey, I do
like-
too,
yeah.
man. Yeah, that's what I'm
Nice
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I use the Japanese voice lines too. It's always fun to like have those switched out. So here, we'll actually, this will give us
the
an
lineup now.
opportunity. Here it is. Okay.
Oh,
the-
it was
the last one was
Aurora and
and a Ixia.
Ixia.
Ixia for the last picks. Okay.
So we have
Very
Kimi
interesting.
on the gold lane, Latin in the mid lane.
Yeah. That's interesting. So
Yeah.
these are, again, once again, picks that you don't see too often. And that's great. This is, I think the Ixia is, so this is a sort of a throwback because this combination between the Ixia and the Matilda is one of the great ways to help the Ixia. The flicker's already burned down from Riri, so Riri being in the gold lane too is different because usually, like I said, we're used to seeing
Kimi in the mid
Kimi in
lane.
the mid lane. Yeah, so a little bit of a swerve draft-wise, I would say. But what I was saying is the Matilda really helps the Ixia in this lineup. Dang, Snap is going. He wants that MVP again. Gets a flicker out early on. Okay.
Yeah, so I think both teams are playing pretty. Oh, I spoke too soon. I was gonna say they were both playing really safe.
Yeah, they've been, I would say they've been doing the work of getting the battle spells out. Like that seems to be the game plan right now.
Right, for both teams.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Ixia, I haven't seen Ixia picked up since sometime last year, at least for me personally.
Yeah.
Especially with the Matilda, but you'd be surprised because that full barrage can do a ton of damage against
In a
this kind
team
of
fight.
lineup. Yeah,
like in
it's
a
great.
team fight.
Okay. I think
So,
they still wait for the
So I think it's a much better draft compared to the first game.
for which both.
Yeah, for both teams.
For both
For
teams?
both team Old Gods and for No Parking.
A big part of this though is like if like you can see how aggressive Riri is, and that's exactly why Riri had that early advantage in the previous game, and I don't think you can exactly do that on a Kimi like you can on a Harith.
Right,
You know, very different. A little bit of action, or again, a flicker burned. So we're getting in territory where all these battle spells are basically going to be expended for the first objective, and they're going to have to go ahead and just fight it out. Ultimate already dropped down to the Frigid Glacier from Skip. Feathered Airstrike in response. Mark going to be in trouble. He gets stunned. Josh with the first blood. Now going to be looking for another as Helvy's trying to get away. Traction Pulse going to be used, and Riri will jump in. So Snap is gone. And once again, the fight for the turtle. But a 1-for-1 trade for both teams. Still looking for more. Josh will flicker on out. Didn't want to get scratched to death by Lil Nautile. So this might be the window for them to go ahead and for No Parking to get the objective.
That trade though, you know, the roamer for the previous game's MVP. So, you know,
For
that's...
Snap, yeah.
Yeah, Snap, exactly.
Guiding Wind and Circling Eel going to be used. Feathered Airstrike trying to find the mark as Lil Nautile will go down under the turtle as Marky secures it. Fight's going to break out. Marky will go down. A flicker again from Skip. Able to dodge out Josh. Josh still going to jump in. Passive's going to be there though, so some healing back up. Josh waiting to try to cap out a kill, and he'll get it. This Lapu Lapu is a problem for No Parking as he gets those wings by wings. Still, the rest of the team's going to join down in the mid lane. They're going to be in trouble as they get crashed down as Ralphie is gone. So even with that, they still get one for No Parking.
See, the Lapu Lapu can fly.
He can fly.
It is the bird lineup.
Hey, that's how you make it work. But eventually, you're gonna have to choose: is it the Ixia we let fly, or is it the Lapu Lapu?
Like,
Right
she has
now.
wings though, but she doesn't fly.
Who?
No, Ixia. Like, her guns aren't
Oh
those,
yeah,
aren't
yeah,
those
yeah.
wings.
I guess they could be like, maybe they're like jet. They could be like jetpacks or
Exactly.
something. Man, he wanted. He just full barrage that. By the way, he wanted that. Well, again, Sung Jinwoo, based off what we saw for the first game, you know that his positioning is going to be pretty good, but without the help here, he's going to have to burn the flicker.
And he also
So-
doesn't have his ult.
He doesn't have it because he tried to get
No
the
misfire.
gold grab there. Yeah. Again, still engaging. They're going to go for it. Circling Eagle used, but 4 members from No Parking up here on a Feathered Airstrike to keep everybody from continuing on. I'm actually going to chase down Skip. They know the passive was
I think
expended earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's it. They're just calling off of there. So relatively even. I mean, this is as even as it gets here, Jin. They're basically at the same gold points. They're just looking for the first turret pressure they can put
snap.
down. Snap!
Snap.
Taking a ton of damage. Oh, he's in trouble. Flicker forward. right into Riri, but Lil Notile will get the kill. That was just, he had nowhere to go with the flicker. Snap. Little struggle here on the 0-3 right now in this Farsa.
You know,
Yeah, Josh is jumping on in, but just buying enough time. Healy on this Esmeralda once again, going to force them under the turret. This is an objective to take here, so no parking. We'll go ahead and start it up. Riri gets the turret on the bottom, so great push there on the map. We'll see what Marky does. Has the Divine Judgment. Who's he going to pull here, though? To who? As, again, the knock-up from the Minoan's Fury. The turtle still going to be taken. Feathered Airstrike there. Riri's going to go right for Snap. Full Barrage going to be set down. They do get the stun out. Turtle's going to be secured by Little Notile, though, but the fight still breaks out. Josh all alone. Goodbye, Josh.
Ooh.
He jumps over the wall. He's still alive. With a flicker forward, they're looking for Josh under the turret, and he's still alive. This man, how is he alive? One hit away. Oh, my goodness. So far, the best escape we've seen, but hold on. He's toying with him. He's going to jump in with the bravest fighter. He joins the fight, gets the stun off, and he gets the passive. And he's waiting for the rest of the team. Josh gets a kill amongst it all, and he's still alive to tell the tale. Holy moly, Josh.
It's not over yet.
He's healing up. Oh, my goodness. That is a highlight right there as Sin Jinwoo gets taken down and Snap to follow. No parking will get their revenge, and finally they're like, Josh, enough. But Marky's not going to use the Divine Judgment, doesn't want to go ahead and commit, but my goodness, what an exchange on both sides of the map.
We always call that isang one hit na lang.
Isang one hit na lang. Isang one hit na lang. That was literally Josh. He knew, man. He knew. He's like, I got the bravest fighter in like a couple seconds. I'm fine. But the ability to maneuver around the turret like that while dodging some of those key abilities that's insane micro right there.
And he knew his mechanics. He knew how much shield he was going to get. He knew he was going to survive.
Yeah.
But that's where the Esme comes in. Who eats the shields?
Yeah. And by the way, LV is 6-0. So full barrage is going to get knocked in the air. Sung Jinwoo nowhere to set up. Flicker forward after the turret's taken down, and Mar will take some damage, but Josh once again jumping in on the backside. Marky's gone. The rest of the team's still going to break out. Riri trying to find Snap, and Snap's going to have to flicker forward. Both sides just going at it. Now Josh and Snap won't be able... Actually does get away. Now Josh going to be the one in trouble. A great team fight for no parking in that one right under these turrets.
But this looks like I've seen this before. You know, I've seen this earlier too.
Yeah,
you know how no parking was also leading early game?
Yep.
But, you know, like I bet they also learned from that first game as well.
They did, and now it's not as big as of a lead they had in the previous game. Right. But, you know, it's like, it's 4,000 ahead. You get another objective in your hands, and, you know, Josh can't do everything for this whole game. You're looking at the items here. That's crazy. He's only got the Radiant Armor plus
PLV should not die.
Yeah,
because it's 6-0.
Which is interesting because how do you deal
with an Esmeralda?
Yeah, you don't even have much. Like, you don't have a Sea Halberd. Yeah, you do have a Sea Halberd. Sorry, you do have a Sea Halberd.
Yeah, going on Snap as well.
But like, you're seeing it, Jin. Like, he tried to set up the full barrage earlier on. And that's the downside of Ixia. You're just a sitting duck.
Right,
so
exactly.
They might be able to find a kill here. Frigid Glacier going to be dropped down. They do get the jungler out from no parking, but the fight's still going to break out. A knock-up, a double one. Sung Jinwoo, full barrage is not well, but he finally flickers forward. But Snap is gone, not the setup, and now Sung Jinwoo could actually get cut off and be in trouble here. Might have to rely on the team, but he's going to get thrown around, and he is gone. Again, the Ixia pick just showcasing why it is so difficult to make work. Josh will survive with the bravest fighter, but they're going to lose some more in their jungle from this point. Really difficult here for Team Old Gods.
Exactly. You know, it didn't really synergize with the whole Team Old Gods lineup being more of a pick-off. It's a pick-off lineup, you know, like with the Matilda and the Kaja. It wasn't really like a team fight-oriented lineup like an Ixia would want.
Yeah. The Ixia, historically, if we talk about the Ixia, it has an abysmal win rate, like, competitively.
All right.
And that is simply because you have to rely on the positioning, but also the team to keep you safe. because she is the literal epitome of a glass cannon hero.
Right.
Like, she is there to just set up a full barrage
Right.
and hope you hit everyone. And as we just saw previously, if you don't get that angle correct, if you don't set that up properly, you lose. You lose almost your whole value. So we'll see if they can do it here. Under the choke point, Frigid Glacier going to be dropped down to Sung Jinwoo, trying to set up, but again, knocked up into the air, and 2 already down. Riri's going to flicker forward, looking for a triple as Riri gets that, and this is just no parking, taking care of Team Old Gods. They didn't even commit to the lore just yet. They'll get these shields down. They're going to jump in under the turret, but now this is a free lord for no parking to take and get ready to march into the base. What a dominant fight for them.
There's another uphill battle here. But this time... Yeah.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, he's just trying to clear that wave, but look at this. 2 Divine Glaives over here now. You got the Lantern, too.
See, now we have the early penetration.
Now they've got the penetration. Well, they got the penetration, man, because they've been just dominating here the past, 5 minutes or so. You can see that, too. They went right for...
They learned from the previous game.
They did. And you called it. You expected that to happen after how Game 1 went.
Yeah.
And this is a great adjustment from no parking. So I think even off of this, yes, this is the first Lord, but looking at the items that they have, like, they can actually... There's a potential to end the game on this push. Unless for some way, somehow, Team Old Gods has a successful defense. They still have the shields. They still have the
It's going to be a team fight, which the Ixia wants.
Oh, no. Josh jumping on in. Josh is going to take way too much damage.
Here we go. Here we go.
We're looking for, but it's not enough. There's the pull with the Divine Glaive. Okay. They get it forward. The Divine Judgment was enough to pick off 1 target, but they still have a Lord to deal with. And that's a whole lot. That's a crucial amount expended. No Feathered Airstrikes. They still have a full barrage to use. So Marky going to try to go ahead and go forward. They're going to jump on in. Oh, they're in trouble here under the base. It's already going to be worked on with the Lord up and out. Marky quite low. Base worked on. No parking.
No parking.
And they'll go as they even out the series 1-1. We've going to a Game 3.
And you called it. They did end it on this push with the Lord.
Hey, man. I saw the writing on the wall. I was like, that is a Lord push that can be a game ender. And the main reason I said that was because of how dominant the team fighting looked.
Exactly.
Like, no parking.
For both games. From both Game
games.
1 and Game 2.
Their team fighting decision-making is really good. But also I'm surprised because it was that bottom fight where a lot of the, let's say, battle spells and even some of the ultimates,
they burned it really early.
They were burned.
For
how
both
do you
teams
defend your base? Like, how do you defend your base without some of the key ultimates there? So
that could have been it, though. Like, if they won that team fight, he already had the good setup for the full barrage of Ixia.
Yeah. I think that Ixia needs, like, I'm trying to remember. I think she needs definitely, like, a 18-minute-ish game. Like, she needs a lot of time. So we're going to look at the highlights here from this game. I know they didn't win, but, man, Josh, you had a hell of a highlight in this game. So definitely you're going to want to clip that because that was insane. But looking at this from the early game, it was more or less the same thing that we saw from Game 1. You know, it was very dominant. It was very dominant at one portion of the game, and then we saw the pendulum swing. But overall, like you mentioned, Jin, I think this was just really good at showcasing how both the teams can team fight. Yeah. You know, they have great team fighting capabilities, and even the response is on point. Like when these fights break out, you can see how they rotate down to the proper moments. The positioning for a lot of them too was great. And is this the one? This is the one. This is the Josh highlight. Look at this. Look at the moves. Like 1v2, and like think how much time this is. And then we even skip over a little bit and go to this, and he's still alive, gets a kill, and he's still alive until eventually he dies. But like that was insane. Great job, Josh. It's just unfortunate they didn't win. Yeah.
I think the Ixia was the last pick, right?
Yes, the Ixia was the last pick. Like they could. Honestly, I feel like if it wasn't the Ixia, if it was something else.
Yeah, because Sungjin already showed us earlier that like, he has the skills, you know, like he has the mechanical skills already.
But this is a hero that forces you to like post up.
Exactly.
So I think if he I don't know. But there's so many gold lane options, I feel like. And Ixia is not the one that, like, pops up into my head, you know? But nonetheless, I think regardless, No Parking just played a really good game here together, like as a team. I mean, this was the last fight that I was saying.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like with the full barrage, he already had everyone inside.
He had, but then like he flickered forward, and I'm not sure if it actually got canceled in that fight or what, because the ultimate was then available, unless, you know, but again, I think even in that case, because look at his, he's not really itemized yet.
Yeah.
Sung Jinwoo did not have the firepower. Look at this. He had the Sea Halbert, which they had to rush because of the amount of sustainability and the Esmeralda from No Parking. And he only had a Corrosive Scythe. And then you got a Fury Hammer there. Like, that is not... You're not even really halfway there to what an Ixia needs. An Ixia needs so much time, so much money, so many items to actually be a threat with the full barrage. So now maybe if the game extended, you know, 10 minutes, we would have seen that. But let's look at the MVP here for this game number 2. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Heal V. Heal V on the Esmeralda.
Yeah, he carried really hard. Like
he was
from
everywhere.
Start to finish, yeah.
7-0-8, man. I think he was a part of, especially the crucial fights. I mean, we saw...
And that's what I was talking about. Like, if they were able to take down Heal V, then maybe they could have that same... deja vu game that they had earlier. But then again, like you said, like how do you take down that Esmeralda?
It would have just been, like, honestly, it would have just been Ixia. Like, if you want to take care of that Esmeralda, you have the Sea Halbert, and you mentioned the Glowing Wand earlier, but you just don't have enough firepower. And Esmeralda is kind of annoying in the sense that, like, she's so
really
hard
fast,
to kill.
Yeah, and she has her sprint.
Yeah.
She's really quick. She has her shields, and then she heals. They had the Lapu. Like that was also a first pick Lapu, right?
Yeah, that was priority, which it makes sense now. Like Josh played really well. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get his hands again on the Lapu Lapu, but this is impressive, man. I gotta say, these two teams especially. I don't
No Parking and Team Old Gods.
I don't know who's gonna win Game 3. I mean, based off what you've seen, what do you think? Like, who do you think? Like. No bias here, but like
no bias,
based off what you've seen, honestly, I know I said like Team Old Gods from Vertis North. I was like, you know, I'm rooting for them, but based off the team fighting power that we've seen,
from No Parking.
I don't know, man. No Parking looks really good. Like we see the flipping here for Game 3, right?
Banning.
So priorities could change. I don't know if bans are going to change though, unless Team Old Gods is like, dude, just take out the Esmeralda. Like, maybe ban her or maybe take them for themselves.
I'm curious about
There it is. I was like, there's no way. Dude. Like, you have to. You'd have to get rid of it because it's too good in the hands of No Parking.
Is banning.
I'm not too familiar with the current meta, but is there something about the Estes and why they're banning it, like priority ban?
So Estes in general is more of a niche pick.
Yeah, exactly. For a lineup,
it is
right?
very niche. And that's why when me and Rockhart were talking earlier, I was like, you know, these guys went through those qualifiers like themselves, like before the
exactly. Yeah,
quarterfinals
there's 128 teams, right?
Yeah, and that's why I was like, I really wonder. I was really curious. Like, do they have stats of all the games, and then like the team members get to kind of see those stats because some of the bans do feel personal, right? Like they feel like they're personal bans
because it's not exactly a meta pick.
Yeah, and that's why I'm also wondering, like, again. Do these team members, do they get to play against each other quite often? Like, even outside of this, right? So maybe they just know. Estes, Florin are not typical bans you usually see. But they are clearly picks that Team Old Gods players like to go ahead and pick up. But still, nonetheless, whether they're meta or not, they provide so much healing, so much survivability for multiple kinds of lineups. So last ban, Kimmy, Minotaur is taken out there too. So we should see a pretty different draft on both sides here. I hope this is locked in. I hope
first
this
pick
is
Alpha,
priority. No, they go with the glue. I was gonna say that it would have been spicy if they did that, but they go with the glue. Glue first pick.
I think that's something. Yeah, that's something that I normally see nowadays. You know, like a first pick glue or a first pick Uranus. Usually,
Uranus is crazy. That's why.
Super.
Like he works everywhere, and he's unkillable. Like he's still unkillable. The same problem that we had with him like years ago
is
still the same. And it's so funny because Esmeralda's kind of like meta again. and Uranus is too, and they were known in the XP lane as like
Yeah,
the
they're like
eternal
rivals
battle.
there, yeah.
They were the eternal battle. Basically, the XP lane that you would never pay attention to because they're just
Your
hitting each
team
other
is
and that's it.
picking.
So, like I said, this is where you see the interesting stuff come through. You have a Belric and the Aurora again. I would like to see a Clint come through for Team Old Gods. I want to, give the chance here to go ahead and for Sung Jinwoo to have a little bit of a better time.
Right.
Clint scales up really well, but still, you got to rely on the team to kind of allow you to get there. That's the case for any gold laner. I think the only gold laner that I would say that you could like kind of leave alone is like a Harith.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I
Ranger
personally
maybe,
use Harith as well.
Do you?
Yeah, like a lot lately.
Harith is kind of crazy just because of the fact that you have so much power, you have such a low
Your
cooldown
team
ultimate.
is picking.
And it's just she's like Harith is just it's a total package
Right.
for a gold laner. So they go with this, and if they pick up a Granger here and there's no Harith ban, maybe they end up just letting it go. Well, the Clint's locked in, so Clint, Granger. Oh.
Hylos.
Okay, Hylos.
Your team is
Rockhard's happy. Rockhard, I know you're there. Hey, Rockhard is a Hylos main.
Oh, is he?
Well-
now he is. He used to be top Philippines Leomord.
He used to be top Philippines
Yeah.
Leomord. Well, he has adapted to the Roam playstyle, and he loves the Hylos, but also the Kalea. Like I'm not sure if you got to play the Kalea that came out not too long ago, but Hylos. Interesting because
Your team
a
is
Hylos
banning.
and a Belric. Where are we going with this? Like, where's so like, is it an XP? I guess an XP lane Hylos to deal with the glue, yes. So, but you have these two tanky heroes already that can set things up really well.
Your team
Right.
is banning.
So if you are Team Old Gods, you got to kind of think, how do we deal with the potential of being set up around the Wrath of the Dryad? That's the ultimate of the Belric, or even being cut off with the Glorious Pathway from the Hylos, and not get frozen to death too.
Exactly.
So even though
Your team
you
is
have a
banning.
Clint who has a little bit more of a better time than, let's say, an Iksha from the last game,
Mm-hmm.
you're still going to have a really difficult time positioning-wise.
Right.
And so, and that's why, there it is. And that's exactly why
team
No
is
Parking took
picking.
out a Matilda and an Angela. Angela has been another roamer that has popped up in popularity recently.
Right.
And that would have been great for the Baksha and the Clint.
You know what I really want to see?
What do you want to see?
A Nana. I want to see a Nana.
Why are you and Rockhard
Why?
stuck on this Nana,
Why?
man?
Your team
Nana.
Why?
Rockhard said Nana too.
He said not. He gave a
Nana.
big shout out to the Nana mains out there.
Shout out to the Nana mains. You know, my wife is a Nana main.
Is she?
Yeah.
Everybody's a Nana main.
Everyone's a Nana main.
I think when you start playing MLBB, you're either a Mia main or a Nana main. Like, it's either.
I think I went the Mia route, I think.
You went the Mia route?
Yeah.
Okay, I went the Tigreal route.
I'll take. Oh yeah, you started.
Yeah, when I first started. Because I was like, no one wants to play these like tanky dudes anyway. And I was just like really impressed with his armor.
Right.
And then like, it's funny because today he's still meta. Like you can still pick a Tigreal and like actually do really well with him.
Oh, we have Vixana.
I don't think it's locked in just
Oh,
yet.
not yet?
Yeah.
Oh,
speaking
Tigreal.
of,
Your team
that's what I'm
is
talking about.
banning.
I don't know if they can hear us, but heck yeah, bring the Tigreal out. An OG pick, but still very capable. In
A
a lot
very
of the
strong
lineups.
team fight lineup here.
Because also, you basically have a sixth man. That's the
Yeah.
Eternal Guard from the Vexana that you can drop down on these fights that are going to be played around the Belric. The Belric is going to be the key for No Parking to set things up. So this is crucial too. Their gold laner has to be able to maneuver around this because not only do you have to dodge a Baksha coming out from different angles, you have to dodge getting set up with an Eternal Guard from Vexana, but also the implosions from a Tigreal. Like this guy is going to be showing up from nowhere with a flicker and trying to catch your gold laner. So that's why the 1-1 comes through. You've got her ability to go ahead and get out of crowd control, but also she's just very mobile. And if she can get the airtime, the crossbow of Tang proc, then she's a little bit safer here. So good last pick for No Parking.
Yeah.
What do you think of the lineups here, Chin? Who's got the better? Who's got
You
the
know
better
what?
lineup?
I was gonna say that Team Old Gods has like really strong lineup, and then the 1-1 comes in because 1-1's always gonna be running Holy Trinity, right?
Yeah.
Which is known like to shred down like tanky heroes, which we have 3 of here on Team Old Gods. So I'm not sure. I think it's still a pretty good draft for both teams.
If you had to choose before
If
we
I had
load
to
in,
choose, I really like the team fight lineup who's here? Team Old Gods on. Yeah, I think I like the team fight lineup.
team fight lineup. For
You know, I'm always like for the team fight. Like even when I play with my friends, so I always respect the team fight lineup.
Well, you guys watching over on the TELUS Digital Philippines official YouTube page can let us know who you guys think is going to win Game 3. And also, a big shout out to the people watching on the Dark League Studios Facebook page. Don't forget to subscribe and follow and like and everything else. We're here for Game 3, our first one of the day in these best of threes for Team Old Gods. Once again, versus No Parking.
I think this is their second
win.
time going for the Aurora pick, right? I
Yeah,
think
I mean, it's a
because
solid choice.
Aurora is a fast mage. She's very fast because she's on skates.
I was going to say, because she's on skates.
Yeah, she's on skates.
That's that, we had this whole talk earlier about the KOF skins from me and Rockhart. And it's funny because that was the first KOF skin I got.
Aurora?
Yeah, the Aurora one. Which is funny also because the main one, like, as I am a mid-main.
Yeah, that's why you started off with Gord.
I started off with Gord, and I got the Aurora, and I was forced to play her, and I realized how strong she was. There's no way you get this kill. There's no way he pops the vengeance. He has enough.
Oh, he missed it.
He missed it. But there's no way you kill a. There's no way you kill Belric. If that was a kill, I would have been Josh is goated for the series. Right now, though, Mars going to be in trouble, even with a revitalized first blood in the hands of Marky. Hey, that's going to help the passive once again with the box jump. Will help with that healing that's going to come through from a revitalized from Mars. So first blood, put him on the board for Team Old Gods.
Good try, though. I think it was just the nerves. You know, this is the this is the last match of the series.
Yeah.
So it could have been the nerves. Oh, here we go again. Also on the Belric again. On Hilvi again.
Yeah, this is, for Hilvi, really just got to survive the poke that comes from a glue.
Yeah.
Again, there's a reason why this was picked up, and then a lot of the priorities here. There's a whole lot of focus up on this side, trying to cut the waves too. Josh, this is what we're talking about with the glue. This is kind of uncanny that you are a hero that can just walk your way into the face of multiple heroes and survive. Glue is that hero.
Exactly.
And this all leads them to getting the first objective. Turtle's going to be secured for Team Old Gods. As Marky gets it, flicker forward. Josh going to initiate the fight again. Going to go ahead and bring them back with the grab. And now solid in as Marky goes, but they get frozen. And they get trapped in, even with an implosion. But Josh going to be gone in the fight. Still breaking out. Marky trying to run away. Double for Riri. Make it another kill. They find 3 bodies of Team Old Gods as No Parking wins the trade to 3-for-1.
See, I think this is a much closer fight compared to the first 2 games. You know, like I was talking about how this team fight lineup, and it just gets countered by the Aurora.
Yeah, so good, right?
Exactly.
That Frigid Glacier, man, like, you have to, that's what I was saying, you have to watch out from the setup potential of a Belric and then the Aurora, because the Belric, the Wrath of the Dryad ultimate will trap them there, right?
Yeah.
Like, the vines go out, you get trapped, and then the Aurora usually has a free way to go ahead and get a Frigid Glacier down on multiple members. And mind you, again, referencing what you said earlier, Chin, you want to play against the strategy.
Sorry.
Nana. There's no Nana here. The strategy of Team Old Gods is to play around the Tigreal, so that counters it really well.
Right, exactly.
I mean, Nana would have worked. Because if you think about it, Molino Blitz would have been pretty crazy. Like, yeah, let's be honest, it would work. Shout out to the Nana mains once again. Like, it would work because obviously you just drop that down where everyone's going to follow through from the Frigid Glacier. And it would have been pretty effective. But I think still the Vexana here can actually work even with the Eternal Guard. It's just weird because Vexana too competitively doesn't do that good. Like competitively on the highest level of stages, Vexana struggles a little bit because realistically, you drop down the Eternal Guard, and then like after that, you know, your damage isn't in
it's
comparison.
not there.
Yeah, to for example an
like
Aurora, who is just dropping down, not only freezing you but also pumping out some damage.
Oh,
no.
Here we go.
Forest Pathway once again. They're going to have to force the fight. There's the Eternal Guard into the Frigid Glacier, just like we talked about, as Mars going to be the first one to go, but it's already going to be a trade as Ralphie goes down, and Lil Natal trying to run away. Flicker from Josh, trying to bob and weave out of there. Skip still has the passive, trying to freeze him down, but Lil Natal won't be able to survive this time as he is taken out, and Team Old Gods looking for another. They're going to be fine. This time around, they win that trade, so still a very even game in terms of team fighting, but that's going to be another turtle in the hands of Team Old Gods.
You know, I was thinking, we were talking about how the Vexana kind of lacks damage, right? That's actually also what I've noticed. Like, even when I play Vexana, like, it really does not have that damage. But everyone here has AoEs, like the whole team. Well, except the Clint, of course. But everyone is really AoE focused. So that's kind of how, like, where it all boils down to. Like, everyone's dishing out AoE damage.
Yeah. It kind of, like, and the thing is even with a Clint,
yeah, I think
really gonna have to
passes
wait
through, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It passes through, but more so, it's like, how do you get the Clint in range? Part of it is using that barrage that he has. Oh, hold on, glorious pathway. Drop down, a nice implosion flicker into the mid lane. Gonna bring them back towards the turret. A good setup, but they don't have the damage to follow up. Frigid Glacier will be able to find him, but Skip is gonna go down. Marky, the one to find the kills as he gets a double. It's a
Under the
Baksha.
tower.
Somehow, some way under the turret. Meanwhile, up top, the gold laners will duke it out, but the 1v1 will go to Riri.
The duel.
Even the duel, man. We knew it would happen. He got the airtime with the crossbow of Tang, and even the recall came out.
What do you think so far?
I'm sitting here trying to really think how Team Old Gods can hold on to this fact. Again, a Wrath of Dryad going to be dropped down, and a Glorious Pathway, all for Obaksha. I mean, he's just going to roll on out. So, you know, they really committed to that kill, but it's a Baksha there. So, Team Old Gods, like I said, oh, Clint, you can already see the damage that he had, but he had to flicker out. Okay, Wind of Nature does come through. Internal Guard. This is all interesting because right now you're 10 seconds away from another objective coming up. This could be an opening for no parking here.
So it's no one's dominating compared to the previous games. Both teams are just neck and neck. Oh, here we go!
There's a massive implosion into the mid lane. The perfect setup that they can look for. Sung Jinwoo a little bit late to the party, but they're going to come in crashing down anyway. It's Vertis North. Team Old Gods that comes in.
Highlight play.
Ooh, the implosion. Hey, like I was saying, implosion. He didn't even have a flicker. He just walked up, and Ralphie unleashed it. What a setup in the mid.
See, like these team fight lineups. That's why I really like these. You know, it's not like they have like one superhero. It's like everyone is, and then you have a Tigreal that sets up like that. Oh, another duel.
Another duel. Riri's going to be a problem, though, as you see. 4-0-1 now on this side of the jungle. No parking. Wants some revenge. Josh going to go ahead and flicker out, but they flicker forward once again to catch him. He's too tough, but not tough enough.
Right.
As he goes down, once again, Riri, 1v1 against Marky. Marky's quite tanky, Riri. I don't know if you want to... I know he's just trying to get the proc off, like to get the action to go ahead and crossbow Tang, but that is a tanky Marky.
Props to Marky though, like he was landing all of his like his wheels, like he was hitting the like really jumpy 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, the tankiness here for Team Old Gods is one of their advantages right now, and that gives enough time for Sung Jinwoo to go ahead and farm up, but no parking. They want to fight. And this mid lane's a little... You got to control wherever the Tigreal is. You got to watch out for Ralphie here continuously. And that's why you see them going ahead and putting themselves at least in these sides of the bushes so they can keep an eye out for that. Because they can't let that to keep happening.
And it's bound to happen, you know.
Oh, no, the airtime! Oh, my goodness. How many 1v1s do we get to see? Riri gets another kill. Now sitting at 5-0-1. Glorious Pathway dropped down. They're going to force Ralphie a little bit back. He does have a flicker, though. So if he actually decides to go and jump on in with this, with the implosion, Marky now taking a brunt of the damage. Revitalize is going to be dropped too. Riri just waiting for the moment here. I don't think they want to fight this. The Lord is up, so it's all just to get some of these crucial battle spells out. But a full force from Team Old Gods will be up.
But it's going to be 5v5. Sung Jinwoo is back. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't think they're going to be going for Lord just yet. Like with the complete lineup of Team Old Gods. And Team Old Gods has proven to be, like, to turn the tables every now and then, right?
Yeah, you have to, because you don't... I guess you would have more of the advantage if no parking just wins a fight. Glorious Pathway, there's the implosion they were looking for. That is a combo that they wanted to pull off. And they go in forward. Sung Jinwoo still popping off on the backside. He's going to jump on forward. Gets the flicker out from Skip. Lil Natal trying to keep it together. But you can't contain Sung Jinwoo as he picks up on the backside. A great combination. Again, it's an even trade. The 3 for 3. So neither team will get the Lord.
And a lot of damage coming from no parking. We were talking about how it's like Team All Gods is a really tanky lineup. But no parking just bursted them all down, like all 3.
Yeah, this is... Both teams here, Chin, have like devastating combos that they can use.
Exactly.
It's pretty crazy that they can do that. Again, anytime... I like the response of Skip because anytime that he sees an implosion set up, it's an automatic Frigid Glacier. Like, let me just lay this down and hope that we can
Everyone's
survive.
gonna get caught, yeah.
And so we find ourselves once again at the Lord here. This is as close as ever. Sung Jinwoo will pick up a Sea Halberd to deal with some of that sustainability that's coming through, especially from the Revitalize. But it's still control for no parking. Part of that, too, is the advantage of having a Tier 1 turret in the mid lane still for Team Old Gods. They can hold that together. There's a conceal.
Conceal play.
They're going to be looking. Oh! What happened to Mar? The implosion! Going to be able to catch Skip. Skip still has the passive. He's going to have to rely on the team to follow through, and Riri might come from the backside. The Frozen might look for Sung Jinwoo, but he can't catch up in time. Pops the Wind of Nature. Still on the hunt. Sung Jinwoo's going to fire off. It's a 1v1 all day, but Riri will have to escape. And no kill for Riri this time, and they do successfully take him off the Lord for now. But again, Team Old Gods will make their way for the Lord take. Can no parking stop this again?
That would have been huge though. Both marksmen were both at isang hit na lang.
Yeah, isang
one hit na lang sila parehas eh.
Oh my goodness. The Lord here, half health. Again, they're going to go for it. Glorious Pathway drop down. Marky's pretty low. Riri trying to make it the way down to the fight. They're going to have to break it out. Mar going to be in trouble. Mar's gone. Sung Jinwoo will pick up the kill. Ralphie's gone. The Lord's still going to be worked on. And Skip gets Marky as Helvey goes down. But Snap got the Lord. But Sung Jinwoo will get the triple. Trying to find Lil Natal, but can't find it. And once again, a trade 3 for 3 across both sides. But the Lord secured by Snap. And now they'll work on the Tier 2 turret. They've got the advantage for Team Old Gods.
We're 30 minutes in. It's been neck and neck from the start all the way till now. We still don't know who's going to win, but the Lord will be on Team Old Gods.
Dude, it's literally the same thing we saw in Game 1 where Sung Jinwoo has position and he's able to just freely hit in the backside. That's why I was saying.
Yeah, positioning.
The positioning from him is so good when he's not forced to just set up like an Ixia does, you know? Picks up a Malefic Roar. He's got most of the items that he needs. Obviously, he's got the Endless Battle. He's got the Blade. Oh, no. They're going to fight anyway. Even before the Lord makes its way, they're going to bring him back with a grab. Still, Mar taking the brunt of the damage. Guard going to drop down the Frigid Glacier and an implosion again. Able to find 2. Going to bring him back into the team. They get thrown into the air and Riri's gone.
Oh, no.
Major part of the damage. Lil Natal on the hunt for Sung Jinwoo, and he can't survive. Lil Natal will get the kill, but he lost his team. And he's all by himself, and it looks like that's going to be it. I don't think he can defend against this, plus the Lord and Team Old Gods from Vertis North will be able to go ahead and win the series. They just wanted to take everybody out, and they take Game 3.
Vertis North, Team Old Gods. Here we go.
They did it. Team Old Gods did it.
But no parking though. Like put up also like a really stellar performance from Game 1, 2, and 3.
That was a series, man. That was both teams. Congratulations. That was a series. I love to see those team fights too.
Exactly.
Like they just wanted a team fight. This is something you were saying you love to see, right?
Exactly.
Did you love those team fights?
Team fight lineup.
Did you love those team fights, Shin?
My head's spinning.
Because we're going to have to look at the highlights here from this match. There was a whole lot of them, and I'm sure you guys know it too, because it started from the beginning. And like I said, all the way to the finish, they just duked it out. These implosions were crazy. They were great setups.
Ralphie.
I mean, props to Ralphie, because it's funny, when we were in the draft, we were talking about, you know, some of
here we
our
go.
classic picks. He goes with a Tigreal, and he makes it work. Ralphie's my MVP for this one. I know we might have someone different, but I'm going to say Ralphie, because the implosions were on point.
And they all had their moments.
They had their moments.
Like, a lot of them like really had like really big moments also.
Think,
like,
Chin,
Yeah.
think how many 1v1s Sung Jinwoo lost
exactly. Really.
and had to deal with.
Exactly. Here, like right there.
But
like,
then
we
he
have the
comes
highlights
back.
here. Yeah, with the positioning, like, and when it counted the most, on Lord
Right
fights
there.
as well.
And that's hard.
Yeah.
Honestly, anybody that's played against a 1-1
Yeah.
in the gold lane, you're most likely not going to win
Yeah.
1v1. You know? But it was the, like you mentioned, it was the positioning in these fights later on where you got to see just how good Sun Jinwoo is with positioning in the gold lane. Like we saw in game 1. And yeah, it was so close. I mean, it was neck and neck for the longest time. And honestly, at this point too, like, either team could have won this, because there was even a point where it was like, man, it was always a constant 3-for-3 trade.
Right.
This team fight was great, though. Again, the implosion from Ralphie, just catching 2-3 members, bringing them back. Sung Jinwoo almost survived. He got a little Nautile low enough there. And, of course, the team stays healthy. They go and win the series. So, fantastic, fantastic game. No parking, and Team Old Gods put on a show in this best of 3. I absolutely love to see it.
You know, like, in the first 2 games, no parking was like very team fight oriented.
Yeah.
And then now it's Team All Gods. So, you know, it's been proven time and time and again. Like, the team fight lineup is like really, really, really works. And even I think the draft is also, like we always say this, like, the draft is half the battle.
Yeah.
Like, there were like a few like for me, like, the Beleric was kind of early.
Yeah.
Like, it was like too early of a pick.
Too early in the phase,
Yeah.
like first phase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our MVP for this matchup, who is it going to be? They all did so well.
Oh, snap!
Hey, he got that
got a Lord, yeah.
Yep. He got the Lord with the mini Lord.
Yeah, yeah.
The
He got
Eternal
the
Guard.
Lord with the mini Lord.
He got the Lord there, 4-0-15. Again, great performances from Team Old Gods.
Yeah, and we were
first
saying,
half.
like, you know, the Vexana doesn't have the damage, but in terms of team fight, though, like, the impact is there.
The impact's there. And the crowd control. The crowd
crowd
control
control.
is what really works well, having a Vexana there,
Yeah.
right? So that's what we saw there. Again, guys, I hope you enjoyed that series. It was phenomenal. So hats off to, again, Team Old Gods. And we have 2 more matches still, of course. But before we do go to break, we want to go ahead and welcome everybody once again to subscribe to the official TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube channel. And thank you to Making It Happen. Of course, it's Dark League Studios, where heroes come to light. Now, once again, we are going to be going on a break before we get ready for our 3rd match of the day. Again, I'm Isu. This is Chin Valdez, and we'll be back after the break.
Play It Forward program has marked its 8th successful year, transforming the lives of Filipino youth through football. With focused mentorship in sportsmanship, leadership, and perseverance, the program teaches essential skills that resonate beyond the field. During the 6 sessions from March 8 to April 12, 145 team members from TELUS Digital Philippines volunteered, 182 donated, and 9 teams sponsored the sessions, raising over 110,000 pesos. The culmination featured a mini tournament, during which the children received medals and trophies. Cheers to partner NGOs, Gawad Kalinga and CPAG, the program beneficiaries, and the generous team member volunteers. TELUS Digital Philippines donated 135 desktops and laptops to the Department of Education through the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines Bite the Gap project. These computers will soon power up the classrooms in public schools nationwide. Deputy Secretary Sana Angara, TELUS Digital Philippines Country Vice President Ann Munoz, and IBPAP's Acting Head for Membership Jenny Marshall were present at the turnover ceremony last April 25. The Brigada Papasa program, supported by the company's commitment to boosting literacy, saw 60 team member volunteers as reading champions last April. Partnering with World Vision Philippines, they conducted engaging sessions at Baseco Port area in Manila, inspiring a love for learning and setting young minds on a path to a brighter future. Moreover, 156 generous donors from 3 sponsored teams raised funds for essential school supplies, ensuring that these children have the tools they need to continue their learning journey.
Mikey Mike will never say no to a rap battle challenge. Though this loving cat dad always says yes to his fur baby. Michelle spends most mornings running outside, and then spends her nights running codes and programs. Anna is a basketball captain who keeps her eyes on the prize. But she's also the biggest makeup enthusiast in town. They're all wonderfully unique, but they have one thing in common. We'll see them at work tomorrow, and we'll be glad to welcome you to TELUS Digital 2. Because it's you.
Forward program has marked its 8th successful year, transforming the lives of Filipino youth through football. With focused mentorship in sportsmanship, leadership, and perseverance, the program teaches essential skills that resonate beyond the field. During the 6 sessions from March 8 to April 12, 145 team members from TELUS Digital Philippines volunteered, 182 donated, and 9 teams sponsored the sessions, raising over 110,000 pesos. The culmination featured a mini tournament, during which the children received medals and trophies. Cheers to partner NGOs, Gawad Kalinga and CPAG, the program beneficiaries, and the generous team member volunteers. TELUS Digital Philippines donated 135 desktops and laptops to the Department of Education through the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines BITEGAP project. These computers will soon power up the classrooms in public schools nationwide. Deputy Secretary Sana Angara, TELUS Digital Philippines Country Vice President Ann Munoz, and IBPAP's Acting Head for Membership Jenny Marshall were present at the turnover ceremony last April 25. The Brigada Papasa program, supported by the company's commitment to boosting literacy, saw 60 team member volunteers as reading champions last April. Partnering with World Vision Philippines, they conducted engaging sessions at Baseco Port area in Manila, inspiring a love for learning and setting young minds on a path to a brighter future. Moreover, 156 generous donors from 3 sponsored teams raised funds for essential school supplies, ensuring that these children have the tools they need to continue their learning journey.
Mikey Mike will never say no to a rap battle challenge. Though this loving cat dad always says yes to his fur baby. Michelle spends most mornings running outside, and then spends her nights running codes and programs. Anna is a basketball captain who keeps her eyes on the prize. But she's also the biggest makeup enthusiast in town. They're all wonderfully unique, but they have one thing in common. We'll see them at work tomorrow, and we'll be glad to welcome you to TELUS Digital 2. Because it's you.
And there you go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, we've had a pretty interesting game number 2.
Grabe yun.
Match
Ayan na.
number 2. Masaya.
Ayan. Uy, nakatagalog.
Oh my God. Do we actually... Nagtatagalog pala tayo? Hindi ako aware dun Oo nga pala, pwede pala yun. Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gents. And grabe, ang saya ng game. Napa 3 games tayo finally.
Match 2, no? We went
Sheesh.
to game 3. No, and then from the first game all the way until yung third game nila, ano talaga eh. Kasi nagkakaroon na ng comeback eh. And then that last match that they had, from start to finish, puro bakbakan talaga. No? Talagang team fights talaga ang hinahabol kasi nila eh. For both teams.
For both teams, absolutely. It's crazy. And if you just joined us, welcome. This is the TELUS Digital Intersite Tournament for 2025. And TELUS Digital Philippines has really given us so much... you can see from the TVCs that we saw during the breaks, right? So much opportunities for their team members to really step up and show what they've got and achieve that work-life balance that we all love to see. So, ito na yung mga times na, ano ba?
And kasama na rin to, di ba? We also have this huge Mobile Legends tournament also, di ba? From TELUS Digital.
Just happening for a long time now,
Yeah,
apparently.
exactly.
You were also in one of them.
Yeah, in a couple of years back. And it's pretty big. No, we will be having, I think, the semifinals and also the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. So that's something to look out for. And I think we also have like a huge prize pool here.
Yeah.
Like it's we from 128 teams, no, we're down to 8. And then prize pool is around at 60,000 pesos.
That's right, 30,000 for the first place, and they're also getting diamonds, and they're also getting their happy points. So dito we're gonna have a new batch of contestants. We're gonna have a new batch of team members. It's Amusement Park from Market Discovery. Actually, both of them are from Market and Discovery CCO. So it's Amusement Park versus Tandang Agimat.
Okay. This will be pretty interesting because earlier, Naisu and I were talking about how the drafts were going because some of them might know each other. Diba?
Yeah.
Yung drafts nila parang medyo personal eh. Kasi hindi, like some of the bans or some of the picks aren't too meta. Pero we don't know eh. No,
Yeah, we don't know. Exactly.
They might know something. No, kaya medyo nag-aano sila na like parang very targeted no yung draft nila. So, ito like as you mentioned, now they're both from the same branch, is it? Are
yes,
they?
It seems so.
So highly likely na baka mas alam nila, no? Like they know what each team likes to use, what they like to pick. So, I think the draft will be pretty interesting this time.
Baka ito yung mga after shift, mga nagbabakbakan na.
Oo, diba?
No? Ito yung masaya. So, if ever there were yung mga previous teams knew each other, maybe from some research, probably these two are probably playing with each other a lot. So, yun yung gusto ko makita if actually that is going to be the case. Because kanina din, we also had like a few times where we actually see a lot of, ano ba yan? We see bans like, for example, like Kufra doesn't get banned out. Like, what the heck, right?
Pero
so,
I think first pick siya nung ano nyo eh.
in the first match,
series,
exactly.
yeah.
So we see a lot of that stuff happening here, as well as yung mga priority with for really off-meta heroes as well. I'm really loving it.
Minsan kasi ano talaga yun eh, nasa mastery din talaga.
Yeah.
Diba? Like regardless of meta. And then, nasa-showcase naman. Did you see Josh with his Lapu-Lapu and all that?
Lapu-Lapu has been really a hero pick.
Diba?
Especially, especially from before. Now, even with a little bit more improvements, medyo nagiging mas usable siya. Not just here, but also in really other international tournaments as well.
Exactly. So, like you mentioned earlier, and also I mentioned also with Naisu, I'm really looking forward to a Nana pick.
Wala ba? Isa lang naman, guys. Wala ba tayo dyan?
Hindi, kasi kahit dati pa, no? Like even in the old MPLs, no? Pag may naglabas ng Nana, diba? It's really a spectacle.
Explosive eh! Oh. So you're right. Actually, I'm looking forward to something like that. Not to mention, it's really a player. It's a player comfort big. Press 1 in the chat kung nag-Nana kayo. At some point in your life.
Mic test.
At some point in your life, press 1. Kasi parang ano eh, it's really something that can really, again, we were talking about yung mga like picks ni Naisu, like the Gord. Very underrated heroes.
Yeah, pero pumapalag yun.
Pumapalag, sumasabog talaga.
Moments.
So yun yung mga sana malay mo. Pero again, these are very we also understand yung palitan sa mid lane ngayon with Zushin, with Zedian, with basically every single one of like Vexana. You know what? Sorry, nice. We forgot to mention Vexana earlier. It also was a pretty strong hero kanina. Naka-Lord Steel pa nga yata yung Vexana kanina. So yung mga we know the hero pool kind of revolves around these specific heroes right now.
And we saw Luoyi.
Luoyi as well. Medyo bumaba lang ng konti sa usage because of the changes na naman dun sa ultimate ni Luoyi where mas kita mo na kung saan siya pupunta. Pero other than that, it's still a pretty wide hero pool, honestly, sa mid.
May macro pa rin siya. It's like, but although nerf nga siya, kaya medyo naano pa rin siya. Na, yung nga like you said, no, medyo bumawas na yung pagkakas.
Just a little bit. Pero right now, obviously, we have a new set of players.
Yeah.
So, bagong set na naman ng expectations. And bago na naman tayong aaralan. This is Tandang Agimat versus Amusement Park. Again, they are
looking forward to this, no? Kasi they're both from the same branch. They might know each other.
I think they do.
Yeah, we might see some unorthodox picks.
Kanina nakita nag-a-appearan yata sila.
Yun pa. Diba? Pag hindi mga ganun, those kinds of matches are really nice to see kasi I would expect them to be more or less at around the same skill level as well. Kung sila din yung magkakasama, diba?
Don't forget, 128 teams yung pinagdaanan nila dito, diba? So,
kaya nga. So this could be the best of the best, and they're both from the same branch, and we see the Glue first ban. Typical, I think this is a typical ban, is it? I don't know na masyado from the meta.
It feels like a really good answer. Honestly, Glue feels like an underrated pick kasi yun nga, focus tayo with heroes such as the Baksha na na-flex ngayon sa Roam, sa XP, and sa Jungle.
Right.
Lapu-Lapu is also making a rise. Uranus is also really heavily prioritized right now because of the really increased usage of Uranus and the revamp. Grabe Uranus ngayon. Unbelievable, honestly. So, again, these are things that you really have to think about. And again, by the way, guys, we're live on TELUS Digital Philippines' YouTube channel. So you want to check out Dark League Studios on Facebook right now. Yung mga pwede yung tignan right now. And we will have the finals as well on July 26, where I heard there's also a cosplay competition.
Oh, and those are amazing. If you've seen, itong diba? Like TELUS Digital Philippines cosplay competitions, all out talaga.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing to scoff at. No, I've seen it like a couple of years back. They're really all out. No, they're really, really good at these cosplay competitions. Hindi siya pang lang. Akala mo yung lang trip
sa booth. Yeah, booth lang. No,
all out talaga.
So that's again something for you guys to look forward to in the coming next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And right now on the draft, we are seeing priority on the Hayabusa. I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah. Very, very strong
Yeah.
assassin. Even
although
today's meta,
we were talking about this kanina. Where are the assassins today, bro? Where are the assassins today on the jungle? Yung mga kailangan nating tignan. But right now, we do have a ban already pala for Kalea. We just don't see it. It is a Kalea ban on the blue side right now.
I think that's
yung second ban nila.
Tandang Agimat's ban.
Tandang Agimat,
si
yeah.
Kalea.
Oh, look at that! Esmeralda! Ito na, lumalabas na.
Oo nga. I think medyo makakate na yung mga bans natin dito. Ako personally, the Kalea would be my first ban. I really hate that hero. That's my number one most hated hero in my opinion. Like,
this is coming from an assassin.
Assassin kasi.
100%, right? So,
I
ang hirap dumalaw pag may Kalea sa
Hindi ko kaya talaga. Oh, here we go! Uranus is open. So first pick, we were just talking about this, talagang very prioritized ngayon si Uranus talaga. So we have him here for Tandang Agimat. First pick, Uranus.
Yes, actually, surprising with Uranus, Ionic Edge, yung paikot niya na skill. The one that you spam for 20 minutes. Pindot ka lang na pindot ng ganon. Sige, pindot ka lang pindot. Ikot lang ng ikot. Yun yung malakas sa kanya ngayon.
Yung mechanics.
Basically, that's all the mechanic Uranus has.
Yung mechanics ni Uranus.
Exactly, aside from consecration, obviously, in the jump. Pero like, everything else is just like, that's all you do. Pero, it's so effective. And that's why you can also use it in the jungle now.
Exactly. Ang Makati, malakas yung damage talaga. This is very interesting though, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, like Uranus stacks up his healing based on the hits he takes.
Yeah, exactly.
Pero nag-kimi si Amusement Park. So what does that mean? Is
That also helps. Yeah, that also helps the Uranus region.
does that mean like maximum stacks kagad si Uranus pag
Most of the time. Actually, especially right now where a lot of DPS heroes are used, like 1-1, like a Kimmy, like a Granger. More hits
Mabilis yung
definitely
stacks.
it helps with the region. But not to mention just Uranus is just unbelievably tanky right now.
Exactly. And then like the damage is also there. No, which is kind of like weird. No, he's very tanky and it has really, really strong damage. AOE.
Yeah,
Diba? So,
hindi ka magulat kaya parayo siya ngayon, di ba? Oh wow, look at this though, Lilia.
Lilia.
Nag-expand na naman yung ating mid lane hero pool. Well, 1-1's also already kind of a given right now, pero
Backside
look at this. This is
export.
really good.
Your
Export.
team is banned.
Now, this is... Pwede pa siyang mag-swap-swap eh.
Pwede pa.
Pwede pa mag-ano eh, pwede mag-jungle export, pwede mag-XP export.
Same with Baksha, you don't know.
Same with
you don't know
Bak.
pa
Lalo
kung
si
saan
Baksha,
siya
oo. Pwede pa yan mag-roam, pwede pa nga mag-XP, and pwede din mag-jungle. Grabe. So, medyo yung amusement park ay talagang hindi pa sila masyadong nagpapamigay masyado ng ano nila, ng kanilang actual strategy, pero mas set in stone na yung lanes dito so far ng Tandang Agimat.
Nagbabans ngayon ng Assassin si Amusement Park with the Ling and the Hayabusa ban. We were talking about how they might know each other or ano. Although these are, like, Ling is not exactly meta, if I'm mistaken.
Not exactly,
Not
yeah.
exactly.
Parang
diba?
medyo
Pero-
second, ano eh, tier A siya,
Right.
kumbaga. Tier A.
So this could be like a targeted ban or baka kasi baka it might be because of their lineup.
Yes.
It could be something like that. I don't know. They did take a Uranus, so they might be trying to target something that could hopefully take it down. No, it
Your
will need
team
something
is
that has like phenomenal DPS to be able to bring down a Uranus. And normally, yung mga ganong klaseng heroes, assassins yung pumapatay sa mga ganon eh.
Yeah.
So, let's see no kung ano yung balak ni Amusement Park. These are pretty interesting bans. Ako lang medyo iffy ako dun sa Kimi nga because of what we were talking about, the Uranus mechanics.
Pero it does, if it goes to the gold lane, definitely malaki yung chance na manalo siya sa gold lane. Malakas siya mag-poke, malakas mag-harass, and just easy farm. It can also be really strong against Lilia dun sa mid lane.
Yeah.
So yun yung mga bagay na tignan natin. Yisan siyang banned out. Basically, a lot of assassins, a lot of mobility has been removed
Right.
mula dito sa Tandang Agimat.
Yeah,
alright.
they took out an Airtel.
Alright, so far, it doesn't feel like it's super... Hindi naman sobrang nalimita yata yung gold lane.
Oh, Tigreal.
Tigreal is a great option here. So, if they lock this in, nagmumukhang X-Borg XP, Baksha jungle.
Jungle Baksha.
Your team
Okay, that's gonna
is
be it
banned.
then. That's gonna be it. So,
Interesting. Wala pa tayong core or yung jungler natin for Tandang Agimat.
Yep.
Amusement Park did take out a few assassins here. So, tingnan natin kung ano yung pang-counter nila dun sa lineup nila. And also why, kung bakit
Ang daming
assassins
jungler.
yung tinanggal. Kasi medyo tanky yung lineup ng Amusement Park with the Tigreal, X-Borg, and the Baksha. Normally, pag ganyan kasi you have like a support roamer. Guess mo yung mga ganun.
yeah,
soft-
support roamers.
Like, oh!
Dabi, kung
parang
support
Angela.
lang din ang pag-uusapan
Parang
natin.
Angela.
I mean, I think Angela is pretty much
Oh,
the
and
it
CC!
girl.
Your team is
So, confirmed. Jungle Uranus.
Jungle Uranus!
Yes.
Yan kakasabi pala
That's what
natin.
we were talking about kanina.
Let's go!
Highly effective, really strong clear, especially pag tumagal na yung laro.
Hindi kaya nga.
So, that's
So very interesting. Ako personally,
Wow.
you know what, paring Rockhart, this is the first time I'm gonna be seeing this. Because I just got back. Oh, we have a Min Sitar. I guess for the 1-1.
yes,
Diba?
actually.
For the 1-1.
It's gonna lock in a lot of heroes. Actually, pati yung CC, it's gonna slow you down.
I bet that's like a gold lane Min Sitar. Mid lane Kimi.
I think that's it. That's
Diba?
exactly the case, my
to
friend.
lock down the 1-1 on the
Nako
gold
po.
lane.
Okay.
Oh, diba? I love it. I
This
love
is crazy.
I love the draft. Maganda yung
Alright.
draft both teams. So this is very interesting, no, kung paano nila i-execute yung strategies nila. Kita
Yeah.
natin eh. No, like we were talking about medyo unconventional na strategies, and I guess we're seeing it right now. This is my first time seeing a jungle Uranus. And then, oh
Oh, no.
Jungler Minsitar!
Okay. Baksha roam. Which, you know what's funny? Pwede din i-roam yung Minsitar. So, sobrang flexible naman.
flexible.
Napaka-flexible naman ang amusement park. Okay, let's see.
Na-amuse talaga tayo
Oo.
dito ngayon sa amusement park. No, tingnan
My
natin kung paano nila
goodness.
ipo-pull off talaga to.
Alright, this is game number 1 of the best of 3 between Tandang Agimat and Amusement Park. And as you can see, mid lane Kimi, really good clear, as well as a lot of mobility. So, itong mid duo na to can really do a lot of rotations.
Oo.
just clear the mid, then try to go for a gank real quick. So expect a lot of action, especially around level 3 or level 4. The moment na mag-run implosion yung Tigreal na to.
And looks like they're going for the Little Wanderer. A Little Wanderer. Repolyo.
You know what? Actually, tawag ko din yan dati Little. Kasi maliit nga naman siya. Ano ba ang pinagtatalunan natin dito, diba? Tapos nag-wander din siya. So, maliit din siya. So, tama lang. Pero ang mas tama dito is, of course, exactly what the Lilia is doing. Maximize yung field na pwede mong i-zone. And make sure na hindi mag-invade yung Tigreal. Because once the Tigreal invades, baka mahirapan yung Uranus mag-clear.
Maganda talaga dito, we can see na maraming early na poking dito sa mid lane natin. Kasi yun talaga magde-dictate nitong rotation natin. Diba? And both have really strong lane clear with the Kimi and the Lilia.
Yeah. 100%. Kasi it feels like yung clear is all day. Itong dalawang mid na to, magki-clear lang sa mid, tapos tatakbo na.
Oo, tatakbo
so,
na.
yun yung, wala silang hindi sila mahilig magduelo, kumbaga.
Right, exactly.
Hindi sila mahilig magbatuhan ng skills. So, most of the fight happening will probably happen around the top side or the bottom side of the map. Expect yun na yan.
But now, we have Turtle coming up, so looks like we're gonna see our first... Oh! Kill here! Kay Wiley! Ah!
He's gonna hit level 4! Dan might hit level 4 and cast the curtain call, pero looks like they're gonna be a little bit too late to the party kasi I think nakaamoy yata sila na may papuntang rito. Si Senyor Rito. Papunta rito si Senyor Rito. Okay, that's a little bit of a...
Papunta rito si Senyor Rito.
Okay. Pero with a low HP on Wildeye, not sure if he's gonna be willing to go for it.
You have the ult. Senyor Rito. Nahugot niya si... Sino yung nakuha niya?
That
si
is
Whip.
not...
There we go. First blood.
And they're gonna go and keep going. The Marcia going down as well. And kita mo naman nagwawala na ang ating mga tropa. Pero gamit na ang Vengeance netong si Dan. I don't think they can zone for long. Especially with Wildeye coming in close. Pero walang retry si Wildeye. Hindi jungler. Numbak siya. That's gonna be more kills. And a Turtle going over to Tandang Agimat.
Grabe. Alam mo, lason kasi talaga tong lineup din ng
Lason?
Tandang Agimat. Makita ka ng Uranus jungler. Pero, up!
Hindi nila titigilan yon. Boss Wex in the house! Forcing the liquor. Coming in from Night Shan. Lotion not hitting, pero looks like okay lang. Bakit? Namatay naman eh! Diba?
Yun ang importante. Mahalaga. Mamatay naman eh. Diba? Kahit walang tinamaan doon sa implosion, namatay pa rin lang yung mga germs natin doon.
And that's gonna be more kills going over. Grabe yung presence ni Dan dito, as well as Coil and si Boss J. Kohi rather.
Grabe ngayon ko lang
forcing
napansin. Meron pala doon tayo sa kabila, men. Pangalan niya, Amoxicillin.
Oo.
Grabe.
Yan ang tunay na pamatay ng germs.
Pamatay ng germs talaga. So kung merong dalawa yung pamatay nila ng germs, si
Night Shan.
Night Shan, tapos si Amoxicillin din.
Okay, so hopefully naman hindi na mamatay masyado ang germs today. Kasi pag hindi na namatay ang germs, ibig sabihin nun, walang tinamaan yung skill. So pag naririnig nyo kaming sinasabi yun, usually yung ibig sabihin nun. So I think that was a good way to zone lang.
Zone.
Pang zone yun.
Kasi na-push sila dun sa clash.
Tama na, gumana naman. Di sila nakapag-tower dive, di ba?
It works.
Tama. Guys, kaya huwag nyo sisihin pag may ganun si mga kakampi nyo sa RG.
Ang importante, mahalaga. Namatay pa rin.
Ang importante yung mahalaga.
Napatay pa rin naman nila eh. So, objective secured.
So, ayun, parang pag mabilis ka mag-drive.
Exactly.
Pag mabilis ka mag-drive, tapos yung tropa mo, uy, ba't ang bilis mo masyado mag-drive? Aksidente ba tayo? Hindi naman,
but
diba?
did you die?
But did you die?
Did you die?
Exactly, that's the exact thing. That's the line of everyone who has casted a skill and missed.
I think
so, so here we go.
We have another turtle coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna see another big turtle fight for sure. Kasi nag-prep na ang Amusement Park right now.
Looks like
and
it's
there
gonna
you
be
go,
5v5.
the last insanity, natusta, 100 degrees.
10-man turtle fight coming up.
10-man turtle fight. It's gonna happen here. Wildeye up on front. Does he have Revitalize? I think he does. Here comes the implosion. Nakabawi ng malala. Natulak patra si Dan. And that's gonna be the big fight happening right now. Wildeye, nasa likod. Senyorito nasa harapan with a huge King's Calling, zoning everyone out. Pero wala doon yung kalaban. Yung kalaban ay nasa harapan. Umabante na and go forward. Kasama ang mga Amusement Park. And that's gonna be 2 remaining members. Marcia and Naishan remaining against 4 members of Tandang Agimat.
Na 3-4-1 trade there on that 10
That was big.
fight sa turtle. Grabe din yung ginawa nilang rework dito sa river, no? Yung movement speed.
The
na
surge.
disappear.
Oo.
Grabe yun.
Ang napaka-action pack bigla.
Oh, it really forces the 10-man fights for these objectives. Oh, Retri over there. Who got it?
I think you got it. I think, yeah, Wex got it.
Wex got it. And
Hindi kasi yung nag-retry dun sa
Sa
turtle. Kasi sobrang zone talaga nila. So, so far, stonks na stonks. Itong Tandang Agimat.
Tandang Agimat.
Grabe. Jinx. Bawal mong salita. Ay, magsalita mong ako na bahala dito. Joke lang. But I love what they're doing right now. And again, ang bilis ng rotation nila going on top side.
Uy, wait, concealed play.
Oh!
3-man set! Oh!
Ayan na nga nangyari na ang kanilang inabangan. And lilipat na Kore. Joke lang. CJ yan. And they get a kill. Wildlife goes down.
You love to see it, no? These big plays by the Tigreals with the setups and the conceal. Grabe, no? Pero wala yata silang na-pick off doon. Actually, nabawasan pa sila, nalagasan sila kay Wiley.
So it was not, they were not really in the position to attack. That's a problem. And I think the items also are not right there. Senyorito casting na King's Calling, try to go for the defense pero hindi pala sabad, Kuya Jin.
Actually, ang laki na ng gold lead ngayon ni Tandang Agimat with the 5,000 gold lead. It's still early, no? 5,000! Oh, 5,000!
Oh.
7 minutes pa lang, no? It's still pretty early, pero medyo malaki na to eh, no? This is pretty big gold lead already in the early game. So, tingnan natin kung ano pang pwedeng magagawa ngayon ng amusement park, no? Para mabawi pa to.
Yeah, the gap is pretty big at this point, right? Like 6,000 getting into it, amusement park. Maximum control ng mapa, not to mention meron pa silang turtle na pwedeng kunin dito. Unless makagawa ng miracle set si Nightchan. Pero ang problema dito nga, Kuya Chin, no? Parang kahit makaset yata si Nightchan, yung damage nila, wala pa talaga. It's not there yet.
Wala pa. Hindi pa nakarating. No, pero, tignan natin. Oh, mukhang hindi pa sila nag-turtle. Hindi, nagsusolo turtle na yata natin doon
Yeah, they're getting started. Ayan, Jay is here. Again, medyo masakit na talaga yung yung ionic edge nitong si Wex, yung paikot-ikot.
Grabe si Wex.
Hapdi na din. Kaya niya mag-zone and kaya niyang tapangan lang. And hop on front. They will secure that turtle with the retribution.
Ako, I don't know, like personally, like this Uranus pick is really like a ban or pick for me. It's really, I don't know how to deal, I personally don't know how to deal with it, pero syempre, baka, like these guys, no, they probably have they had something in mind. Pero, ang hirap eh. Ako, hindi ko talaga alam. Ako,
I feel you. Yeah. Super late game, it does feel like may konting balance out. Pero sa early to mid, napakakunat. Nako po. Pero speaking of makunat, Dan is actually a pretty solid front line right now. Hindi na kailangan yung hard card. He was able to sustain like 4 members here of Amusement Park. Pero pag sumama si Senyorito, baka mag-iba na ang kwento. Pero sa top side pala ang mangyayari. Walang nakadepensa and that's gonna be inner turret on top going down from Jay.
Also, Dan has 70% of Tandang Agimat skill. So if he falls down, medyo malaki-laki din yung bounty. Uy! Implosion! Flicker Implosion!
Flicker Implosion for Nightchan. But si Nanikash lang ang madadali. And it's not gonna be enough. Actually, may black shoes pa yan. They're ready to dive. Ready sumabak sa gera. And dinadahan-daan nila, iniisa-isa nila ang mga miyembro dito ng amusement park. Beautiful juggling of the tower damage as well. Parang walang nangyari. Puno pa ulit yung buhay nila.
Grabe. Ibang klase talaga. Bakbakan talaga nakita natin. Medyo lumalaki pa ngayon ang gold lead ng Tandang Agimat. So, we're still waiting to see kung ano yung pwede pang gawin dito ng amusement park. Ikaw paring Rockhart, what do you think? Anong pwedeng maging winning conditions ni amusement park right now?
Grabe, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Sa puntong yan, I think Marsha really just needs a full item stack.
Also, I think kumakatid din yan eh.
Oh, actually, ang maganda sa jungle Mincetar, makatid talaga yan kasi yung actually parang mala 1-1 yung build niyan eh. Like corrosion. Diba, yung really fast attack speed can really hurt. Pero then again, that's all front line. And that will also depend on kung sino yung pwede nila ma-lockdown.
Right.
Problema, si Nanikash may Purify, si Jay may built-in Purify din as a 1-1. So, ang hirap manghuli dito sa totoo lang.
And again, si Uranus kasi he really likes the multi-hits, and we get a lot of that from both the Mincetar, the Kimi as well. So, maximum stacks talaga kagad na mag-iingat.
Max stacks, man. Always max stacks, and Wex is very happy with the way things are going. So far, I don't see anyone from Amusement Park who can actually deal with where the Uranus is. Ang hirap. Literal, anong gagawin mo dyan, di ba?
Ang hirap patayin yan talaga, makunat yan.
Batoyin mo na lang ng timbayan. Wala talaga. Unless, takpan niyo yung mata ni Wex. Pero kaya tatakpan mo yung mata niyan, pumindot lagi ng pindot Ionic Edge. Buhay ba na siya eh. Pero yung problema doon is, again,
And Lord is marching forward. Actually,
DPS.
ang ganda ng ano nila ngayon, ng flow ng ating minions.
yeah, the flow is actually really, really good. All waves are crashing in, mid lane as well. May holy defense pa naman. Pero napuputok na isa-isa rather.
Right.
And 12 minutes mawawala yan. Papasok pa with this Lord.
Here we go. All lanes.
What's it gonna look like? There it goes. Holy defense. Nasa loob si Kuya Wex. Gagamitan pa yata ng Angela Heart Guard. Pero I think he doesn't really need it. Pero pumatong na din either way. That's gonna be turret going down on mid. Wildeye up on front. Even though they're revitalized, hindi na naging sapat, Kuya Chin.
Grabe! Ibang klase talaga. Amoxicillin, ikaw yung inaasahan namin, patayin mo na ang germs. Grabe, napakalasan kasi talaga nito.
There he goes!
Puno pa rin yung buhay na after ng lahat ng yun.
And even with the set, looks like Naishan not gonna be able to capitalize on that. No damage from the back line at all. Wala si AoE, Senorita goes down as well. That's gonna be the cleanup. And Tandang Agimat coming out with game number 1.
What the unconventional picks, the unconventional draft.
Crazy.
No, very, very solid fight regardless.
Oo, ano tayo, Kuya Chin? Nag-debate tayo dun sa
Oo.
Uranus na yun.
Oh, interesting din naman yung naging lineup
ganda
ng Amusement.
Exactly,
part.
that was a very interesting flex. Like,
Oo.
super flex nga yun eh. As in,
Their whole lineup.
Their whole lineup.
We didn't know kung sino yung pupunta sa gold lane, sa jungle, or sa roam.
Yeah.
No, all of it like didn't know. Maganda, they had the idea. It's just that, I don't know, ako personally, like I have massive respect for the Uranus pick. Kasi, ang hirap talaga. I personally don't know. Ikaw ba paring Rockhart, what do you think can stop a Uranus?
it's just a lot of burn eh. A lot of, and obviously, kailangan maaga ka magkaroon ng Dominance Ice, ng Glowing Wand, to slow
All
down
the anti-heals talaga.
Anti-heal. Kasi sa region lang naman makunat si Uranus of lang. Pero then again, ibang usapan yung itemization when you're getting pushed back and you're getting invaded non-stop.
Yun na nga
And
eh.
laging ang bilis nila sa objectives.
Exactly.
So it didn't really give a lot of opportunity sa amusement park to actually go and get the items.
Right.
Ang
Yeah,
bilis na
exactly.
tapos ng game eh. So they really didn't have the weapons to deal with it.
I wouldn't really call it one-sided naman eh. No, it was still like they put up a fight, no, especially sa early game. Pero I think nasa rotation nila, we could see that even without the big team fights, talagang nagpo-pull forward si Tandang Agimat eh.
Yeah, absolutely. Kita mo naman forward seatan ng Agimat. Like I mentioned, the moment you hit level 4, you're gonna go and take these fights as much as you can, maximize yung hard guard, and surprisingly, sabi ko Amusement Park, probably they're the ones who wanna go. Pero yung Tandang Agimat pala yung G na G, especially walang makasagot masyado sa Uranus ni Wex.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you like put that down. I haven't seen it happen. You really have to ban or pick that hero.
Yeah, so far, at least sa RG ko,
Uh-uh.
that's what we do. You just ban out the Uranus.
Same.
Yeah.
Ako din, like, ban or pick talaga si Uranus until they nerf it.
Until they nerf this one to the ground. Honestly. Yeah, and that's what makes tower dives like this so easy. Like, look at that. It's so easy to actually dive under the tower and juggle it out, especially with healing provided by the Angela, and everyone's just so mobile.
Same thing that I tell my viewers also, like when I go live. Like if there's a Uranus, you wouldn't exactly want to like build a lineup around countering it, because what about the teammates? What about the rest of the teammates? It's a 5v5, and if you can't shut down that guy, he's just gonna be in your face and causing havoc. So yun, grabe.
Yeah, and I really like this. Again, it's free 19. I like the Kimi pick. It could have been a good gold lane pick, but I wish they also included like a mid lane pambomba sa early game. Yun yung I think kinulang dito sa damage Amusement Park. Apat na super tanky members, tas super reliant on Marcia, on the Kimi, to do almost all the damage.
Right, exactly.
So maybe if this was something like a Farsa, something like that, diba? That could have maybe yung ma-bridge man lang yung early to mid-game damage. Yung inabangan ko. But MVP, I am assuming this is gonna look like the Uranus, right?
Oh,
pero
no,
it's Dan. Ay, di pa siya
Dan.
namatay sa game na yon.
Hindi siya namatay.
Parang kanina.
Actually, early game, siya
Wow.
nagdo-dominate eh.
Oo
Ang
nga.
lakas ng damage. He was taking all the kills.
Even
He
with a
was
2v1.
not dying. Oo.
Oo.
No, so ano nga, si Dan.
I'm
Like, he
surprised.
kind of set up the ano naman talaga din. I guess they all had their moments.
Yeah.
No? Kasi,
Dan the man.
Dan the man.
Let's go.
Yeah, on
909.
that CC.
What the heck? He didn't die there?
Could a CC take down a Uranus?
Let me think about that for a second. Siguro, hindi eh.
Mahirap pa rin, no?
Ang gagawin niyan,
Magpa-full
pag
stacks
CC
yun eh.
versus Uranus, magkakat sila sa isa't isa.
Oo.
Ikakat mo yung
Magkakat
lane
sila
ko,
parehas.
ikakat ko yung lane niya. And that's all. Di sila magkikita sa lane,
Right.
basically. So, usually pag ganun yung matchup, mag-i-relay ka masyado sa gold laner mo.
Yeah.
Granger, Irifel, usually Harif. Kung pagalingan na lang ng gold laner to.
I think that would, like some of those heroes that you just mentioned, I think maybe those could be an answer for Uranus. I don't know, like maybe like a Harit na makate talaga na nag-snowball.
Or maybe yung
something.
crits nga ng Iritel, di ba? Yung heavy crossbow crits. So,
Oo.
I don't know. Other way, I hope they can find a way to deal with it because right now, obviously in game number 1,
Yeah.
it was so oppressive. It was so scary.
Yeah.
Especially comboed with that CC, no?
And both teams had very interesting drafts. You know, like they were using meta heroes pero unconventional roles. Di ba? Yung mga ganun. Like, I usually see a Uranus on the EXP
Yeah.
lane.
Your team
So,
is
ito,
banished.
like, tingnan natin, no, ano gagawin ngayon ng Tandang Agimat
Yeah.
and Amusement Park. I was happy with that matchup. No, of course,
Your
like it did
team
go to
is
Tandang
banished.
Agimat, pero I really want Amusement Park to put up another fight here para we see a game 3. No, maganda. I like it. No, I like this matchup.
Parang what is meta na lang pag ganito.
Oh, what
no?
is meta?
Oo, nagulat din ako sa Mincetar pick kasi it doesn't really gets picked up a lot. It doesn't get picked up a lot, honestly. I love what I see where these teams are trying to flex out yung maybe one of their main heroes, right?
Exactly.
I would do the same if I was in a tournament. Like I'd use that Kalea and Hylos non-stop
Yeah,
all day
Kalea,
long.
Hylos.
Yeah. And just give the enemy a hard time. Pero so far, naging problema naman nung jungle Mincetar is yung mobility, right?
The mobility, yeah.
The Mincetar just doesn't have that much mobility, so the clear is slower.
Yeah, so I thought it was gonna be gold lane.
Pero it's
9,
effective,
diba?
May mga comps na pwede siya.
Kasi
Gold
sometimes
lane
the
means
clash,
pwede din.
Oh, no. Yun nga,
Yung
akala
attack
ko
speed
gusto
build yan, no?
Attack speed
Your
build.
team
I've
is
seen a lot of
banished.
TikTok.
Yeah, it's a fun pick. It's a fun pick, 100%.
Your team is banished.
Pero right now,
Granger, 1-1, and Hayabusa ban for Amusement Park. Tandang, sorry, we can't see it.
Ng
I
Agimat.
bet that's like another Kalea or
Yeah.
something. Ayun na kasi.
Kalea again.
yung second
Yeah,
ban
it
ng
looks
red.
like shy kasi si Kalea ngayon.
Shy
Ayaw
si
niya
Kalea, ayaw
magpakita, guys.
magpakita.
Pagpasensyahan niyo na, okay?
Oh, interestingly enough, I don't think she got banned or picked too much also like sa previous
In the previous
series.
games, yeah, you're right,
Your
actually.
team is
So very specific siguro yung Kalea here para sa Amusement Park. I love it.
And the glue ban, again, from Tandang Agimat. They also banned both the glue and the Kalea. Tinanggal na rin nila si Tigreal. I guess na medyo nahirapan sila doon din kanina kasi nga pumatay siya ng germs eh. And then it did force that zone na talaga mapunta sila doon sa team fight. Na kahit na wala silang nahuli.
Yeah.
They won that clash. Diba?
Your
They won
team
that
is
team
picking.
fight. So, ayun. I mean, Amusement Park won that team fight. So, tingnan natin. Oh, lapo.
Ayan na. Inopen nila yung Uranus. Akala yata nila, i-pick nila yan. Sabi nila, hindi. Ready.
na.
I mean, Force is just too good. He's just too good right now.
Right.
I think S tier,
team
Force is one of the S tier heroes.
Ng mid lane
Sa mid
right
lane,
now.
yeah.
Oo.
So, I don't blame him. It's really good. Dalawang bayani ang napili dito.
Isn't
Isa
yun,
mula
lapu-lapu.
sa Korea at
Korea.
isa mula sa Pilipinas.
Philippines.
Ayos tayo dito. At yun na nga.
Oh,
Tanky Frontline
Fred.
is locked in by
Your
Amusement
team
Park.
is picking.
This time, no flex whatsoever. You know where that's going.
Fred, there is in my opinion though, I think it's early. I don't know. I'm not
Early to lock in at Rizla.
The
that
Fred.
Your team
The
is
Fred.
banished.
Ito yung pinang-clutch mo sa dulo, ganun.
I don't know.
mga
Like
picks.
for me, just in my opinion, I know of a lot of ways to. Although it's
Your
been,
team is banished.
ano siya, bumabalik siya sa meta, di ba?
Yeah,
Kasi
yeah.
nawala siya sa
Huge,
meta
huge.
eh.
Fred
Pero
is
ngayon
good
sobrang
right
ano
now.
niya ngayon eh.
Oo. Literally lahat na yata ng hero, pwede na yata mag-jungle ngayon, guys.
Oh.
Lagyan mo lang ng retribution. Pwede na yan. I-jungle mo na yan. Ano ba yung mga gina-jungle nyo, guys, na mga hero? Comment nyo nga sa baba. Yung mga hero na hindi usually gina-jungle. Alam ko may mga yin player.
Yun
na
court?
Anli, na opo. Nana jungle, sige, bato mo na yan. May retry naman.
I've seen that
Gagana,
Nana jungle.
gumagana, it really works.
I've also seen lately
Your team
Diggy
is
jungle.
Ayun, hindi ko alam. I don't have any
Diggy
opinion on that,
jungle.
bro. I don't know how that works. Pero sige,
Jungler
I wanna
Diggy.
see it. I'm gonna look up clips later for sure. But yeah, 100%. Anyone, almost anyone. Even the Skimmy can be a jungle if you wanted to.
Iba na ngayon kasi, no? Like, they're really coming out with a lot of unconventional drafts and lineups ngayon. But, ayun na. No, we have the Kimmy, we have the Yusun. Ito yung sinasabi ko. That's why ayoko masyadong maaga si Fred. Kasi, ang weakness... then now, an Irithel.
That's scary, yeah. You can get...
You get what I mean?
Kited. You can get kited
Yun
here.
ang weakness ng Fred rin eh.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why, in my opinion, like, the Fred was too early of a pick. So, ayun, no. Of course, like the Fredrin is very strong and all. It's been proven like through time. Then now we have Ixia and Lolita and team fight lineup.
Amusement Park. Hindi pa nahiya. Ginawa nyo yung 5-man na marksman ban eh. Binawasan nyo pa ng isa eh. Ixia is good. Ixia is good. Underrated. Super underrated si Ixia right now. Combo with the Lolita. It's good survivability in the lane. And you can get some setup done. Crazy stuff.
Grabe, this is very interesting. I was kind of hoping to see like a 1-1 maybe even. Doon sa side ng Tandang Agimat.
Tandang Agimat, just realized triple marksman sila.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Because
that's what he used to take down Fredrin even before. No, back then when Fredrin was like super hard meta talaga, before he disappeared. Because he disappeared and then he's just recently coming back because of the assassin meta. But it was always marksmen taking down Fredrin.
Whoa! Napaka-spicy naman ng lineup ng Tandang Agimat
Badang lapu-lapu! And then triple marksman!
Triple marksman! Napakatindi!
Very interesting!
What is tank? Tandang Agimat, para tong mga nag-argue na, Hindi, ako marksman! Hindi, ako marksman! Hindi, pero joke lang, legit to.
No, I think this could work
This is really scary. It's a very spicy lineup.
Exactly.
Okay, two things.
Thoughts on the draft?
Okay, your front line, Badang has to do so good.
But that's why you brought out the Lolita.
That's why you have the Lolita as well. Doon naman sa kabila, very important yung Farsa. Kasi tatlong marksman yan, malalambot yan.
And then si Lolita
so dapat magaling ka tumama ng feathered airstrike mo.
Exactly.
Tapos may Lolita pa nga.
So it's gonna boil down to the Lolita and the Farsa.
Yes.
No, I mean against the lineup of Tandang Agimat right now.
Si Nightchan mahilig siya sa mga hero na na kailangan allergic ka sa germs. Kailangan tumama yan, tol. Kailangan lahat tumama ngayon. Yun yung win conditional dito for Amusement Park for sure.
Here we go. We have the roamer Badang.
Okay. And so far, I would say he's doing a pretty good job. Again, the Badang, you have to keep in mind, guys, medyo late game yung lineup dito ng Tandang Agimat. It is not an easy lineup to run.
It is not.
Kasi there's just so much farming they need to do.
Exactly.
Dalawang taga-CC lang yung kalaban nyo, yung kampi nyo, dalawang off-tank. That's the Lapu-Lapu as well as the Badang.
But the Farsa is also very strong in the late game though. Like, siguro
True.
tatlong feather airstrike.
Kaya mo mang 2 hits. 100%.
Diba? So, medyo very risky yung lineup ni Tandang Agimat din. Pero, I guess, they probably... like Amusement Park did pick out the Fredrin early. They could have baited it. It could have been a bait. Pili kayo ng mga malalambot to take down our Fred. Pero tingnan natin ngayon, paano nga ipo-pull off tong mga strategies na both Amusement Park and Tandang Agimat.
Yeah, we'll see. Kasi also, you're correct dun sa initial thoughts mo with Nightchan. You also have, ang laking bagay din nung shield ni Lolita because of all the projectiles that's gonna go your way.
Right.
Yeah, yan. Paulit-ulit lang. Kahit ako, actually, dapat niya, hindi nyo nabinan yung Granger eh. Kung i-open nyo din yung Lolita eh, di ba? Sige, ang saya mang bad trip ng Granger sa totoo lang pag Lolita ka. Pero looks like because of this, it's a very early invade being used by Tandang Agimat. Buhay na buhay pa naman and nakaiwas pa sila sa isang espadahan. That's gonna be a Predator going down.
Grabe. Here we go. First team right pa lang doon sa blue buff pa lang doon, no? This means Turtle. Makuha ba natin dito? Tandang Agimat? They opted not to.
Yeah, they slowed it down a little bit and that's gonna buy some time para makabalik etong si Frederin. Wow, look at the crits on Jado. Oh my god, that is...
Ouch!
Ooh, that's not a joke. That's sick. That's
kasalanan to ni Fuego. Kumakanta na ng early game si Iritel.
Yan na naman yung only penetration, no? Only penetration build. Napanood ko din yun. Shoutout kay Boss Fuego.
Boss Fuego.
Buti na lang, di nakita kakulay ng mukha, di nakita ka mukha. Kakulay ko ng buhok yun before. Pero right now, another fight. Wildeye up on front, pero hindi niya kayang tangkihin. It's gonna be Wex with the kill. And they're gonna be able to get some priority dito sa turtle na to.
Oh!
Kill from the back. Senyorito gets a kill with Nanikash. Pero siya din ay naging biktima as long as Night-chan trying to do his very best to block as many projectiles. Pero sabi ni Shanshin, may kutsilyo din ako, boy!
Oh, hindi siya basta-basta para lang. Ay, hindi nga pana pala.
Pana.
Ayan, pana pala.
May kutsilyo din pala siya. Pag dinikitan ka pala, masakit din pala. Oo.
Galing tondo yan.
Oo.
Galing tondo yan si Zunshin.
Matalas.
Matalas talaga.
Matalas.
Ibang klase. And so far, from what we're seeing right now, 3 minutes into the game, sabi natin, late game yung lineup nila, pero it's already paying off na talagang kahit risky. They did go for a risky draft here, pero pumapalag eh.
It is. It's working out very well for them.
It's working so far.
We haven't even seen a good, we haven't seen a really big fist crack, fist break combo mula dun sa Badang. So yun yung mga inaabangan ko din. Like, will we see that big setup?
Right.
Kasi, again, that's one of the win conditions for Tandang Agimat is to keep that going, keep that pressure going with Kohi. And then just make sure your marksman survives. Or sabi ng Amusement Park, hindi yata dapat, tama na guys, kailangan tayo naman ng pumunta sa ofensiba.
Right. And then si Amusement Park naman, winning condition nila, it's si what's his name? Marsha needs to step it up, diba? Pero later pa yun, mamaya pa siya kakatid to take down the triple marksman lineup of Tandang Agimat.
Yep, hinahanap natin ang kate. But, oh my god, a cancel on the Numenon blast. Unbelievable from Kohi. Senyorito is in trouble right now. And there you go. Jay with the kill. Wailai up on front. Natry niyang makipaghampasan, makipaghampakalusan. Pero hindi siya bibigyan ng Tandang Agimat. Yung marksman, yung sinabi natin nung draft nangyayari na, Kuya Chin.
Yun na nga.
They're getting kited so hard and Dome under the turret as well. Triple kill for Wex.
Ayun na. Here we go. Snowballing. Tandang Agimat. Ito na yung sinasabi ko eh. Diba? Napakakati kasi nung lineup din nila. I think,
Kati talaga.
I really think like kung if the plan was to bait out the Fred.
Oh my goodness. Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay. What the heck happened to that lane?
Grabe,
when we were not watching it?
Oo. Grabe yun. Actually, yung sabi nga ni paring Naisu, like the Ixia pick, it's pretty risky. Yung win
risky,
rate,
yeah.
yung win rate ng Ixia kasi like very dependent on sa teammates. Kailangan, you're not gonna win duels.
Kailangan sobrang distracted ng kalaban mo.
Oo.
Ganun.
Exactly. Kumbaga, your teammates have to set it up that way.
Yeah.
So, hindi siya mahirap talaga for duels.
Yan. Speaking of setup, ayan, sinerap nila magdamag. Si Boss J!
Hey!
But look at that intercept! Coming in from Kohi! Beautiful engage! And depensa! Okay, Kohi, lilibre ka mamaya ni J ng milk tea! Buhay na buhay.
Nasaguhan eh.
Oh,
Nasaguhan.
Uy, grabe set. Ang ganda ganda nung respo dun.
Oo. Nabigyan pa nga ng milk tea.
Oo, may milk tea yan. Oy, boss, legit yan ha. Pag ako yun, matik yun. And then, ito na, nagsisimula na naman tayo with the offensive from Tandang Agimat. Just like earlier, lumalaki na din yung goal lead. Tulad din kanina, at 6.5 minutes, we are currently at like 7,000 on the goal lead for Tandang Agimat.
Very interesting. That's why the draft is really half the battle. No, magandang actually very unconventional din yung draft ni Tandang Agimat, and there are several counters for it, pero dahil nag-show ka kagad ng cards si Amusement Park, no, it could have been a good counter, pero it's not working out for them so far. No, we'll have to wait and see what happens kung abot pa ba to ng late game, kasi early game pa lang medyo ang lakas na ng snowball ng Tandang Agimat, and ang winning conditions nila was to make it to late game. Pero early game pa lang they're already snowballing. So we'll have to wait and see how will Amusement Park come back from this.
Scary. Kasi ang hirap talaga. Ini-imagine ko pa lang yung win condition right now ng Amusement Park. God set from Wildlife, God set from Senyorito, and maybe an out of nowhere Numenon blast from Night-chan. Nangyari naman, but it had to be castled right away. Cancel coming in here from Amok Sicilin with that beautiful setup here from the back line. And there's a shutdown. Jay goes down, and buhay na buhay ba ang Amusement Park? They are going in for their possible redemption arc.
Here we go. Nakita na natin yung misdirection doon. Numenon blast. Diba? Akala nila okay na. Hindi pa. May triangle ako. Ito, isa pa.
parang ginawa nila pang bait yung Numenon Blast para mag-dive yung Tandang Agimat.
Nung nag-dive sila, pasok naman sila, shoot sila doon sa triangle ni ni Amoxicillin.
So far, it did work at least for a few moments. Pero as you can see, after that initial wave, medyo kinulang na sila ng follow-up, and that's why Tandang Agimat are still gonna come out on top here, getting that last turtle of the game.
We have a gigantic gold lead. Still the early game, going into the mid game, pero may naman nagtatry, no? Hindi pa sumusuko si Amusement Park. We have huge team fight over here. Oh! Ay, nubos!
My goodness, that's so much firepower coming in with Marsha and the Night-chan with the feathered airstrike combined with the full barrage. Pero si Kohi, their sustained damage is unbelievable.
Nahirapan si Senorito magpa-stack doon for his ult. No, the Badang was just in his face, like doing all of the knockbacks and the stuns. Hindi siya nakapag-ult. He still had his ult. It's really tough. No, like that Badang roam, really solid pick also. And to protect the triple marksman lineup.
Looks like that's gonna be the case here. And so far, Night-chan, again, hindi pa niya na-full channel yung Numenon Blast, right?
Hindi pa, not yet.
So we're seeing it used mostly as a bait and mostly as a shield the teammates. And so far, at least tumatagal sa buhay, tumatagal sa teamfight si Marsha and si Amoxicillin. At least. Pero we're really gonna need like the big wombo combo setup. After yung wombo combo kasi Kuya Shin, parang yung attack, yung normal attack nila, si Amoxicillin na lang halos.
Exactly. Yun na nga eh. Kumbaga, si Amoxicillin dapat ubus sa kanila. At saka si Marsha. Diba? We still haven't seen that there.
Dapat, dun sa combo na yon, kailangan mga 2 o 3 sila.
Exactly.
Pag nagamit niya yung full barrage, tsaka yung feathered airstrike. Kasi after nun, hampas-hampas na lang, normal na lang. Diba?
Oo nga.
So, yeah, we'll see if they can do that right now. But so far, at least sa mga combo na yon, one member gets picked off from Agimat.
Kasi they have the idea down, they just have to execute it well.
Yeah, they need that big execute. They need that big setup from Wylai and Senorito.
But Tandang Agimat probably also knows that. First Lord? Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
First Lord.
They're good at spacing. Diba? Itong si Kohi on position with that conceal already used up. Here comes that big setup with a wombo combo. Umaatras pa atras sila Amoxicillin. Magulat ka pag umatras pa abante. Pero looks like it's gonna be it for Senorito going down under the turret. They're still alive. And natiis nila yung combo ng Numenon with everything.
Grabe. You know what I've seen so far? Si Kohi is always in your face but hasn't died yet. He has 0 deaths. He's
oh my goodness, you're right.
He's under the tower. He's everywhere. Pero they're not able to pick him off pa rin. Grabe.
Napaka...
Very disruptive siya.
Sobrang disruptive nitong si Kohi, and he's doing the phenomenal job here. A really phenomenal job on that Badang. Considering hindi full tank yung mga ganyang Badang usually, masakit din yan.
Masakit yan.
Oo. So, again, Jay is doing a good job as well of staying out of harm's way. Nani Cash as well. Again, marksman naman sila. Wex has 7, 0, and 8 on that Yisan shit. That's gonna be tower going down. Apaka-hapde ng heavy crossbow. Here comes that full barrage once more. Wex with a kill. Shut down naman ni Amoxicillin. And that's gonna be the marksman falling left, right, and center. 2 for 2 so far. Tandang even Amusement Park going into the base. Pero it's a 3v3.
Wait, this isn't over yet. I've seen this somewhere before already. No, I've seen this several times.
Oh my goodness, that is just beautiful here. Beautiful zone, Kohi with the extra hit, tanked up. And that's going to be Tandang Agimat with a clean sweep. It's a 2-0 against Amusement Park.
Grabe, no? Actually, good try, no? The idea was there. The draft was interesting. No, pwede. No, it could work. Yung execution lang, no, it wasn't pulled off.
Nakatakot yung wombo-combo nila.
Oo.
Diba? Pag nakita mo nun, pag bait niya namaan, natutunaw talaga.
Exactly.
Pero pag naiwasan mo kasi yung triangle.
Yung triangle na yun.
Na-sidestep mo. Parang okay na eh.
And then as I was mentioning with Naisu earlier, no, normally in these kinds of drafts, malaki talaga yung mga team fight-oriented na drafts, which they had. No, Amusement Park had a very strong team fight-oriented draft. Pero grabe din kasi yung naging risk that Tandang Agimat took din with their draft.
Super surprised. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And we'll see na Wex only died sa pinakadulo.
Sa pinakadulo.
Literal na binato na niya yung katawan niya dun sa kalaban.
And so it's the first team fight, no, for the purple buff.
And it's insane now where they were able to maximize Nagulat ako 5 yung nandun. Sa totoo lang. Ina-expect ko magkakat pa sa baba. Pero hindi. And they were able to actually really invade so efficiently. Maaga pa lang. Si Naichan actually, I mean, he had the shield up. Pero like I mentioned, hindi yan ubera sa isang Shin.
Exactly. Yun na nga, kasi hindi lang siya may pana palaso eh. Meron pa siyang kutsilyong tinatago.
Oo eh. So, they were also diving under the turret. Ito between dalawang turrets yan
Right.
Ang galing ng positioning dito ng Tandang Agimat
we have
overall.
that duel there with the Ixia.
Yeah, it was ito yung the milk tea moment nila si Kohi. Senyorito really got answered so heavily alongside here. Jay coming out with his life as well. And I would say na sayang yung positioning nila dito. They were under the turret, they were positioned well, pero may tapang na May tapang na yung Tandang Agimat na kaya nila mag-dive sa torre.
Right. Grabe. No, we're seeing a lot of really good matchup strategies and drafts dito na ngayon sa TELUS Digital Philippines tournament natin, Mobile Legends Intersite tournament natin. So, you'd love to see it. No, grabe talaga tong mga tournaments dito.
I just realized, site tournament lang pala to. So, magkaka-building yata sila. Mga team members natin.
Pala, no? Same
so
site
for this game, site tournament
Site
to.
tournament.
Pero yes, that's gonna be it for that. That's 6-21 on the left final score here for Tandang Agimat against Amusement Park. And again, may magandang setup tools naman yung Amusement Park. Again, super reliant on making sure na maganda yung penalty zone from Wailai, yung energy eruption from Senyorito. Naichan as well is, again, they have so many tools actually set up. Pero yung damage tools nila is limited to yung burst ng ulti. Dapat sobrang perfect no timing nung Federal Airstrike at saka ng full barrage.
Hindi, pag wala ng ulti, basic attack na lang si Ixia, si Amoxicillin. No?
Item progression here looks so good. Sabi ko sa'yo, kahit Thunderbelt lang yan, tas full tank, masakit pa rin yung badang. Hanggang ngayon, ganun na ganun pa rin. And
Never siya namatay buong game.
Hindi din siya namatay,
Pumapasok siya, he's everywhere, in your face, punching your face, as in, under towers. Even under towers. Ang laki ng shield din eh.
And
ang kunat din niya talaga.
It's really scary. The badang is so good right now. And MVP natin yun is si Jay. Ang dami niyang 1v1 na napanalo sa taas.
Makata din talaga ang Iritel.
And just like Wex, sa dulo lang din siya namatay. So,
kasalanan ni Fuego to eh.
Honestly. That airfill is really good. Early on, bihira yung kayang makipag 1v1 kay airfill early. Just because of the early penetration setup that you have for the airfill.
Umbos lahat ng suot mo talaga dun. No, napakalambot. Malambot ka na nga, lalambot ka pa lalo.
Yeah, and don't forget guys, we're live here on the TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube channel and on Facebook as well for Dark League Studios. And sobrang thank you to TELUS Digital Philippines for making this happen. Brought to you by TELUS Digital Philippines and powered by Dark League Studios, where heroes come to life. So, nag-enjoy ka naman. Mukhang enjoy naman, no?
Oh my gosh, it's great to be back. No, I just started playing Mobile Legends again lately. And, you know, like, it's really exhilarating.
It's exhilarating.
Sobra. No, and you'd love to see it. No.
Yeah, we're gonna see more of this later on kasi meron pa tayong isa pang best of 3.
One more series.
Mamaya. And don't you go anywhere, guys. We'll be back here after a short break. Rockhart and Chin Valdez. See you guys later.
The Play It Forward program has marked its 8th successful year, transforming the lives of Filipino youth through football. With focused mentorship in sportsmanship, leadership, and perseverance, the program teaches essential skills that resonate beyond the field. During the 6 sessions from March 8 to April 12, 145 team members from TELUS Digital Philippines volunteered, 182 donated, and 9 teams sponsored the sessions, raising over 110,000 pesos. The culmination featured a mini tournament, during which the children received medals and trophies. Cheers to partner NGOs, Gawad Kalinga and CPAG, the program beneficiaries, and the generous team member volunteers. TELUS Digital Philippines donated 135 desktops and laptops to the Department of Education through the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines by the GAP project. These computers will soon power up the classrooms in public schools nationwide. Deputy Secretary Sana Angara, TELUS Digital Philippines Country Vice President Ann Munoz, and IBPAP's Acting Head for Membership Jenny Marshall were present at the turnover ceremony last April 25. The Brigada Papasa program, supported by the company's commitment to boosting literacy, saw 60 team member volunteers as reading champions last April. Partnering with World Vision Philippines, they conducted engaging sessions at Baseco Port area in Manila, inspiring a love for learning and setting young minds on a path to a brighter future. Moreover, 156 generous donors from 3 sponsored teams raised funds for essential school supplies, ensuring that these children have the tools they need to continue their learning journey.
Mikey Mike will never say no to a rap battle challenge. Though this loving cat dad always says yes to his fur baby. Michelle spends most mornings running outside, and then spends her nights running codes and programs. Anna is a basketball captain who keeps her eyes on the prize. But she's also the biggest makeup enthusiast in town. They're all wonderfully unique, but they have one thing in common. We'll see them at work tomorrow, and we'll be glad to welcome you to TELUS Digital 2. Because it's you.
do you guys think, chat? Worst generation and best generation. Come on. I know you guys can hear me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament 2025. Once again, you're joined with us. It's me, Naisu, and this is Rockhart to bring you our fourth and final match of the day here for the qualifiers up to the semis and the playoffs. This is the quarterfinals, and we've seen a lot of great games. The last one that you and Kuya Chin got to do.
He's a little older than both of us.
He is a little bit, yes, he is a little bit older than both of us.
I could never tell. He's just so young looking.
Hopefully they say that about all of us, Rockhart. But it was quick. That was a quick one.
I was extremely quick, honestly. I could tell that there was some semblance of fight at certain points of the game. But then again, you see the response, right? The response to that triple marksman lineup really.
That was interesting.
That was interesting.
I was in the back room. I was gonna say the side. Like I was in the room, and I was like, man, what is this? What is this triple marksman lineup doing?
How did they make that work? That's my biggest question. But then again, when you saw the replay, it really boiled down to like having a really early gold for your marksman, because marksmen need gold. Y'all need gold.
But if you have three of them.
There's just so much damage.
Is there actually enough gold to go around?
That's true. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like, wow, are they gonna fight over all the scraps of gold around the map?
Yeah.
But it looks like they were able to generate enough, just enough, to keep the fight going.
And maybe it was better that those games ended, rather quickly. I would say, they're. I don't know what our fastest game time is today, but those definitely were
shy
in the
10
run
minutes,
for it.
I think.
Yeah, maybe,
10 minutes.
or a little bit after or so.
Right
but
after.
I think for our last match, we have. What is our last match of the day? Is it Worst Generation?
It is.
It's Worst Generation.
Yeah, it's gonna be Worst Generation from One LeGrand versus Kings in the South from Iloilo Pavia 2.
This is One LeGrand's second team, because we earlier I think we opened up the day with Gen Z.
That's right.
They were also from One LeGrand. So Worst generation, man. This immediately popped in my head. Who's the worst generation?
Why do they have to bring that here, right? Come on,
It's-
that's a pretty cool name.
Are they saying they're the worst generation?
Which one,
Or
though? Which one are they talking
Maybe
about?
there are multiple generations put into one that has made it the worst.
Maybe it's just a bad combination. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. But
Uh,
the Kings of the South is much more straightforward, I feel.
Oh
like.
yeah, that's 100% like sovereign pride.
Yeah, Southern Pride.
Southern pride.
So that's so then this would be the case where we saw earlier, where I'm assuming the Kings of the South will have their own little setup, because they're not here on the ground, but they'll have the full setup, and I think either way.
I think they have a boardroom setup or
I was
something.
gonna say they definitely have like a venue.
Yeah,
for
they
them.
do,
So
they
I
do.
would. That's kind of what I'm waiting here for, Rockhard, is to later on see their cameras where it's like, is this the same background? Are they all competing in the same, like set up the
I think-
boardroom or
Yeah.
whatever it may be?
There's a possibility that I think we have multiple Ilo setups here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have multiple Ilo setups. And
Isn't Ilo known? Like, remind me.
it's
Are those where the windmills are? Or am I thinking?
that sounds like that sounds like a different place,
Is
man.
it? What is Ilo known
Isn't
for?
that Ilocos?
Oh, probably. What is Ilo known
I have
for?
I
I'm sorry, I
don't
have
go
not
around.
been.
I am an inverter, so I don't go out a lot.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
true. We might have to go to Ilo, man.
I do.
I might have to go to actually
Will you-
discover.
please
like,
invite
this
us.
Side of the Philippines,
Yeah, I'm a very shy guy, so I don't go out a lot.
Well,
You know what? We could probably invite the other friends out.
we could.
Could,
Well, after we get done with all our work, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the match schedule here. For, of course, this is what we've been through. All the way up to this point. There's
What?
a trend here.
What?
This is this
is
not-
real?
Can the Kings of the South continue the trend, or will worst generation break
Oh boy.
generational curses?
Yeah.
Because that's what this shows us from all the way from match 1 all the way to match 2, match 3.
So far,
This one side is winning. What's going on here?
the purple. Is there a purple buff here? Because the green side has been.
It's been hey,
It's been very, very interestingly difficult for
worst
them.
generation. It's time to be best generation.
It's time to do
Change
it.
the
It's
course.
time to bring out the big guns.
Yes, change the trend here. But again, we've had incredible games, and honestly, so far, game 2, our match 2, no parking, and Team Old Gods,
Yeah.
I would say, gave us the best series so far. It went 3 games, neck and neck all together. So maybe for our last and final match today with the worst generation Kings of the South, we get to go ahead and see something similar to that. Maybe we get 3 games. We'll have to find out. We're going to take a look at the prize pool as well for everybody, once again, tuning in with us. What the team members here are all fighting for, not only the pride of saying they are the champions here for the TELUS Digital Philippines Intersite Tournament of 2025,
Right.
but they have a whopping prize pool here, too. 60,000 total pesos. Champions going to get 30,000 plus 6,000 MLBB diamonds and 100 happy here points. And what do they get for a runner-up?
That's a lot of money here for a runner-up. 15,000, 3,000 MLB diamonds, and 75 happy here points. I think that's their reward.
I'm really
program.
curious.
I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
ask him about that later.
Like, how many happy points do I need to, like, get something? Like,
yeah, I want to know. Is that like
do you have happy points in your own life? I do.
I have a lot of happy points.
That's a great way to look at it.
Yeah. You always got to look for the small happy points in your life.
You
If you're-
need happy points
Yeah.
every single day.
Because even if nothing like really big happens, honestly, in your life, you'll be surprised by how many happy things actually happen to you. The small things really do add up.
It's all mindset.
It's all about the mindset.
We want happy points, not sad points.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Like the fact that we are here enjoying,
this is definitely happy points.
right? This is a huge happy point. So always count your happy points.
I would love to know. Yes, please. After this, maybe hopefully we can know what happy points, what you get with happy
Yeah,
points.
let's ask
But,
the team members outside. I think there are team members
And
outside.
mind you, too, MVP as well, as you guys saw it. MVP is also going to get a special prize. That's 2,000 diamonds.
2,000 diamantes.
I've never heard of it called that.
It's
Diamantes.
a diamante. It's a Spanish.
Well, there they are.
They're here.
That's definitely a different room.
That's a different room.
That's definitely a different,
That's a different boardroom.
Yeah.
100%.
This is very giving me like school vibes, man. Like, because they're sitting behind each other, you know? Hey.
What's up, row 1? What's up, row 2?
Roll call.
Yeah.
No, but they're of course locked in, and I would say Ilo so far, what we've seen throughout the day has been great, but again, it's worse. It's up to Worst Generation to change the course of what we've seen from the standings.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping we get the 3 games here, and like we said, the prize pool there distributed across these teams, and we are after today. I think it's going to be a pretty exciting finals. I would love to go ahead and see exactly who ends up in the semis and finals, and I know. Rakhar, I know we'll be somewhere else.
We are going to be
during the
somewhere
time.
else.
But now that we've gotten to see this, like I am going to be tuning in.
I'm legit curious, yeah.
You know, where should they tune in?
I believe they should
for our viewers out there
to watch all of the action. Obviously, we'll have a huge tournament, semifinals as well as the grand finals happening on the 26th, July 26th in TELUS Digital Philippines YouTube channel as well as Dark League Studios. Also, don't forget there's going to be a cosplay competition. I always have to bring that up.
Yeah, the cosplay. Would you ever cosplay? Like, would you ever?
I already did.
No, like, not like. I mean, didn't you? Did you for MLBB?
Not for ML.
I know you cosplayed recently.
A little different stuff, yeah.
But if you had to choose
for a really good Netflix show called K-pop Demon Hunters.
I've seen it. I've seen it. I literally watched it because of you.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
you got to.
Yeah.
You can't stop it.
But if you had to choose a hero to cosplay, I think the winner from last year's first place, if I remember, I think it was a Lancelot. I could be wrong.
Whoa! I think I remember that. Funnily enough,
was it a Lancelot?
I think so. We'll double check later.
Can you bring a
Your
Lancelot
team
in the
is
draft?
banned.
How about?
What
maybe we
about
do that?
right? Bring
What
us
about
the
that?
new build Lancelot.
The new build, because we haven't.
Midnight has been
seen it
talking about.
yet.
I haven't.
We have not seen it yet.
Even in my
Maybe-
ranked games, I haven't seen it yet.
Well, I'm glad that in the last series we finally got to see the Jungle Uranus.
Your team is banned.
And it was stonks, man.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
So these are interesting because we'll see if the Uranus actually comes through or not, or if it's banned. Lapu Lapu though has been pretty insane, and
Your
if I really
team
had to
is
give so
banned.
far today a play of the day, if there's going to be a play of the day, don't forget Josh on the Lapu Lapu, man. In match
How can
2,
one forget Josh?
like, I would go back and look at that, and Josh, like that's like a
team
personal
is
highlight.
banning.
That was
is.
insane. Lapu Lapu's crazy.
Should upload that.
Yeah, that's-
Your
I
team
freaked
is
out a little
banning.
bit, you know. Get into the bans here, of course, the first time that we're actually going to see Chip
Yeah.
be banned out here, at least for today.
I miss the global plays, man.
Yeah,
I miss the
I
global
was thinking
plays.
about it last in that matchup where the Louis came up, and you know, like the global plays are still there. Chip is. It's funny that I think we can comfortably say this now, Rockhart, where these teams know each other pretty well because like the bans are always changing.
Your team
It
is
is.
banning.
They're
Very
very
specific.
personal, very specific.
Like, who would ban Yin, right?
Your team is picking.
Sorry, it hasn't been used in our league for the longest time. I am still wondering when we're going to see Yin.
The last time I saw Yin, man, was in the hands of a different team from a different country.
Different region, right?
Different region.
In our region.
And it was Rome.
Good luck.
It was a Rome.
It was
Yin.
a Rome Yin.
was a
So,
Rome
yeah. I wonder what was cooking here for Kings of the South.
That's cooking. Florin.
They're cooking Florin, man. They're cooking Florin. 'Cause I really wonder about the Yin so much.
Your
But the
team
Florin
is
is,
picking.
it actually made a resurgence a
Yeah.
few patches ago.
It's like we're back, and it's weird because if you, oh wow,
Ooh, that is nasty.
if this is locked in, that's great. But it is kind of weird that we're in this phase where it's like
Your team is picking.
our meta has like done a throwback,
Huge throwback, yeah.
and
Almost anyone can be
Yeah.
anywhere.
I think that's a great thing. I think it's very healthy for the meta that we have, the game that we have, the
This
competitive level. And if this is locked in, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah,
that's
you're
even going to be
trolling us,
crazier.
right? You're trolling us.
No, I think
Is that going to be real?
no.
If you can make it work.
You got to remember, like, part of this too is some of it's probably going on comfort. You
It's
know?
a lot of comfort,
But
obviously.
yeah, they're definitely trolling us. They're gonna
Definitely
lock in the
trolling us with
joy.
those fakes.
Your
I was
team is
hoping.
picking.
I was hoping.
Is the Ruby what you expect, and like, is it still successful? Is it still valuable in our current meta?
It really is. I feel like, especially with the increase on spell vamp, it can be really crazy.
Yeah.
Not to mention you can throw it on the gold lane if you really want to.
Man, that's been a while. Huh?
Yeah,
Gold lane Ruby.
gold lane Ruby. It's been a thing. I know our friends. You know, if you don't guys know Kelra, he's gonna be very willing to play that. He has been willing to play that for
A while.
quite a while now. And top tier gold laners will follow for sure the moment he locks that in.
Yeah.
But yeah, not really quite there yet. But you're talking
Your
about like
team
off
is
meta. You know
banning.
what? Bruno can still be considered a little off meta.
Which is such a contrast to where Bruno was as a hero just what half a year
Half
ago.
a year ago, yeah.
When he was the whole gold lane. Every single team wanted the Bruno,
Your team is
and it
banning.
felt a little unfair
It was
Bruno with
oppressive.
Bruno. I remember the pairing was the Bruno, and then the newish weapons that came out at the time, the Malefic Gun.
Malefic Gun.
And so when you had that, and then you had the fact that like Bruno was just one of those heroes where it's like, if you have 2 items, you're good.
Yeah, they can't touch you.
Like,
Nah,
what
nah, nah,
gold
nah.
laners have a power spike at 2 items?
Yeah.
Not many.
It's crazy. It's crazy what you can do. And it's crazy to think that there wasn't really that much change for
Your
Bruno.
team is
Yeah.
banning.
It wasn't-
He's not like
It wasn't
as
like
big
nerfed
of
to the
a-
ground or
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Right?
He's still good, but like I feel like now he's much more fair.
Yeah, a lot more fairer, a lot more reasonable to fight against, to lane against.
So how do you beat the Bruno now? Especially with like some of these gold lane options. go
Kimmy
down
used to
little
be a
bit.
really good beatdown for Bruno
Yeah.
for some matchups. Moskov obviously just time it perfectly.
I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
Moskov takes a really like. There's a lot of technicality to a Moskov though.
True
Whereas
though.
like Bruno, you're just like, you know, you're just hitting the
Keep pressing normal
yeah,
attack.
getting the attacks off, but then like picking up, you gotta make sure you get the balls, you know.
Yeah.
and then
I mean,
you
the
follow
balls
through.
usually just follow you at,
Yeah,
at the late
technically it's a
game.
little bit easier, you know.
In the
But
late game.
Moskov is like
Your
positioning
team
wise
is
and
banning.
the
Every-
micro that comes
yeah.
with him.
You're like a degree off and you're cooked.
It's not even that, yeah. It's like, even considering Moskov's ultimate, the Spear of Destruction, it's like how many times have we seen like that thing lobbed into a team fight, it
Yeah.
doesn't land.
So basically skill shot. It's a skill shot compared to like a Bruno who just auto targets most of the time.
Yeah, like what even is Bruno's ultimate? You know what I mean? Like,
Just
like,
throw it
the
out there.
I'm just saying like the value of his ultimate.
That's
for the
something I wish
longest
they
time.
could probably change.
Change, right? His
Your
ultimate,
team is
yeah.
picking.
Change his ultimate a little
Think
bit.
about that.
The Ling and the Forester are going to be taken out here. Forest has
Alright.
been a mainstay, I would say, just in today alone, in that mid lane option. So we might see something very different here, at least for mid lane. I know we saw some Aurora pop up earlier on.
So Vex.
Vexana.
Yep.
Yep, the Vexana came through.
And this Uranus can still go to the jungle.
It can.
And X-Spirit.
That's the way to do it. The draft right now is having a flex pick and being able to swerve it if you need to.
The biggest surprise for me is the non-appearance of Baksha.
Who has been banned out a couple times too.
Got banned out quite a bit, but even the times it was open, teams didn't really prioritize it that much.
Yeah. Do you think the Baksha could fit well for Kings of South?
Right now, we do have a roamer already. It's going to be forced to go jungle. Then
Yeah.
you might be putting all your eggs in the basket of
Your
the Bruno,
team is picking.
but with a Leomord around.
Hey,
Hey,
Kuya Chin told me you used to be a top Leomord player.
yeah, I have like a few thousand games on
A few thousand?
Yeah,
So Leomord is to you as Gord is to me.
yes.
So
you're
this
correct.
is wow. Did you ever get like globally rated? Or?
Just Philippines, like
That's pretty good.
from before. I didn't get global because the time I was playing Leomord,
Yeah.
everyone was playing Leomord. So-
Now it's niche because like even for worst
pretty
generation
niche,
to pick
yeah.
them up, this is not a pick that you see every day. There's very specific teams, even professionally, that will play the Leomord. Kind of very reliant, I would say, on being able to have that support, especially in the jungle.
Oh,
And
Your
once
team
again,
is picking.
love
you can see
this.
this. Yeah, the Vexana comes through with the Melissa.
Yeah, I love this right now. It feels like Melissa has been severely underutilized, and you can really pin down the Bruno. You can skirmish so well with the Bruno, as long as he doesn't beat you in range.
Yeah. I'd rather
You're
see
fine.
the Melissa, though, than the Ixchas.
Iksha, yeah.
Yeah, there's something,
100%.
I don't know. Ixcha, I know, has popped up, what, 2 or 3 times now? Today, and it's just like too much work.
It's
I
just
feel
not
like.
stonks, man.
Yeah.
Like after if you mess up your ulti just by a bit,
Yeah, if you mess up the ult, you're done.
you're
Like,
done. Yeah,
You're done.
exactly. It feels so bad because I used to play Iksha so
I
much
remember
when she launched.
first came out, yeah.
It was crazy, but now it's like anyone can just dodge out of it, and dodging out of it makes it easier if you have a Faramis on your lineup.
That's
This
good.
is a lineup that can go really hard, though.
That
Look.
Faramis last pick, that's pretty clutch.
That's clutch. That swerves ya.
Yeah.
That's a very swerve pick.
Okay, so not only is it going to be difficult to just kill this lineup, but now that you have another realm in consideration, this is going to be a little bit tough here. So, again, guys, welcome here to the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament 2025. It's the last match, our fourth match of the day here, our last best of 3. It's going to be Kings of the South, once again from Iloilo Pavia 2 versus Worst Generation. And that's from one LeGrand. So we'll see which team gets the first blood in the series. Once again, we got to take a look at this too.
Look at that.
Yeah. The thing I was going to say, though, earlier on with the draft, that last pick, Faramis, this is like the hardest thing to do here is to catch, I would say, Bruno. Leo Mord's got a little bit of leeway.
Yeah.
But if, for example, the ultimate is down, you don't have that steed to help you out.
You can catch him in transition.
Yeah.
Like, while he's transitioning, you can catch him he's pretty vulnerable. But you know what? Also, like you mentioned, like it's pretty hard to do here. It's hard to die if you're Worst Generation.
Yeah, like
you got Guiding Wind and you got like the Nether Realm.
That's what I was saying. It was
Come
clutch.
on, man.
The last pick was so good. I feel like people sleep on Faramis a little bit now. Like
so much, honestly.
nowadays. The poke is great. I mean, see what he's doing now against Crazy. Like the fact that you can actually poke down your opponent and kind of like go through walls and stuff too. Like, you know, and then you have another realm to help you out.
Yeah.
The poke is great from Faramis. There has been times in the past too where you would see a Faramis on the top of the damage meters.
Right, exactly.
That's just how much damage he does. And he's even running with the lethal ignition, right?
So that can really like burn you so hard. Which is that's what I was gonna say, right?
Yeah.
If you're a Faramis, maybe the only downside is you don't really have that much burst. They're trying to make up for it with lethal ignition.
It's so funny because it's called Ghost Burst. Like
Ghost Bursters,
right?
and then you don't have burst. I know it's ironic, but
Ironic.
But at the same time, sometimes Impure Rage can actually do decent damage. But look at that. Speaking of decent damage, that's more than decent. He got bursted
That's
down.
big damn.
That's a big damn right there.
What happened?
Wow.
Crazy just got obliterated. That's
Woo-wee.
first blood for Worst Generation. They'll go ahead and grab the first objective. Now they're just going to go full force in the jungle.
We have seen this before, Nice. We have seen this time and time again. Usually the team that really loves that early invade, they got that confidence. They've got that boost. They know the limit of their heroes, and they're going to maximize it to get a very early advantage.
And an early advantage in the hands of a Leomord. You know this better than maybe most.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's going to help. It's going to be
yeah.
really difficult to play against. A flicker expended, though, with the electrifying beats used up. So again, it's nothing too crazy. I don't want to say, you know, this is like a, you know, Kings of the South are down or anything like that. It's a very slight lead that we're going to see from Worst Generation. So Kings of the South have plenty of time to go ahead and wait. And realistically, you have to look at the lineup that they have. This is a lineup that is built off especially having those ultimates available. The level 4s need to be there. So that first turtle really doesn't matter too much to them, especially the fact that they already lost a body before that fight even started. So you're going to look to see how do we play around having a Ruby in our favor eventually when the rotations come through, because that pull that comes from the I'm Offended from the Ruby is going to be pretty big in setting things up, especially comboed with a, for example, an Eternal Guard if it's dropped down. Very early rush on the Rose Gold here, by the way.
I mean, just trying to stay alive is the focus here. Now everyone just trying to dip and dive out, getting pushed back here. It's going to slow down the attack. And a lot of ultimates were used here by Worst Generation, so maybe Kings of the South can do something about this. Right now, Garuda not really hitting anyone with the stuns just yet, but he's looking for the targets.
Yeah, just trying to hold on.
Keep everyone alive, at least for now.
Turtle's going to be up here in just a second, so we saw a whole lot of nothing in that exchange. It was some extra gold plating that went over here to Worst Generation, but ultimately they'll go ahead and set up for this objective, and now this is where we get to see Kings of the South. You can already see the rotation coming up too from this full team. They're in trouble.
Oh, look at that. Lance almost going down, but with a Guiding Wind and Circle Eagle able to stay alive. True Sight up on front. Lane Cram gonna get critted out by True Sight here. That Leomord passive really hits hard, especially in the early game.
Yeah, that's it. It's not fun when the Leomord is able to kind of just make his way there, and
It's all over all over you, man.
Yeah, just literally trampling, and then
Trampling you.
the extra benefit is, like you mentioned earlier, Rockhart, is you have a Matilda with you, so you can kind of like unleash hell in the back line and then just be like, all right, Lance, give me the guiding wind. I'm done, you know, and you have this escape plan. Or Rares can literally just be there for the Netherrealm. Like there's
press the Netherrealm. That's all.
too much.
Yeah. So Rares and Lance, as long as they're very aggressive, they can dive under tower, man. This is under the second tower. Look at the first tower. It's even up.
They've done this again.
Yeah, while all that's happening, Kinuha ng Palaka is still alive. Like, he's just free hitting from the back with his beautiful name and everything.
That's a mouthful.
Kinuha ng Palaka.
I'm not going to try it. Tina. Yep. All right, back to it.
What's Tinola, bro?
what's Tinola?
Oh, you can make Tinola now.
I can.
Hey,
I took a mean Tinola.
Guys, come on.
Oh, jungle.
Oh, look at this. This is a great try here from Azekami. Trying to get something done for the purple. At least get something for the Kings of the South. But looks like worst generation. Again, the immediate panic button. So easy for them to just press.
That's going to be a problem the entire game for Kings of the South, is getting past, especially the Netherrealm being available, because what it does for you mentally as a team, if you're worst generation, is the fact that we can take the risk. We can go ahead and be a little more aggressive in the sense that we know that we have a fairness with us. We know that we can at least have a panic button, if you will, with the Netherrealm ultimate.
Yeah.
And that's the Flask of the Oasis. Wow, look at that.
One combo.
Just one combo.
Just half out. Doesn't even have the penetration items yet. That's a scary thing.
Yeah, that's tough. This is going to be another turtle.
All right. In fairness, this guy got balanced a little bit, so the duration of the steed is just super short.
It's shorter now.
But the skills do hit harder.
I feel like he needed that, though. Like, Leo Moore's skills weren't hitting that hard before.
This is true. This is true.
You know,
but you're going to see him less on the horse, though,
yeah,
because of this. But that's fine. I mean, look at them. They're having so much fun with it. And they have a bit of a goal lead here. 4,000 right now for worst generation so far.
It's been slow but sure building up here as they continue to get objectives around the map. You have some cross-jungling happening right now. There's not much they're going to fight.
True Sight, got to get pulled in, and Guiding Wind pulls him back out. Netherrealm already used up. They have tanked so much damage already. Laifu could get so much done here. Uses the flicker to get out of harm's way.
He's still
alive.
alive.
But Kinuha is still looking for his target. And you know what? They're able to stay alive. Garuda keeping everyone in check, especially those HP bars.
Oh, that I'm offended almost connected. Laifu still alive. My goodness, this is what we were expecting. He has the bravest smite, so that's what the Ruby does, man.
Spellvamp for days, bro. Spellvamp for days.
You just need more time to build up on that Ruby.
Yep.
And that was worst generation, like forcing that fight. They didn't have to force the fight, but they wanted to fight under the tier 2 turret, and they ended up biting off a little bit more than they could chew.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, the gold lead is still there for them, but it did narrow it down just a little bit for Kings of the South. And realistically, that's what they need. You saw Haas Claws being picked up now. Yeah. That's going to really help this Melissa, especially towards the later portion of the game, or at least even this next fight that could come up could be crucial here on how they approach it.
The staying alive with a Ruby is just so useful. I'm surprised he was able to stay alive that long, despite having so much of a bit of a disadvantage here. Almost 4,000 earlier. Now we're down by 3.
Yeah,
and it's becoming closer than ever. And Laifu just staying alive here. You could say he has a lot of Laifu, you know.
He has a lot of Laifu.
Yeah, but now again, Guiding Wind and that Netherrealm already used up. But you know what? I guess they don't need it. Gonna get pulled back here as Ikami. There's just nowhere for this guy to run.
Right into the steed of True Sight. Nowhere to run for Izakami, and now this is going to be the Lord take. They made the play. They made the call. They caught him down in the bottom side of the map, and they're like, come here, rotate down, get these kills, and then we'll take the objective. Yeah. A great decision coming out from Worst Generation.
Yeah, I really like what Izakami is kind of doing here. Just trying to get as much resources, making sure that the gold lead doesn't run away for Worst Generation. But so far, Worst Generation has been having so much fun just chasing him down as well. And that's surprising because Worst Generation doesn't really have lockdown. They don't have hard crowd control except for the pullback from, from Rares.
From Rares.
And the knockup from Circle Eagle. That's all their crowd control.
Yeah, the stampede that comes from Rares has been kind of messing with them a little bit, but I think we just see them wait for this Lord to approach. I don't think they press the situation too much here for Worst Generation. I'd be surprised if they do.
Yeah, especially since they have the Uranus rivalry. They can just keep doing this all day.
That's what he does.
As a good captain once said.
Okay.
He can do this all day.
He can do this all day. Right now, all day is here. Right under the base turrets. Lord making his way to that bottom side. They're going to have to deal with that. Shield popping up top.
All right. Good wave control here coming in from Kings of the South as well, making sure that they don't crash in too hard into those towers of theirs. And these turrets going to stay alive for at least for a moment, but the Lord going to work on the bottom, expose the Holy Shield on the bot.
Okay, so you still got these for now. Shield in the mid will pop. Just going to clear that one out. I don't think Worst Generation gets any more, though.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
They still have to respect, because this is actually a really good defensive lineup that Kings of the South has. Worst Generation's biggest thing is not over-committing into a fight, because if they do under the turrets, an Eternal Guard can really change that. I mean, it's also, you have to respect a Ruby at all times, because one pull that gets multiple members could put you in a really tough position. Now, again, they have a ton of utility. Like, Worst Generation's biggest upside is the utility that this lineup gives them. So,
yeah,
we'll have to see
that's
here.
sweet. So
big shout out.
Yeah. To Jello Ligon.
Jello Ligon!
I hope we pronounced that correctly.
Did we shout that out right?
Yeah, all the guys are watching on stream right now, man.
Shout out Sayo.
Shout out Sayo, as they say.
Is that what they say?
I think that's exactly what they say, brother. Good job.
Thank you. I'm learning. Shout out Sayo, Rockhard.
Thank you. Nice, sir.
So right now
we're
at this stalemate because they can't push into the base. Worst Generation just has to basically wait.
They've got clear for days. Crazy Frag, as long as he's alive, he doesn't need any kills or anything. Just stay alive and throw out your curse,
Yeah.
You're going to be able to clear those waves.
Clear those waves out. Do you think the Vexana is a very valuable pick in the current state of the game? Some people would say it's just her Eternal Guard. Like, that's all you do.
Yeah, that's all you do, exactly.
Like, her Curse Blast and stuff like that. Isn't that devastating? You know what I mean? Like,
it's more like control. She's just not that bursty,
Yeah.
There are a lot of better options, but I love how flexible it can be. Like, just for clearing the waves. Like I mentioned, as long as the Vexana's alive, your towers are good, most likely.
I feel like it is. It's so weird because I feel like there's too much weight on the Eternal Guard. Looking even at the items here. Oh no, they need plenty of time.
Oh boy.
Steve's gonna be out, but
trying to get some damage onto Laifu, but again, perks of having a Ruby, just so much spellbound. Stays alive pretty easily, even through a barrage of skills.
Whole lot used up. Once again, Lord's going to be making its way. They should be able to defend this still. I really do believe that Kings of the South won't lose this game off this push unless something severely goes wrong.
Yeah.
The Worst Generation, deal with
Unlikely.
Lord. Want to just get this mid turret.
Lifepool has a flicker, by the way, so they can do something here. There goes the Nether Realm. It is going to be used out, but it's going to be Ace Kami
still up.
going down as well. He's at me rather. Life was still alive. Turret goes down on the bottom. Tinoan ng Palaka has just split up the map here, and they were able to really shatter that defense.
Laifu with Laifu.
Laifu for days.
Laifu for days.
Man.
It's so tough to get past a Ruby. Like a lot of times a Ruby will just stay up in the front, cause a little bit of havoc, pull some people in.
Yeah.
And still be alive.
He's not supposed to be this tanky. They're 10k down.
I mean, a War Axe, a Dom Ice, and a Radiant Armor will do that for you. Like,
for sure.
And you're not even fully tanked up.
Not even. You can probably just add a Blade Armor there and Immortality, and you're good to go. That Leomord's not going to touch you.
It's good that you pointed it out because, as I was saying, it's pretty crazy that they had that kind of base defense being down this much. I didn't realize it was that nearly 10,000.
Exactly. Didn't look like a 10k gold lead. What is up with this?
It's just the lineup for defense for Kings of the South. I mean, it's one of those lineups that no matter how much of a lead you have if you're worst generation, you have to respect it. And as long as Kings of the South continues to buy themselves, I'd say another. Honestly, at this point, I'd say get to the 20-minute mark.
20 minute. 20.
Get to the
I'm
20-minute
I'm
mark.
more in 25.
20? You think they need 10 minutes?
Maybe a little bit more.
A minute per 1,000?
2 lords just to break out all
lords.
these turrets, right? At minimum.
Melissa can get pretty crazy, especially once all
That's
those
true.
items are locked in.
That's true. Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Worst generation, it feels like part of the difficulty here is actually getting the advantage in terms of the fights. Because at some point, the Leomord combo won't work as easy. And that's already, we've already been seeing that happen.
True Sight's value here in the team fights are going to go lower and lower as time is progressing. So you're right. And this Uranus as well is going to get easier to ignore once time goes by.
Yeah, we'll see how they handle it. Again, not a whole lot can happen here. A Malefic Gun is picked up now by LeGrand, and that's great because Melissa's definitely going to need that for this fight. But ultimately, you're going to see this worst generation just go take the Lord. There's no way that Kings of the South can really get that vision. They're better off just defending in their base.
Yeah.
They know it, we know it, you know it, so that's what's happened. The Lord secured. Now we'll see how Worst Generation pushes in. Earlier on, they already got that bottom base turret down, so that's great. They can then focus on these top and middle turrets. And with this one, it'll most likely be a full-in push, right? But there is still a chance for Kings of the South to defend this. A big part of it is I'd love to see how Laifu utilizes the Flicker and the I'm Offended combo. I think that's going to be really big, but also allowing LeGrand to have that space to just attack. And that Malefic Gun will showcase here. That's one of the big factors. You need that space for the Melissa to work.
True.
And, you know, running the Warcry emblem with an Inspire, you can actually shred down any of these members from Worst Generation. So as long as they get through that Nether Realm.
As long as they can punch through that Nether Realm. And they have shown, Naisu, that they can push through it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Right? I think it pops up and then boom, it's gone. So we'll see how well they can do. Positioning right now is going to be Lance DXE right on the back. They're doing this methodically, Naisu. Life was up on front. Nice pullback. True Sight stays alive, but only for a moment, even with the Netherrealm and everything circling Eagle. Laifu, how is this guy still alive?
Laifu with the Laifu is still alive!
How is this guy just not going down, bro?
Oh my goodness, it's the Ruby.
He has not died in 17 minutes.
And they're going to clear out the Lord. I'm surprised Worst Generation just didn't wait for that Lord to kind of push in and walk with them.
Yeah.
So Kings of the South will buy themselves some more time.
That's
I said
crazy.
5 minutes earlier on, man. We're 3 minutes into that 5. They're at the 18-minute mark, and you're seeing just how much fight is in this team and in this lineup.
Yeah, they've got some fight. And don't forget, guys, while time is ticking, I mean, the items for Worst Generation's probably capped out right now.
This is crazy because Worst Generation, I mean, you've been in that situation before where you're playing, you know, maybe with your friends or whatever, and you're like, come on, guys, let's finish this.
Finish this, man.
And you're like, what's going on here? We got a 10,000 gold lead, and we just can't seem to end the game.
Can't break him.
And I feel like that's what's happening to Worst Generation right now. They're sitting there scratching their heads like, what's going on with our initiation?
All right. In fairness, Naisu, you got to keep in mind, this guy has a really scary guy, Florin, behind. That will cancel
really
out.
Scary guy, Florin.
Yeah.
I didn't know Florin was scary.
He's scary when you combo it with a guy that refuses to die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That guy's just immortal.
Yeah.
Florin
shields are pretty
as long as they don't catch Garuda,
yeah.
I feel like the life was just not going to die here. Because it also like cleanses the anti-heal.
That's true.
Right? So it's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Do you think this is an opportunity for them to contest the Lord?
I mean, they have the tools. The problem is, I think Akatsuki won't let that happen.
They just let it go.
He's just gonna go. He's just gonna keep spamming that other side lane, so that they're gonna be forced to answer either way. But yes, they will let that go, and we're hitting the 20-minute mark, and we're gonna see this is like the 5th try already for Worst Generation to break into this base.
Okay.
4th or 5th time.
On this one, this is also an evolved one, so they should be able to wait for this
And just
let it
brute
push-
force, man.
and just brute force their way into the win. If Kings of the South pulls this off, it's going to be simply amazing that they do.
Yeah.
Here's the Lord, and now they're going to crash in.
Here he goes. It's the big wombo combo. You try to use it, but the healing is real here coming in from the floor in, and they are not able to actually touch the base at all. But they're able to wipe out eventually without the healing alive, and the brute force happens. After 20 minutes, it's the worst generation with the victory.
Worst generation off to a start to change the trend. Anyway, for the matches here, getting that first win.
Were they on green?
Yeah, they were on
Oh, yeah,
green.
they were on green.
Yeah, they were
Alright,
on green.
alright.
Yeah, so getting the first win in that best of 3, that's great for them. I was wondering, I was like, dude, we've seen the Evolve Lords. When you get that Evolve Lord and you have that kind of lead, you just gotta wait for it.
Go for it.
Walk
Yeah.
on in. But there was
Free lane collapse of the minions.
I would almost like it almost looked like if they didn't, for example, get crazy down, or if they didn't put enough pressure, I almost would have said that that could have been defendable for Kings of the South.
It felt like it could have been. That's the crazy part. Honestly, a little bit too early maybe with Florin's
Maybe.
heals.
Yeah, maybe.
That he couldn't use it in the later parts of the game, but at the same time, I kind of get why. Maybe he got targeted as well. With the Leomord charging into you, it's hard to do that.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see that in the highlights here.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the highlights here for this game. Number 1, again, a whole lot happened in this game. It was relatively, I would say, not even completely, but Kings of the South did do a pretty good job at responding to some of the responses from Worst Generation. Even like this, when that fight was taken down under the Tier 2 turret, they did a pretty good job. With Laifu on this Ruby was pretty insane. It was a highlight, I would say, for me, is just how good Laifu was able to play that. Now, the unfortunate thing is Worst Generation, they got to a point in the game and with their scaling that they were able to go ahead and punish Kings of the South in certain ways, especially when they were starting to go for the base. But they did find it difficult. Like, that's one thing we can't deny is even with a massive gold lead, it took them a while to end the game. And like you mentioned, Rockhart, part of that could have just been, again, their lineup favors utility, not so much overloaded damage. Where on the other side, Kings of the South is also very sustainable because of the flooring and even the Ruby alone. So, you know, you're fighting two lineups here that don't have this crazy burst damage potential, except for the Leomord earlier on, like we saw with that first blood. So you can see it here, relatively low kill game in terms of like kills, and that's exactly what I mean. This is two lineups that don't have that huge damage factor, but they're fighting each other in different ways. One with sustainability and one with utility. The utility being the Matilda and the Faramis, providing so many ways to extend your team fights, you know, and that's really what we saw for Worst Generation. So either way, man, I think both lineups were pretty good. What do you think the MVP is here?
Both lineups are pretty good. MVP looks like it can definitely be like rares, or it can, you know, anyone can probably be. I think Lance can also be like an MVP there, or Akatsuki with the amount of less punishment he took on that one. But TrueSight was definitely the one who was leading the charge most of the time in these fights, and you'd be surprised. Top gold is actually rares.
Yeah, rares.
Which is good, by the way. There was like no, what do you call that? There wasn't like a big NetherRealm that was missed.
Yeah.
All of the NetherRealms were actually pretty good.
They were.
Almost immediately pop. So when the NetherRealm gets immediately popped, you know it was used to catch a big skill.
Yeah, he did a good job with it. Let's see who our MVP for this game is going to be. Those are our thoughts. And as Rockhart mentioned, it's going to be Rare's MVP performance 2-0-6.
And you know what? We got to appreciate this team. They're the team that used the Faramis, and it was just insane. I mean, people kind of forget how good Faramis is, keeping a whole team alive with just one ulti. That's not every hero can do that. And again, it feels like we're talking so much about, you notice this? We're talking so much about underrated heroes today.
There's a
right.
I feel like there's a want for these underrated heroes to come back to the meta.
Yeah.
I think it's coming from two guys on a desk who love non-meta heroes.
We have been, and who have been around for a while as well.
Yeah, who have seen
been
very
around.
different shades of the meta for picks. And you know, we keep throwing that word out there to you guys, meta and everything else, but every single tournament has a different technically meta.
Yeah, they have
their
their
own like flavor of the meta. And I can wholeheartedly say that this, at least today, from what we've seen today for the TELUS Digital Philippines Intersite tournament, they have had their own interesting meta, and it's been fun to watch. The bans have been very specific and personal.
I love that. I love that part.
Yeah, the picks are very specific, and picks that we, even as much as Rockhart and I have casted, don't get to see all the time. And it's fun to see. I like that. I like that some of these underrated heroes or some of these off-meta heroes are actually coming to play, and they're being put into a position of, you know, these lineups that maybe we see more of, or maybe we see versions of. Like, you can tell that the team members here have that knowledge of what is meta, but it's like they're sprinkling their own flavor on it.
I love the familiarity as well, because there are also times where you'd see like 4 marksman bands, 4 jungler bands here. They really know their stuff here.
That happens everywhere, man. You know, like whatever player it is, like there's like 5 bands
There's like
for
that.
them.
Yeah, there's like 1 star player. Yeah.
That's just how it is.
That's
so
how it is, guys.
It's our draft. Game number 2. Worst generation this time will, of course, be on the blue side. Kings of the South on the red.
Your team is
I don't
banning.
think we see much changes to the bans. I think it's relatively going to be the same. Now, what could be the priority here for worst generation, considering that this is technically match point? This is match point for them. You know, priority-wise, what's the best priorities we've seen so far?
So far, I think the Farces has been really strong.
Farces, the Glues have been pretty
The Glues
good.
have been pretty good. Uranus is a bit...
It's iffy. I feel like even if Uranus doesn't
maybe
get banned
75%, 80% win rate so far today.
I just feel like Uranus in general, like,
is banning.
even if he doesn't get banned out, you almost kind of wait a little bit. It's like...
You do. It's not a sure win. It's
Yeah.
not a sure win.
Your
Absolutely.
team is banning.
Sicilian still banned out. We saw this in the previous matchup too. So we got the YSS Irithil, Sicilian banned out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uranus.
Again, they're very specific, right? Like,
Very specific.
I love that Sicilian ban. I'm surprised you won't get to see maybe a Faramis ban, or like
Yeah, I feel like that's worthy. Like based on
Mathilda ban at least.
you think this is Matilda?
Yeah, one of those. Because honestly, those are like the biggest reasons why it was so hard for Kings of the South to actually get some kills going. You know, it's just easy guiding win people out of harm's way.
That's what I say. You get that kind of utility where it's like, oh, it's not
Your
fair.
team is
There you go.
picking.
So I expect to see the Matilda come through. Because that's the thing. Like, if you are in a position where you know, like, all right, our team has that much utility, then that's where those risk-taking factors come into play. Because you always know, like, oh yeah, let's guiding win out of here. Let's
you-
nether them out of here.
You can invade at level 2, level 3.
Yeah.
Then you don't really get as much flash.
And that's why
Your team
Backlash.
is
that's
picking.
locked in.
There you go. It looks like Worst Generation has been using this for a while. Honestly, when you see these picks, you can kind of tell their ranks.
Yeah.
You know, your
Yeah.
in-game ranks. I don't want to guess or anything,
You
but
can get a...
you,
well,
you
I mean,
have
what,
an idea of how many stars they have on their accounts.
well, I mean, what does it mean if I'm, like, picking a non-meta hero and I'm, like, high rank?
No, and like the composition as a whole.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the way that they ban out these specific, the order, even the order that they ban out the drafts, I kind of have an idea of what the 5-man does. So usually this, okay, I don't want to try to guess, but maybe it feels like they should be around 100 stars. Or maybe 50 for now. Maybe they used to be at 100.
Your
Worst
team
generation
is
right now.
picking.
Worst generation?
It feels like they play around that 100 star
Like, they're high ranked.
ranks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I
glory.
wonder who is, like, the...
Minimum. Right?
Yeah. Or, like, out of all the teams that competed...
Like who's the highest rank one?
yeah, who's the highest ranked?
Maybe you guys can let us know in the comments if
Yeah.
you guys know, if you recognize any of these players. We would love to actually know that. Zushin, though, I love the combo right now for Kings of the South. This is exactly how I expected
Your team
most
is
of these
picking.
drafts to happen. Yu Zhong. Did I say you? What hero
Dude,
did I say?
I would love to see them take... Well, you said Jushin.
You should know.
But I'd love to see them take Angela here.
Ooh, yeah. Either way would work. We've seen that combo work as well.
Angela Jushin and Angela Yuzhong are really strong.
It's huge. Lapu Lapu here on the other side is also one of those heroes, one of the few heroes actually can go toe-to-toe. So love the answer for Risk Generation as well.
Oh, wow. They
Your
got
team is
Hayabusa,
banning.
who has either been banned out or just slept on. Because the Hayabusa is a little bit... It's still good.
It's still good.
But it's much harder, I feel like, now to pull off.
It's harder to be consistent with it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I would say about it. But if you are like super used to it, you can tell. You can tell a player is a Hayabusa player.
Yeah.
Like for example, if Carl Teasy handles a Hayabusa, you know stuff's gonna get done. But I'm hoping maybe that's what we see here, Kings of the South. We haven't really seen it yet, right? So yeah, that's one way to go about it. Now the big problem here with a Hayabusa is for Worst Generation, how do you handle a Hayabusa? How do you contain a Hayabusa if you're not really allowed the hard crowd control options? What do you do?
Well, it starts, I feel like, what mainly is what is their jungler? Do they actually go for just like a utility jungle to give them a safety net?
Like a Baksha.
Something
like
Fredrin,
that. Yeah.
An Akai even. Like some people will still pick an Akai.
That sounds crazy, but
That do be.
it's really good. That do be crazy.
That do be crazy.
That's what I was gonna say. Then you stopped halfway, but then, yeah, you
just got a full
went
send,
with
man.
it. You just got a full send. That's right. Exactly what we were talking about.
That's
so,
I think those are the right choices though against a Hayabusa. You go with a maybe like a utility jungler here. I don't unless you're super confident. Then you go assassin for an assassin.
Like the Lancelot we're
The
talking
Lancelot,
about. Come on, man.
the Ling.
The Ling. Yeah.
Your team
Okay,
is
they're gonna
banned.
ban out the Alice, who is a pick oftentimes when you need that kind of durability.
There's one of those last one picks that they keep saying,
Yeah.
you know?
It's a last one.
It's super last one, man. I'm surprised we haven't seen Freya's today or anything. You know,
Freya.
You know those high ranked players that love to spam Freya's on their games and
Is
have a
there a
diggy
Freya?
somewhere. Huh?
Is that a combo? Is that?
And at least it used to be like
Your
a
team
few
is picking.
months
That
ago.
always surprised me with Freya though, because she does so much damage.
She's insane, but also like maybe players got used to her already.
yeah.
Fighting against her.
There it is.
Natan
I hope
with
they
the
lock
ban.
it in.
Lock that Angela in. It feels like a good way to go. Feels like a good way to go.
I feel like you could go. All right, they go in. They go
Your
Tigreal
team
instead.
is picking.
You know why? They were saying if we do Angela, we're too squishy.
Oh, that's true though. It's all going to be up
like
to the
our lineup's
Yuzhong.
It's too thin. It's too squishy.
And your Zushin is going to be forced to go tank, which some teams don't like going
Some
tank
teams don't like
Zushin.
doing that.
Yeah.
But the Tigreal, still good. I mentioned this earlier on our match today. Tigreal's still great. Solid pick. Implosions are going to be great. You also get a little help with the Yuzhong to set that up if you need to. Even the Jushin, technically, depending on how they play that. Oh, here it is. This is what I was mentioning, Rockhard.
Yeah, you called it. You called it.
If this is locked in, I will make all my analyst friends proud.
Yes.
There's no way.
Chang'e.
We got trolled by them a little bit
We got
earlier.
trolled, yeah. We got trolled here. I
So
don't
I don't
want to
wanna
trust this so much.
Yeah, I don't want to trust it too much. But the Kai was
They
real.
lock it in, though.
Your team is picking.
All right.
Let's go, boys. The
right.
Kai was real.
Kai was real. Apparently, you can push back. You know what? It just got an additional thing because now you can also cancel the implosion, not just for the Hayabusa. So that's pretty impressive.
That is.
Like if you're, I hope you're really confident playing it.
That's why I was saying like Ikai or the Fredrins or something a little more durable. The Baksha is going to be great for this lineup because also you already have a Matilda.
Yeah.
Clint, of course. He's still like Clint in the gold lane is always like in my head. It's always like he's not great. He's not bad, but you just don't see Clint do that well.
Yeah, it feels like there are players who are very specific to Clint
on that. Yeah.
that can make it work.
Yeah.
So I get what you're talking about.
So maybe this is one of those cases again where it's like comfort over everything.
Yeah.
The Ixtras, man, have just not. Are we 0-2 on the Ixtras right now?
Yeah, 0-2 so far.
We're 0-2 on the Ixtras right now. Kings of the South will lock it in to give it another go. And honestly, historically, the best time that Ixtra works is usually when she's paired up with a Matilda, who is on the opposing team.
On the other side now.
On the other side.
Oh my goodness. All right. All right.
So
all right.
I'm worried because again, the Iksha, you have to post up, you have to stay still for your barrage, and even with an Akai, a Matilda, the Xavier, they can lock you down
Pretty hard. So,
really hard. So this is worrisome.
It's kind of worrisome. At the same time, you know what? Maybe you can give them a benefit of the doubt. Maybe they can get some very early kills with the Hayabusa, which has been consistently banned out. Expect most of the damage to come from the Haya here, as well as the Zushin, because obviously we're going to have to wait for Lane Cram to really farm it up. But yeah, on the other side though, I'm not 100% sure about how well the Clint is going to play. Because you have an option to carry, you have the option to harry if you didn't take it. So let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Game number 2, match point. We'll see if Force Generation can go ahead and take the win and take the sweep against Kings of the South, or do we get another game 3 ahead of us? A big part of it, again, is really in the hands of, can they make LeGrand work? It's really great to see these kind of different heroes pop up, especially in the hands of, again, he's the one that played the Melissa last game, but, you know, very difficult to pull off, I would say. So here's the best things that can happen for Kings of the South. They can get a snowball going for the Hayabusa, if they can build that up. That's going to be big for Izukami, and he's going to have to rely on the team to be able to do that. If he can even just go with the route of, let me just steal some objectives later on, that might be great too. But ultimately, he doesn't want to fall behind in the jungle because TrueSight's not going to have any issues. Like, an Akai doesn't have issues. He's just, it's a very chill jungling experience on Akai.
The only, hold on though, Rare's going to be able to dodge out the dodge. I was going to say that, but no, just get out of dodge there. And the only downside maybe to Akai is your clear speed is obviously slower because you're not an assassin. So
yeah.
But that's about it. That's the only downside you have. Some people might think that's a bit too much. But you know what? The Akai doesn't get bullied out of the lane. Or doesn't get bullied out of the jungle. So those are the things you can kind of keep track of. And see how much Izakmi, by the way, not Izakami. It's Izakmi can do. Izakmi. Alright, there you go. So big shout out to LA Joms and Cressy. Y'all watching. Hope you guys are enjoying here.
Shout out KO.
Shout out KO. Hey. Oh, they're from TELUS. What's up? There's the first blood going over to Worst Generation. Big shout out to everyone watching from TELUS Digital Philippines' YouTube. I hope y'all having some fun here. I know some of the late shifts are also out.
Some of the late shifts are out?
Yeah, there are some of the...
Make sure you guys take care of yourselves.
Take care of yourselves.
Right now the turtle is going to be fighting. TrueSight.
Oh, look at that. Looking really good here. The collapse is really insane here, but the turret is just doing so much work here. Katsuki doing it. TrueSight though. Trying to see if they can get out of harm's way. That's 2 kills going over to Kings of the South so far. Very clean punchback from the red.
Great response from Kings of the South. Not to make sure that the Worst Generation doesn't get everything. Again, the Tigreal. Great setup with the implosion from Garuda. And, you know, you get to be a little more, I would say, proactive, a little more decisive on this hero in comparison to what we saw with the Matilda in the hands of Garuda earlier on. So that's going to be something that Worst Generation wants to watch out for. Good response. Still pretty much an even, you know, economically it's pretty even here, mid lane.
Again, Izakmi just not giving Rares any room to breathe. He just came back, man. What are you doing? Yeah. Got pushed back again, back to the base.
He's going to get pushed back. Cursor Scythe being picked up here. Foil Cramp. The Lions got that. Now some action on top.
Oh, boy.
Oh, nice flicker.
That was a huge flicker, and they think they could get the kill. Lands ZXC going down.
Garuda's on point. Not only that, not only is he getting the implosions, but he's getting the kills on top of it. So that was a great response. The timing of the flicker from Lenkram was great. And then you get that implosion combo. Oh, Rares.
Oh, oh my goodness. Izakmi's favorite lunch, because it's around lunchtime. Apparently... Rare's just having the tough time here. We got too used to the tankiness of the Faramis here.
Oh, is he still alive? Oh, he's still alive.
Still alive though.
Even with a shadow kill, they might actually engage. Oh, Dawning Light!
Oh, the Dawning Light just barely misses on and takes out Laifu, but there's True Sight with the execution. Now they're the ones who's gonna get cleaned up as well. Is Akmi every time just gets. I'm actually surprised that he has so much confidence after that game number 1. I like how he's playing this Hayabusa so far, man.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is gonna be a fight for the turtle. Oh, True Sight gets it!
True Sight! Oh my goodness, the Retribution coming over for Worst Generation. That's another kill, possibly for Garuda. True Sight with a kill as well after Rares fires that Dawning Light straight into the face of Integral. And now Laifu up on front. Azakmi can't really back him up anymore. Crazy Frog as well getting worked on. Look at Worst Generation. They are punching back.
They're punching back. They don't want to let this one go. They're still going crashing down and crazy. They're going to force the beacon out. Turret's going to go down though. Tier 1 in the mid lane. So again, a back and forth. And like gold-wise, it's still even, man. Like all this action. But I'll tell you what, Azakmi, someone's got to do something, because I was saying earlier, Kings of the South, if they wanted to go ahead and get things going, if they wanted to get the ball rolling, it's got to be on this guy. And he's gotten 3 kills. He's actually doing quite a bit of damage. He's making Rare's life not fun.
Yeah.
There's no happy points there for Rares, at least in the early game. Later on, you know, Rares will have a better time on this on the Xavier, because really Xavier is such a late game hero anyway.
True, that's true.
You need a lot of time to build that up.
You might want an earlier Winter Crown at least.
Yeah, maybe.
Just to mitigate some of that damage, since you're the favorite target.
He's the easiest target. That's why, you know.
He just walks, you know.
Yeah.
He's Gojo.
He's Gojo.
He just needs to walk, and he'd win.
Okay, top lane once again. The rest of the team is here. Braves. Katsu.
Oh, here we go.
Just around the corner.
Oh, there you go.
Stun.
Again, it's a little iffy with that shield from the Guiding Wind.
Meanwhile,
so
on the bottom,
he's fine, but here's True Sight. He's tanking up so much damage.
Dawning Light.
But he's also just able to duke it out, even though it's a 2v1.
Laifu. This time around, a very different hero in the
He's
hands
a monster.
of Laifu. Great usage there. The Petrify, the Shaw Essences as well, proccing and getting that kill. Now Turtle's up. They're going to go ahead and start it up, but True Sight just around the corner. He got it last time.
2v4 so far. Backup is coming soon, but they don't want to contest it anymore. That's going to be Turtle going over to Kings of the South. Again, 20k both in terms of gold. It's just such an even game, Nice.
It's about one of the closest that we've had, or at least especially, you know, we got a glimpse of this back in match 2. Now True Sight making his way for Laifu. I don't think they're going to be able to catch him. He does retreat.
Does retreat. Don't think they have enough damage here. The Clint, though. Oh, I think he bought some items here.
Get him
He's
down!
starting to hurt. But with that jump in, man, Laifu.
So close.
He has been absorbing all the damage.
Oh, he's 1 HP.
This guy.
Laifu has been the guy today to survive almost everything just by a sliver of HP.
Laifu is playing it like a boss. No, that's how they say it, like a boss.
Like a boss?
Yeah, like a boss.
He is a boss right now.
He is a boss right now. I mean, 1v3, basically with Dawning Light, right? Like,
yeah,
how are you still alive?
Technically so, yeah. That's what I was saying. Rares needs a lot more time for, you know, that damage to come online for the Xavier. Eventually, those Dawning Lights are going to hurt a lot. You can see he picks up the glowing wand now, which, again, as the game goes on, he'll become more of a threat.
Oh,
heavy spin.
Oh boy, Zushin, man, Crazy Frag has to run out of here. But that's a heavy spin already used up. This could be the punch back King of the South was waiting for. And that's going to be the Guiding Wind. That's a very weird interaction we saw. Here comes the implosion. And there goes the big wombo combo from the Kings of the South. Free wiped out here for Worst Generation.
Okay, that was beautiful, but now they're in trouble. Under the turret, a flicker forward.
Woo-wee!
Double. The Dawning Light again. They're going to be looking for more. Not going to land the stun on that one. Taking
Speed
the shot.
boost.
He's on the run. Oh, Kose, what a triple. What a play. And a response coming back.
That was nasty. Look at that nasty damage coming in from Tinoanang Palaka.
Yeah, I wanted to say. You
should have said it. You should have said it. It was right there. I knew you were waiting for it.
I would have tongue twisted myself and ended up saying Tinola. That was a move, though.
That was a move.
That was a move, man. He's been waiting.
That was a big ball of move. And, you know, those free kills were answered almost immediately by Worst Generation.
All right.
And they're even again on gold. Just when you
again.
thought someone edged out
Yeah,
in
well, this
terms of
time-
goal.
Hey, it's an even game. Whoa, crazy. Tim got a couple shots. We heard the conceal as well, but
Who used that?
you gotta be worried. We gotta be worried here, Rockhart. Like, you saw the implosion full broad combo. That is not a fun time. If you're Worst Generation, flicker in.
Oh boy, Lane Cram.
Oh,
I
he's
think
in trouble.
Akatsuki's in trouble here. He is in no man's land right now, and he is going to go down. Lane Cram already still has that full barrage, but he used it in a bit of an odd situation. Lancey goes down anyway, and now it's a 3v5.
Oh, 3v5 True Sight going to be the next target. He's gone as well. Triple LeGrand implosion. Going to be able to find the mark, and now trying to run. Rares has no option but to get back to the base. So flicker forward. Crazy. And Crazy pulls the moves off this time, and all that will lead Kings of the South to secure the Lord.
Woo-wee. Finally, the scales have been tipped one way or the other. Kings of the South here with a big, almost wipe, and a big Lord take. Very much needed to get the game, or get the series back into play. But again, we're not done quite yet. We'd have to see how good Worst Generation is going to be on the defense this time around.
Again, when we look at this lineup, their defense is okay. I think a big part of that, once again, is to see how Rares does. He's only got the Enchanted Talisman and the Glowing Wand. That's the big issue here. You need plenty of time to get that magic damage that you need on a Xavier. Now, they should be able to clear out this everything, this push and all that relatively well. It shouldn't be too difficult. They might actually lose a base turret, though, here, too, depending on how aggressive Kings of the South wants to be. You see he picks up the wings. He's got that little bit of extra shielding now. The shield's going to pop you on the top turret. Oh,
All right, here we go. Izakmi getting some pretty good damage, but he's already used up
True Sight.
his Shadow Kill. True Sight already used up as well the heavy spin. And you know what? They're able to defend relatively well here.
So far, so good. They hold on to the base turrets. That shield up top was popped, but ultimately a good defense from Worst Generation. So again, when we really have to look at it, it's the time. You already have pretty good damage with the Clint. You just need a little bit more time for Rares to catch up, because Rares had a pretty tough time in the early game because of the pressure from Azakmi. And you can see, even when that Shadow Kill is popped off now, it's not as big of a threat, because you're finding yourself in that portion of the game, that that time of the game where a lot of times you're together with your
Yeah,
team.
you're grouped up a lot.
Yeah, you're not like caught out so much. So you're going to see this Dawning Light pop up a lot more too from Rares.
for sure.
But still definitely needs some time. He's just got a little bit more defense now. And then that little extra movement speed really helps too once you lock that in.
Once you proc that, of course. And I guess Lance ZXC was trying to force maybe a conceal or a flicker from Garuda.
Yeah.
But I don't think Garuda feels threatened at all. He's got that immortality. He feels like he's ready to go. He is looking for these targets, man.
I was gonna say, I don't think you. I think if you're Worst Generation, you don't really want to fight yet. You don't want, unless you literally catch someone out. Now, if you burn some battle spells, maybe that's part of it. But they also need to be careful of the engage, because if they do engage, again, Garuda, having a Yuzhong for Laifu, they could come at these weird angles that would catch Worst Generation off guard. And that's not what you want to do if you're Clint. Here it is. They're going to look for their own setup.
Oh, they finally go for something here, using that heavy spin to push him back all the way to base. Or he is just going to fly out. Trying to catch him here is going to be Lan ZXC.
Oh, they're going to get a Lord, though.
You know what? This is going to be, that's not a fair trade for a Lord. It's going to be Kings of the South taking it very, very easily without any contest whatsoever from True Sight.
And that's tough, because they committed that on Laifu, who, one, is a Yuzhong. He could turn into a dragon and fly away like he did. And he also had an immortality. So he didn't lose anything. I mean, he didn't even lose the Petrify.
Yeah, that's a full tank. Look at that. Look at that build. A full tank
full
Yuzhong.
tanky. Very tanky. Like I said, immortality
Huge.
locked in. And so looking at the items, like I said, they can still defend this. I really do think that this isn't a game-winning push just yet from Kings of the South, unless they somehow find the key members here. And that's, again, either Xavier or that Clint. They need to find either or. So, and again, a big part of this too is the Matilda that we've seen so far from Lance hasn't been too effective. It's great at getting people out of the, some bad situations, but a guiding wind, if he's able to land the circling eagle, it might change some of the team fight situation here. But there's just so much poke. You can already see this.
Conceal.
Conceal used. TrueSight's in trouble.
TrueSight is in big trouble. He's going to be able to get some pretty good lock-ins, but the DPS is gone. There goes Tinoano Palanga, and there goes TrueSight. And I think that is going to be it. There's just no way they can deal with this anymore unless they stay alive.
I don't think they can.
I think that's going to be the minion wave coming in. No way to clear it now. We got a game free.
Kings of the South all feeling good about that one. We'll see if they can cap out the series. But now it is the 1-1. Congratulations to them there.
Purple side fighting back.
They had to, man. I mean, they had to fight back. They made it work. I was thinking that wasn't a game-winning push, though. Like, I really thought that...
It didn't look like one, yeah.
But there was enough pressure. Like, there was enough pressure, and Azakmi was able to get the right targets with the shadow kill. As I was saying, like, oh, yeah, the shadow kill is not going to be too much of a threat. But because of the way that they were positioned around the turret, he was actually able to go right to the back line, where then the rest of the team wasn't there because they were crowded around that turret, the base turret. And he was able to shadow kill and make it work. So let's go ahead and look at the highlights here for this one, because there was a lot of moments throughout this game for both teams to have these highlights. And like I said, from the early game, you saw the pressure come through. Worst Generation as well was able to find some of the moments, but Kings of the South really responded well. They find the right targets. Even this, the implosions from Garuda throughout the entirety of the game have been pretty much on point. Rares didn't have any time to breathe because Azakmi was all over the mid lane, especially at this portion of the game. So it was a great culmination of their efforts. They had to go ahead and fight back, of course, at some point in this game when Worst Generation started taking control again. But Kings of the South really stayed disciplined, and they were able to go ahead and bring it all together towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, and all of that is just with waiting, basically, for Rares to recover from that very early onslaught of kills, right, from Izakmi. So I think Izakmi, he really did the job, and he made, some would say, even more that was given to him when he picked up that Hayabusa. I mean, there were some really flashes of brilliance here from Tinoano Palaka here, from, the Clint, but I think we also kind of just saw the reason why Clint doesn't get picked up as much. I think in terms of where his items were, if that was like a different marksman, that would have been like a different, completely different story, right? But yeah, this one, man, LeGrand, he did good stuff here.
This was the first win for the Show, right?
Yeah.
So far for today. And it worked well. It worked well this time, especially because, like I said, Garuda was able to set things up a lot of times with the implosion. I feel like when we haven't seen the Show work so well, it was typically when you see, for example, the Iksha have to full barrage and then you don't get to basically finish it, I would say, because you either have to back off or you get canceled or what have you. So the Garuda really played a part in allowing LeGrand to get to this 5-0-5 and just have a much better game than we've seen on the Iksha so far.
Yeah, that's true. Looking like the MVP performance here from LeGrand, it feels like he's just finally, right? Finally, we found a good slot for him where the opponents for the Iksha were just super distracted with what the Tigreal was doing. With Laifu, by the way, huge MVP performance as well. I don't think the stats is going to show that, but man, oh man, he absorbed so much of the attention of Worst Generation here just on his lane. So especially with 1v2s, 1v3s.
Yeah. Again, Great game here. We're going to have to see who the MVP is for game number 2. Whole lot of candidates for this one. It's going to be MVP once again. This Ixia, man. It was LeGrand was so good.
It was so good.
Finally to see too that this Ixia ends up getting some success, because it's been really difficult for teams to pull this off, honestly, throughout the day. And it was funny because in the draft I was like, you know, the Ixia, for it to work most of the time historically, has had to have the Matilda.
True, that's true.
But then it ends up, you know, getting the win without the Matilda, and I think, again, a big part of that was because you had a Tigreal to help keep people, like, locked in to where you wanted to drop that full barrage, and you could see that. Like, there's a lot more of that, let me be patient, get that setup going with the implosion, and then I'll drop it down, because I don't have to worry about anybody, like, being around me, you know, or canceling me or making me need to stop the ultimate. Because really, I mean, yourself as an Ixia main before, or I don't know if you'd say a main,
maybe
but,
before,
an
just a
Ixia
bit.
player.
So played it a bit.
Yeah, you know how much damage comes through like keeping the full barrage up.
Yeah.
Because you don't want it to be like a half barrage.
That's why it's full. You gotta
That's
go
why
full,
it's
man.
full.
You gotta go full, like you
Gotta
mentioned.
full
You
send.
got full send all the time. And again, I kind of just get it, right? I think he was very sneaky with his usage of the full barrage. I was like, those are the times where I don't really expect the full barrage. That's usually when it hurts.
Yeah.
So he was able to do it, and Garuda, he played a lot more confident in this game, if you notice. Like,
He did. I just think it was a big part of that was the fact that Garuda wasn't on the Matilda. Like, he, instead of the Matilda from first game, like this second game where he was playing the Tigreal, it's like you get to be that guy. That's what I was telling Chin earlier. I was like, my first hero when I started playing was Tigreal, because like I wanted to be
the guy set it
that
up.
guy to set things up, you know. And not a lot of people wanted to play roamers, but they are a huge, honestly, they're the starting stone of allowing everybody to kind of have those highlighted moments,
It
or
is.
those pop-off moments.
Like the reason why, you know, that's the reason why in like in role queue right now, right?
Yeah.
Like when you're a roamer, you have an additional like
Isn't there additional points? Or
yeah,
something?
there's like additional protection points or something.
Yeah.
That's one of the big reasons. Like people just don't want to play roam.
Just give the roamers free stars, man.
But then they forget. Yeah, they should. They should. 100%.
Like a bonus star thing or something.
But then they forget. The only reason why you can win a lot of games is like if you have like a really confident roamer on your team.
Yeah.
Some people kind of tend to forget that.
That's the case even in every single tournament out there. The roamers are usually, you know, the integral part of the success here. So shout out to our roamers.
Shout out
there.
to all
if you
the
guys
roamers.
are roamer mains out there, shout out to you guys. Again, shout out to everybody tuning in with us here. We wouldn't have it any other way. Where we have our last match of the quarterfinals here for the TELUS Digital Philippines MLBB Intersite Tournament for 2025. We wouldn't have it any other way. We want 3 games.
We want 3 games, man.
Their last series was so fast.
It's too short.
It was too short. So we have to go 3 games.
Your
And we're going to jump into the
team
game
is
Make up
3
for it.
draft here. So don't forget, once again, to subscribe on the YouTube channel for that. And I know there's some of the chatters out there, too.
Somewhere
We
up there.
appreciate your guys' support. And also, of course, big shout outs to Dark League Studios over on the Facebook page. You can also check them out and give them a like. Without all of this, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you
Absolutely.
guys so much for joining us today. Now, this is the final draft for today here at Rockhart.
All right.
What are we thinking? Are we going to see much? Is this a time to pull out a secret strat?
It is time to pull out the big guns because this is going to be your ticket to, essentially your ticket to the semifinals, right? So
Yeah.
it's all out here.
Your
I would
team
love
is
to just ban out Isan Shin. I would just ban out Uranus, ban out the Hayabusa maybe because it
Your team
was really
is
difficult
banning.
to actually move when they had the Uranus up, or sorry, the
Your
Hayabusa up.
team is banning.
Kalea also has been highly prioritized in the bans recently.
Yeah. Which is weird because she kind of like, I don't feel like her nerf
Your
was
team is banning.
too much.
It wasn't the extreme. It wasn't.
I think she's still very useful.
I honestly thought it would be
is
worse
banned.
because I thought they were gonna nerf the, you know, when you cast the,
When you get the heal.
when you get the punches, then
Yeah.
there's like a jump, a mini
yeah,
jump.
yeah.
I thought they were gonna remove that in the previous patch, but they still kept it. So
She still kept it, yeah.
the nerf wasn't so bad. So
I'm surprised we just haven't seen her like pop up too much today.
like so much, yeah. Even
Yeah.
in international tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So
people kind of lean towards
Your
these
team
different
is picking.
roamers, for example, that are still setting things up. So that's the first phase of the bans already through. Nothing too different here. YSS and Jushin, and then the Airthel banned over by Worst Generation. Kings of the South here, on the other hand, do decide to go ahead and take out the Uranus, the Faramis, and the Kimmy. So first pick priority here. Again, Matilda has been contested quite a bit. That's still open. They could also still go for some of the other picks that have been banned out. This was the Sicilian was banned out for a while.
A very specific ban.
Yeah. So now we get to see it in the hands of the reason why it was banned.
I hope we see it, right? So far,
Oh,
as
we
of
are.
late, Sicilians have been getting
Your team is picking.
from being one of the top mid laners to becoming a little less than that
Yeah.
because of the changes with how scaling has worked
Yeah.
with Bat's impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, he's still good though. Like it's
still pretty good if
The
you can
only-
reach the late game.
that I was just gonna
It just
say.
becomes harder to reach
I
the
was
late
just
game.
gonna say that.
Right?
I was just gonna say, like, if you can get to the late game, because a lot of the games that we're seeing just don't get there.
Your
Wow,
team
Ooh,
this is.
spicy, man!
I
Come
said
on,
it
let's go!
Earlier. I said, this is the time for some of these surprise picks. These are the time.
Absolutely.
If you have something up your sleeve, lay it on the table.
This is it. We got Natan's on the floor. We got Alice is going crazy. I would not be surprised at all if we saw Rubies out there. We saw... Yeah,
I mean,
glue is
glue is
fine.
glue.
Okay,
Your team is
Glue
banned.
is
sense of normalcy here, but glue is a glue. It's very useful,
This is interesting though, because a Nathan with a Sicilian, that's a whole lot of potential for burst
Yeah.
at some point, especially like early game. Nathan damage is good.
As well as a whole lot of potential to get countered by magic resist, like the
Yeah.
Radiant Armor, though.
That's why,
Yeah.
again, they're going to have to go ahead and make sure that they have a good, solid choice for the XP lane, especially to kind of provide some of that damage.
Your
You take out the
team is
Yuzhong
banned.
because that was on the top of my head.
Yep.
XP
Lapu as
lane
well.
wise, Lapu,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
might want
yeah.
to go ahead and ban out the Lapu too, because they're going to have to rely on that, especially XP lane for this matchup for Kings of the South is going to be important. Now, Worst Generation, looking at them,
Your team
what do
is
they still
banned.
need? They still need a mid. Yeah, you ban the Angela because the Alice is over there. Still need a mid. You still need the... what is left?
Zushin
The Roam.
banned
Yeah.
out.
Your team
Farsa
is banning.
I think you go, yeah.
bypassed Farsa all since earlier.
Maybe you ban the Farsa here too.
Wow.
Just one of those picks that might be a little
It's
bit
great
too
range.
much to handle.
Yeah.
But I would say ban the Farsa, or since the Jushin's banned out, you don't really have to worry about that. But remember, this was a day that we also saw Lumens pop up.
Oh no, I'll be
Your team
surprised.
is
Yeah,
picking.
I'm happy to just absorb all the fun that can be had with these crazy picks.
Yeah. Florin and Angela seem to be the focus again. They, like,
Yeah, they
Alice
need a
with
big
any of
role.
those is too much.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, what about...
Rafaela.
Could we possibly see an Estes
Estes or Rafaela, maybe?
that's been banned out
Maybe.
for how many times now?
Come on. You know you want to.
Worst Generation.
That's a Matilda.
Matilda's there.
It's more classic.
Your team
Better safe
is
than sorry.
picking.
You know why they're doing this?
It's-
Worst Generation is going more towards the meta-ish picks.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to break the trend thing.
Trying
that I
to
was
break the
telling.
trend.
were on they're the only
green
ones on the green side.
yeah. Of the list. Green side of the list, man. Come on.
They have to break the trend. And
They got to represent.
if they're going to do it, they're going to do it with this.
Okay, so at this point, that's a good XP lane pick here, aside from like what we mentioned. Lapu looks like the option here, man.
Yeah, it's open.
Here comes the Ling. Okay, you're
it's
confident
locked
with the
in.
Ling. I was gonna say
Your team
maybe
is
not the
picking.
pick against an Alice and against a Galoo.
You got to be confident.
You gotta be super confident to do
If
that.
you're going to do this,
You're on split push duty.
this says confident, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't kill none of those. I think
Like-
you only get the Bruno at least.
Yeah, the Bruno. Oh, was that a...
Oh, that was a Badang? Oh.
Okay.
Makes more sense.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Oh, nasty. That is a nasty, out of nowhere pick, which again, we're talking about underrated picks. If a lot of your enemies are melee, this is the hero to get.
You get the guy that can push them away.
Push them away non-stop. Unli push.
Valier is great. Again, very niche pick, even competitively that we see here. Professional teams.
Now I want to play Valier.
Yeah, you know what? I think I've come to just accept the fact that Gord won't pop up, so Valier can. If Valier's fine, he was a student in the lore of Gord.
There you go.
So he
Not
was
bad.
actually one of Gord's students. So I'll accept that.
That's the closest you'll ever get.
For now.
For now.
For now, until Gord is meta once again.
Unless
right?
something shakes up the meta once more.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it was Valier.
someone tries to shake up the meta.
Yeah, it's Valier and Vale and all of them. Well, we'll see if it ends up working out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. It's the final game of today. It's game 3 between these two teams that will be battling it out for the semifinal spot. Having the worst generation from 1, LeGrand or Kings of the South from Elo, Pavia 2. Now we'll see exactly what happens here, man, because I think like when you look at this, like this is very different. The play style that has to come from worst generation with this kind of lineup is going to be built around a Bruno power spike later on, but also if they can actually control, or I would say put pressure on a Ling, that's what they have to do. And mind you, coming off of the last game, Azakmi had an insane game.
Oh, look
crazy.
at that. By the way, if we're talking about like play style, man, Rares loves those no dash high skill spam heroes.
Yeah.
Apparently. Like the Xavier, like the Valier, man, it's pretty insane. And the way that you use that actually matters so much.
What's that? The flickers?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be so good with your positioning that you don't always want to use your flicker. So that's a big problem here. I love the harassment over here happening for that purple buff. Making sure that Azakmi doesn't get it right away. It's a good way to slow it down.
Great use of pressure. That's what you have to do. I expect Worst Generation to keep doing that too, because anytime you have the Ling, that's what you got to do. You know, you got to be able to put pressure on the jungle, the buffs, because a buffless Ling is not a happy one. That's definitely for sure. So Turtles coming up here. They're going to get in position. You can already see TrueSight starting that up. Worst Generation having the priority and the advantage. But here comes the rest of the squad from Kings of the South. They might try to contest this one. They're going to jump on in.
Yep, they're jumping. Garud is going to get taken out, not even able to set it up. But Azakmi with that beautiful retribution takes that turtle for themselves. And of course, the following kills are going to be going to the side of the Kings of the South as well. That's a pretty brutal fight. Getting a win over Worst Generation.
Kings of the South will get a whole lot. And you know how they took their time with that fight too? Made their way. They were the ones that let Worst Generation start it up. And they come in, swoop on in, and are able to cap out a couple kills plus an objective. So that's great for them. Also some extra gold going in the hands here of Laifu. He's been pretty phenomenal, I'd say, throughout the series. So you definitely want to keep an eye on Laifu to see what he does with this Badang. We already know a lot of the times with the Badangs in play, you get that setup potential. But the biggest factor of it is it stops the rhythm. Like, it's a rhythm stopper of the opposing team.
It kind of just messes up the plan, you know?
Yeah, it just messes things up, and that's one of the biggest advantages here. Oh, are they going to go in?
Oh, they're doing a lot of damage, a crazy frag. And they're able to just actually answer back. That is Kings of the South, man. What is up? They are playing so much better now.
I'm surprised TrueSight went into that. Like, I almost wasn't expecting him to follow it up because he also had vision that there was two members there.
And Rare's already like halfway to the base. So.
Yeah, so maybe he just thought he had enough damage potential and throughput to actually get a kill, but ends up getting punished. Here we go.
Speaking of punished, look at that. You're positioning right there.
Guiding wind.
Even with a guiding wind, I feel like he almost got it. Just regens enough to stay alive. Wow. Oh, wow. That was close.
That's one of those moments where you like hold your breath, man. Because you're like,
hell yeah.
And then you're flying, and then you have to flicker too. So
get some more distance, right? Yeah,
just for safety. Little extra distance for safety right there.
And the regen kicks in a little bit, so I get why they do that.
Oh,
but look at that. It's crunchy damage coming in from Laifu. We haven't even seen him join the team fights yet.
Yeah, Turtle's up. Force Generation taking quite a bit. They'll go ahead and clear out this mid lane. Whole lot of battle spells down though, so they might want to be careful about this, how they approach it. Rest of the team is ready to go ahead and fight. Rare's popped it off. Keeping them at mid, at bay. Turtle still for the taking here.
Yep.
Fully buffed up.
Very right. Look at that. Katsuki on the side. He has that split up, but I don't think he wants to use it right away. Laifu is the big threat here. That fist crack that you don't want to face is actually pretty much still a factor. True Sight, not going to be able to go for the steal. It's still going to be Kings of the South with that turtle as well as a kill on Katsuki.
Man, Kings of the South are just dominating this portion of the game. You know, they're kind of just very smooth with it. They're taking turrets, taking objectives. They've got the kills. They've now got themselves a nice little bit of a gold lead to build on. And this is the lineup that, like, you know, it isn't going to really get to full force until later on. Because even a Sicilian, man, you need plenty of stacks to get there. You know, the Ling is doing decent damage right now, but even a Nathan for the gold lane isn't really going to showcase that till later.
It's super scary because, yeah, they haven't really shown anything yet, but they already have so much money in the bank for these hyper-scaling heroes. That is amazing. That's honestly I cannot wait for them to group up to see just how much damage they can actually dish out, you know?
And if that's on the whims of or on the initiation of an implosion, that's going to be pretty difficult for Force Generation.
They're going to be a sitting duck there, you know?
So we have to think, you know, how to make this lineup work for Worst Generation now that they've found themselves at a pretty big deficit in terms of the early game. And part of that, once again, you're relying on your Bruno to come online quicker than the natural or the normal gold lanes that we usually see come up. Bruno is still one of those heroes that can actually do quite a bit of damage just auto-attacking with two items. But you can see the biggest problem is actually surviving the pressure that Kings of South's lineup give them.
Yeah, this is all full map pressure, by the way. It's not just pressure on one side.
You have no choice but just to watch your turrets go down.
Yeah, really? Seriously, they don't really have an answer quite yet.
Okay. Again, they're going to wait patiently for this last turtle to come up. Kings of the South knows they have control. Like 1 or 2 bat impacts is actually doing respectable damage now too.
This is crazy. This is crazy right now how much they're scaling. And it is just I don't think they can stop this, man. At Worst Generation, they might have their work cut out for them in just stopping. I think all we're waiting for is maybe Garuda to set something up, or Laifu with that big combo.
Yeah.
Wall him up, wrap him in a nice little bow, and just, you know, wail on this one specific part of the map. I think that's all we're waiting for here.
This is what I like to refer to, like in games like this, where it's just like you're going through your motions. You know you have a lead, so it's almost like a checklist for Kings of the South, where you know they just make sure they continue to get the buffs they need, the objectives they've pretty much secured with no issues.
Yep.
You can see even itemization-wise how ahead they are and what's allowing them to build up. Even the Nathan almost there, Feather of Heaven and the Starlium side.
Ouch!
Oh, Rares!
This is exactly what we're talking about. A little bit of disjoint there for Crazy Frag. Now he's forced to use the flicker there. Maybe that could have been cleaner, but you know what? It worked.
It worked.
They got the kill. Rares goes down.
He got the job done.
Got the job done.
The implosion was used. I mean, that's also flickers being used, the 2 flickers, but I think they're just kind of at this point where they're like, you know what, it'll be fine.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be up by the next Lord.
And that's what we're eyeing right now. 43 seconds for the next Lord. Laifu is managing the wave on top side pretty good. True Sight now. I'm not sure if True Sight can actually take the damage. But we'll see, because we have an engage here by Garuda. Pushing back True Sight, can't even cast anything. Laifu is up on top side. He already used the combo, but he is absolutely fine. No, he hasn't. He still has the fist crack.
Man, Garuda didn't even need the implosion, by the way.
He didn't use the implosion as well.
He just jumped on in, like he concealed,
and just
took a little corner around, like a little U-turn around the tier 1 turret, and he just went for True Sight.
Insane. That was just a push.
He just Sacred Hammered him, basically.
Yeah, what is happening here?
Well, knock him in the air.
that's all they're doing. They're basically saving the show for last. Maybe, I don't know. We want to see the wombo combo now. Come on, guys.
I don't know if they need it.
They don't need it. They look like they don't need it.
That's a Lord secured, Holy Crystal locked in for LeGrand, and that's
Insane.
where this Nathan comes online. Like, it's already done some damage, but you have a Holy Crystal, a Starlium Scythe, and the Feather of Heaven now on the Nathan. So, like, your damage is there, and Worst Generation has to be prepared for this kind of forced in to the base push, because so far, I don't know, I guess that's part of it. Even with a flicker available for Garuda, like, you're going to expect to see him make a play. It might even be around the purple buff here.
Probably. They can afford to do more as long as, you know, they don't group up.
Oh,
but there you go. Finally, we see the engage from Laifu, but not really in time for anyone else to follow up. Now it's going to be just front-loaded damage. Here comes Garuda. Finally uses that flicker and the pushback for land ZXC. And that's going to be the lane. Of course, he is going to be able to make it out, maybe, but no, I think he got pushed back here by the Bruno.
He got punished. I'm surprised Azakmi went in, but maybe he thought he could pick up a kill or two, but ends up going down instead. So, hey, tier 2 turrets will fall.
Oh, that is some big damn damage we're seeing right now.
Shield pops, but Worst Generation is completely fine. They hold on to the base turrets, but that is looking a little dicey for them. A Divine Glaive now picked up for Crazy. Damage definitely going to hurt as he continues to build up the stacks here on the Sicilian.
Yeah,
Taking a look at it again here.
Yeah, they do be dicey, they do be spicy, and they are looking like they are, you know what, they can still defend. Like, there is still that semblance of, like, if you go a little too forward, you are going to get punished by Worst Generation, so there's still that threat, in fairness. And to be fair, the Bruno hasn't died. You know, Anapalaka is still pretty much deathless, and he does have the items to kind of just dish out just about enough damage.
Let's see if he's able to. Again, he doesn't have much. Lance actually burned the flicker there too. Now, if you're able to buy some more time here for a Worst Generation, your Bruno will be where you need to be. But it just seems like they're taking these risks here. Oh, Lance in trouble. Garuda.
They're grouping up.
He already popped the conceal. Gets a couple flickers out. Still going to be going. Now looking for more. Temps of Blades. We'll be able to find one.
No way that Tinokan Palaka is getting out of there alive. But look at that. Man, he disappeared. And that's going to be the sustained damage. Here comes the big finale coming in from Garuda, the one that we were waiting for here. And this could be the GG push.
Oh, that's going to be the GG. Well played. Kings of the South will make it known. Feeling good about it as they win Game 3. What an ending that was at the end of the sequence they had.
Yeah, finally able to pull it off at the very last one. We were looking for that highlight explosive maneuver. You know what? They said, we got it. You just had to be patient. We showed you, and we got the victory.
That was such a good ending push there that we got to see. I know you and I were both waiting for it.
Yeah,
but it wasn't even the implosion that started it.
It's just a crazy big bang wombo combo.
Yeah, but also
someone disappeared in front, man. Who was that?
Oh, dude, like I just gotta say, like the initiation even started when you know, you have that lane come through, puts pressure, then the rest of the team collapses down in the mid lane. So good. We're gonna have to look at the highlights here for game number 3. Again, this was a great performance from both sides, but definitely from Kings of the South. They made the lineup work for them. They made this just showcase how good a Tigreal with almost anything can work. If you land those implosions, if you go in with that confidence, and even at this point, man, like we actually saw, this is where they push in, they get that kill. They push in. Look at how fast. Look at that,
man.
The claws into the Bass impact, and then the Nathan.
That's all there is to it. One combo.
Like, I don't know if people really realize that a Sicilian across from you, when you're trying to defend your base, you're not even safe under your turret.
No, at all. Like I know for a fact that Sicilians can. But this is the late game we're talking about, right? This is the late game. We asked the question before the draft started or after the draft ended. Can the Sicilian reach the late game? And you know what? The answer is right there in your screens, guys.
They got deleted, man, and that's tough when you're trying to defend in the base like that, and you just kind of you're kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Because not only with the Sicilian's damage, but the Nathan's damage.
Yeah, it's surprisingly just so powerful. Even with enough penetration, magic resist, you probably will still go down.
Yeah, we see that. That's what we're talking about right there.
That's crazy.
You can't really escape that either. You know,
But it was like a 9K goal lead, so I guess.
Yeah, which was what I was saying is like Kings of the South. There was a portion of the game where it's like not that much was happening.
Yeah.
But they were just going through the check boxes of, you know, let's secure this, let's get our buffs.
Let's get to this specific minute mark.
Yeah, maybe this turret is down, we'll go get the turret. Because it was also the case where they didn't have to take fights that they didn't need to.
Yeah.
You know, so again, they're going to be super excited about that win, getting the third game under their belt. And I feel like even with the lineup that they had there, you can see this. Like I said, this is a lineup that you don't always see.
That's funny because that's what I was thinking earlier. Like, this is a lineup that's not even supposed to scale well.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to get a lead. They're supposed to be behind and then get the lead in the late game.
Yeah.
So
it's a late game centric lineup.
It's a super late game centric. The jungler, the mage, even the marksman was super late game. So I'm really super surprised that they were able to make that early game work for them so well.
Yeah, it was phenomenal to see how they made it work. I don't know 100% who you would put here as MVP, but let's take a look at the MVP for game number 3. Maybe it is the Garuda on the Tigreal. I don't know. His implosions were on point. But even in that case, LeGrand had a phenomenal game at 5-0-1 too.
Yeah, crazy too. Like it was crazy, super duper, like unbelievable.
Let's look at the MVP here for game number 3. Again, once again from Kings of the South. It's gonna be crazy here. Crazy frag on the Sicilian. I don't know how many stacks he had, but definitely there at the end, that push into the base, grabbing those people with the claws, and then the bad impact combination was enough to kind of solidify the deal for them getting that game 3. So congratulations to Kings of the South. Right now they are the Kings of the South after that one.
I think they are. I think wait a second. All purple.
It was all purple. What is
That's
it?
Crazy.
It's not a conspiracy.
That's not a conspiracy,
we
man.
swear.
It's all purple.
Everybody on the match schedule on this side, on the purple side, won today.
That's the color of the day, man. What can I say?
Hey, so next time when they get to the semis and the finals on the 26th, they might be asking, "Yo, can you guys
scooch us over a little bit
put us
on
the
right.
purple side,
Yeah,
please?"
yeah.
Or maybe it'll be switched.
You don't know. You don't know, man. You don't know. So far, that is going to be it. That's a 2-1 victory.
Yeah.
And it was, we got the match free we were hoping for.
We did.
We got it.
We're going to look here at the updated match schedule, and that's what if you guys are wondering what we're talking about.
That's exactly it.
This is what we're talking about from the match schedule. So all the green side teams, or all the green letter teams, lost today. And all the purple won.
Yeah.
That's PWYS, Team Old Gods, Tandang Agimat.
There you go.
Is that right?
All
Yeah,
right.
Kings of the South.
Almost there.
Thank you.
And Kings of the South are not really yet Kings of the South because they need to deal with PWYS as well, which is...
I mean, like today. They're Kings
At least for the day.
Today, they're Kings of the...
Yeah,
Today, they're Kings of the South. But
Woo-wee!
it's been a great day, guys. A lot of great action, I would say, even for me and Rockhart. We watched so much MLBB competitively, and this has been really fun to see some of the team members out there bring some of their comfort picks and some of these lineups that we're not used to seeing typically, but still make it work. So again, a big shout out to everyone that competed today. Congratulations to the winners and everybody that participated in here. Best of luck to everybody for the semis and finals over on July 26th.
That's
That'll
right.
be happening. And of course, again, big shout outs to TELUS Digital Philippines. This is their Intersite MLBB tournament for 2025. Don't forget to subscribe to their YouTube page, as well as Dark League Studios for
Yeah.
making this happen, where
That's
heroes come to light. Any final thoughts here, Rockhart, before we close out for the day?
Make sure to check out the cosplay cosplay event that they'll also have
Check
on the
that
26th. This is happening on Dark League Studios on July 26th, so make sure to join in if you can. We're going to have our next broadcast again on the YouTube channel as well as the Dark League Studios. A special thanks to the corporate communications team, by the way, and the corporate events team, and the Happy Here core team. There you go.
We would love some happy points.
Please let us know how we can use those.
Yeah, so we would. Again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. This is once again brought to us by TELUS Digital Philippines, and of course for Dark League Studios for making this happen. We're going to wrap it up and close it out here for the day. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Rockhart. We will see you guys back here on July 26th.